You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society.
And now, in Disney.
Well, here we go, friends. We got our last program of the night. The Tale of Two Witnesses. Well, we know who that is. That's Gilbert Gonzalez out of Arizona and his brother Jesse. So we're so glad to have them on here. They burn the midnight oil, hit the Six Screens, and I'm sure tonight's going to be a good program. So let's bring Gilbert on right now. Let's say hello to Gilbert Gonzalez. Hello, Gilbert.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, doing good. So we got things ironed out. Boy, what a rocking awesome night here tonight, Gilbert. Lots of people coming in. I think there'll be a lot of people listening into your program. That's good.
Yeah. We're going to talk about, you know how Watchtower weaponizes words. One of the words right now is fact checking. That's the hip word. But we want to just always remind people to be careful of, all people all over the world are trying to throw us into traps. So we don't have anything against these things, but Watchtower always gave us a good lesson on putting a bunch of traps like paradise, service. We weren't servicing anybody but Watchtower. So that's what we want to talk about today. So.
Well, that sounds quite fascinating. I mean, there's a lot of people listening in. So did you send the link to Jesse?
There he is.
Well, there's the man. Hello, Jesse.
Hello.
Well, good to see you tonight, Jesse. My goodness, always good to see you guys. You guys kind of doing the great job here on the Midnight Oil. So you're doing wonderful things. So keep up the good work. So I think we now have Gilbert able to put some of this stuff up. But I'll hang in here, Gilbert, just in case you can't, and put it up. So I'll duck out of here. I'll leave it up to you, Jesse. But I'm here if you need me. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
And with that.
Hi, Dean. How you doing? It's good to see you again, Dean. Hi, guys. Sit down.
Oh, Jesse, come on. That never gets old. That never gets old, man. Hi, guys. Dean Martin is the king of cool, and that's what we want you guys to be. You were nerds when you were Jehovah's Witnesses. Come on. You went door to door selling magazines for 25 cents. You were a nerd. But now you guys are cool. Because you listen to the Tale of Two Witnesses, you listen to the GG for GB, and you also vote for GG for GB at gg4gb.com in Spanish, English, Russian, Japanese, Swahili, Vietnamese, and all those other languages. But hey, Jesse, we got a great show today, man. We're going to talk about fact checkers. And nothing wrong with fact checking, guys. Nothing wrong. But Watchtower told us we went out in field service. No, we weren't part of the military. We were part of the Watchtower. So we were giving service to Watchtower. You see, all we are saying is give peace a chance. No. All we are saying is that words mean things. And you can't just take these, when people say things, sometimes you have to just stop and listen because the devil is in the details. And the devil is in the details when we're talking about fact checking. And I don't know if you wanted to do an introduction, Jesse, or do you want me to start off with a clip that'll explain fact checking?
Yeah.
Well, let's start off with a clip that explains fact checking.
Talker, you know what you're saying, you're a shock jock, like you're a Howard Stern-esque type person, and some of the things you say are hyperbolic, some of the things you say are true. Not everything is everything for you. I'm wondering for you, what percentage are you saying just to, as a comedian, to be hyperbolic and just to kind of throw stuff out there, and what stuff is actually factual and true? So for instance, I have a phone in my hand. This is a phone, and you can Google things with a phone. So Volodymyr Zelensky, a couple quick points.
So bad at listening, and then when you stop talking, you say, go ahead for just a moment in time. You can Google anything. Why don't you Google my name and see what it says on Wikipedia, because you'll find out that I'm both a monster, that I'm bankrupted, that I have no background or backbone. You'll find out that I've bedded everybody in the UK. Many of those things won't actually be true. So just because you Googled something, that doesn't really make you Elon Musk, darling, does it? It just means maybe you can use one or two of your hands, probably at one side of your hand more than the other. It's had more practice. You then talk about Zelensky's height.
Wow. Talk about slam dunk. He was talking about fact checking. This guy is the dinosaur that we say we don't want to get rid of these liberals. We want to keep them around so all of you guys can see it. And he went on a rant like it happens all the time in the JW sphere, ex-JW sphere. Well, I'm going to fact check this. I'm going to fact check that. I'm going to fact check that. Wow, Jesse, the floor is yours.
Hey, yeah, I just want to add on that in case somebody missed it, because you're going out like a machine gun, man.
Yeah.
We don't want to get rid of liberals. We don't want to abort nobody. We're about peace and love and reproduction. We're about reproduction, not elimination or subtraction. So we want to keep our liberal brothers and sisters, maybe put them in a glass jar.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
And put them up there so we can all see them in a pretty little container. And so we could remember what kind of people they are. But yeah, it's true. You know what? Megyn Kelly talked about it today. I think today or this week, she talked about how when she did her resume to go on Fox, one of the resumes said that she had interviewed Donald Trump and Barack Obama. And then they asked her, the Fox people asked her, hey, there's no record of you interviewing President Obama. And then she goes, yeah, that's right. She goes, I didn't interview President Obama. I interviewed him when he was a senator. And so there was a discrepancy on that, and they fact check her. But look at everybody they don't fact check. Like, for instance, she goes, and then look at Kamala Harris. They don't fact check her on the border czar. They don't fact check the guy who's going to be Tim Walz, vice president, about him lying about his military service. So they fact check certain people, but they never fact check communists or Democrats. You ever notice that? Mm-hmm. It's a spirit that operates the world. So why don't they fact check it? Could fact checking be synonymous with Kamala Harris? Can fact checking be synonymous with Tim Walz? Could it be synonymous with the Chinese Communist Party, the Democrat Party? Look at Bobby Kennedy. They're going to fact check everything Robert Kennedy says. But what if he was a Democrat? You know they would never fact check him. They would never fact check him. So there's more to fact checking than meets the eye. And I think that we're going to talk about that today.
Yeah. Now, we're going to talk about the first fact checker that ever existed. And the first fact checker came into the scene very early in the creation of humankind.
Very early in the lives of mortals. Mm-hmm.
Yes. In Genesis chapter 3, and the serpent was more crafty than any animal of the field which God had made. And it said to the woman, is it even so? Is it really? Is it even so that God has said, you shall not eat of every tree from the garden? Now, I don't know about you, Jesse, but I've heard that before, like, what does the Bible really teach? I don't know if I have that PDF. I should have had that PDF.
So what was it? Genesis what?
Genesis 3 at the very beginning.
So there we have Satan fact-checking God, the creator.
Mm-hmm. He was fact-checking. And so he put himself above. So when Watchtower says, what does the Bible really teach? See, they've already put themselves up high and you down low. That's what the fact checkers do. I'm here fact-checking. You're stupid, and I have to school you.
So Satan was the first Snopes?
Satan was the first Snopes. And then you go into, I love, Jesse, my favorite website is BibleGateway.com. I just love it.
There's another scripture that you talk about all the time.
And God said to Satan, from whence comest thou? And Satan answered God and said, from going to and fro in the earth and from walking up and down. And they start talking about Job. We all know the story. And Satan answered God and said, skin for skin, yea, all that a man hath, he will give for his life. The point I'm trying to make here is in that chapter 2, Satan speaks in front of every living angel. Every living angel in the known universe, and Jesus himself next to his Father, or Jesus in the throne, if you believe Jesus is God. Satan has been given free speech. What a concept! Satan, the devil, is given free speech in an assembly where they have the right to assemble. And he accuses God and he fact checks God. And God, what does God do? I mean, he let him speak. And so then we go into BibleGateway.com, the best web page in the internet. And in Matthew chapter 4, Jesus was in the wilderness and he was tempted by the devil, and having fasted 40 days and 40 nights, if thou be the Son of God, the tempter that came up to him said, turn these stones into loaves of bread. So he's fact checking him. Satan in Matthew 4 facts checked Jesus 3 times. He fact checks him. But Jesus gives him freedom of speech. This is what our liberal friends don't understand. God himself and Jesus himself never, ever has taken away your freedom of speech. Now, Rush Limbaugh would always say that whenever somebody's making a fool of themselves, give them the microphone. Let them speak. This is the difference between, this is why Jesse and I are the Jehovah's Witness elders you wish you had. You never had elders that talk to you the way we talk to you. When somebody's making a fool of themselves, egg them on. Don't fact check them. Egg them on. They will destroy themselves. They do not need your help. And always remember that if God and Jesus did not take away freedom of speech, what makes you think you have the right to do the same? Go ahead.
Hey, Gilbert. Now, here's the thing. We experienced this years ago with our brother-in-law. He was a ex-circuit overseer.
Yeah.
And first of all, just for the sake of record, I love my brother-in-law, Paul Deanda. I love him dearly, even though we'll never talk again.
Yeah.
Just like our brother, Joe Gonzalez, he died and we'll never talk to him again. But
yeah, I'm sorry.
He was addicted to Snopes. And this was probably 15, 16 years ago, maybe. And when we were at dinner, he would always check this Snopes website. Or maybe 10 or 11 years ago. I don't know. I can't remember. But because somebody's going to fact check me on that and see how old Snopes is, That's the thing. But we always knew that Snopes, there was something wrong. We would understand why our intelligent brother-in-law, who's so intelligent, why did he need to go to Snopes? He would walk into any room and he would tell everybody how intelligent he is. He would tell everybody he's the smartest man in the room. He was a circuit overseer, and he would tell all the elders that he's the smartest man. For example, if a kid was having a judicial committee over porneia, sex, he would interrogate them, and he would know if he committed fornication with a male or female, and everybody would be in awe. And so when he talked to us, we noticed he had this thing where he always had to Snopes everything we told him. And we always knew that he had a communist bend, a socialist bend. And isn't it interesting if you do a Google search, and fact check me on this, but didn't Snopes come out with a very extremely liberal bent? Very.
Which they have the right, but they want to pretend that they don't. That's the thing.
Yeah. They want to pretend that they're right down the middle. No, and that's what we tell them. When people are always saying, I'm going to fact check that. Well, who wrote it? Who fact checked the fact checkers? They give them, they're the arbitrators of truth. They're the arbiters of truth and lies. Well, somebody had to write that. And that's why if you look at all the great English language, because we're lovers of the English language, and we had the Magna Carta, we had Mark Twain, we had the Declaration of Independence, we had the Bill of Rights, we had Shakespeare, we had all these great authors in the English language. And I would venture to say that if you go back and read all of the great writings of our fathers before us, the last 500 years, from the Magna Carta to today's daily toilet rag, the New York Times, you would never find the word fact-checking. Like, would you hear, and I always say, what's that guy's name? The writer, Shakespeare, William Shakespeare. And he would say, Romeo, Romeo, where art thou, Romeo? And then Juliet would say, let me fact check that to see where you were at. Or to be or not to be. That is the question that ye shall fact check. That didn't exist in the English language. Or when we wrote that Congress shall make no law regarding the exercise of free speech, except fact checking. These words are uniquely not found in our history, in our DNA. It's a trap. It's a trap that the young generation is falling to. Because who wrote these fact checking sites? Who's the arbiter of it? And what I'm saying is when you have young people who are always fact checking everything you say, they're giving up their human brain. They're giving up their common sense, their history. When we were kids, think about it. When we were going to school, we were taught to use our brains to question everything, not to go fact checking on some computer that has a Google algorithm. And so that's what we wanted to explore today, the fact checking. And I think it's a tool for the dumbed down generation. Correct. It's a very dangerous tool. It could lead to your early demise and death. Because the information in is information out. If you put erroneous information in a fact-checking site, you can affect the lives of millions and millions of people for the negative.
Now, this New World Translation is different than most Bibles, but I've always remembered the Psalm 26, which in the old Tan songbook was song number 160. And it says, I have not sat with men of untruth, and with those who hide what they are, I do not come in. But that's very beautiful because, see, King David knew that there were people, like you said, fact checkers, Snopes. They want to pretend that they're neutral, independent, like Watchtower. We're neutral, we're independent. They want to give an appearance, but in reality, there's something else. And it's like, for example, I'm going to say it, like Watchtower pretends that they're clean sexually and they don't believe, in homosexuality. But we know that there are big time homosexuals over there in Watchtower. So whatever happened to that gay pride? Listen, if you're homosexual, be proud of it and do your thing. I'm heterosexual. I'm proud of it. I don't hide. You're not, if you become my good friend, you're not going to find out, oh, Gilbert was hiding something. So it doesn't matter what I'm saying on the sexuality side. The big sin, like in politics, right? The big problem was the cover-up with Nixon. It wasn't the crime, it was the cover-up.
Yes.
So that's the whole point. A lot of these fact checkers, like our brother-in-law, he's hiding what he really is. He's Pharisaic. He really enjoys being the circuit overseer, the top elder, the big dog. And so he feeds off Snopes. Snopes helps him be the top dog. And he doesn't lower himself to the average person, where Jesus would always say, who do you say I am? See, Jesus could have told you everything. Jesus could have put a big, TV screen, and he could have done all kinds of manifestations, and he could have showed everybody what it's like living outside the Milky Way. Okay, but he didn't do that. Jesus wanted to know, what do you think? Jesus lowered himself to the human level and wanted to know our personal feelings and thoughts. People that are fact checkers they don't care. They just want to always be Pharisaic, like the Jehovah's Witness elders. You can go to the Jehovah's Witness elders with all of the volumes, all of the elder book, with everything, with videos of the governing body speaking, and you can go to them, and the elders will say, well, you're taking it out of context. In this back room, we always win, you always lose. That's the fact-checking mentality. They hide what they are. I'm not saying don't go and research. I'm not saying don't figure it out for yourself. I'm just saying beware of people who hide what they are. And you know what, Jesse? A lot of these fact checkers, young kids, they've never heard us. They've never heard this argument. And they don't know that they're the baddies.
And you know what? Or they don't look. Let's say we were born in the 1600s in the Congo, and you're a young man, and you're being hunted for slavery to the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah.
You have a duty to question everything, every wrinkle in the forest. You have a duty to be suspicious of everybody because your whole life is at stake. What I'm saying is that people who surrender their lives to Google or an algorithm, artificial intelligence, or a fact-checking site, or me and you, or you and I, you're putting yourself at danger. God gave you a sixth sense. He gave you a common sense.
Yes.
Our nation was based on common sense. We're not going to be governed by this island 3,000, 4,000 miles over the land. It's common sense. We're different people. You don't need to fact check that. You got to use your common sense. And this young generation has to be held to account. You have to be rebuked. I will not stand around if a young person goes, well, let me fact check that. Yeah, fact check this. Get the out of here.
Watch it.
Fact check this.
Now, speaking of that, Jesse, this is if you disagree with us, you're wrong. You have every right to be wrong, but you have to understand that this is the mentality that you need to have in order to
survive.
Get out, to survive, and this is it right here.
Very well. They're coming. Now we'll see how these Russians deal with a crack SS division.
Hans?
Have courage, my friend.
Yeah. Hans, I've just noticed something.
These communists are all cowards.
Have you looked at our caps recently?
Our caps?
The badges on our caps. Have you looked at them?
What? No. A bit?
They've got skulls on them. Have you noticed that our caps have actually got little pictures of skulls on them?
I don't...
Hans, are we the baddies?
Yes, that's the point, Jesse. They're the baddies. If you are hooked on Google and Snopes and all of these facts, you're the baddies. You're doing yourself a disservice, and also you're the baddies because you look down on people. You look down on other people's thoughts and opinions. You're the baddies, not me.
And let me go one step further. And you always said it. You always talk about it. And if you and I continue to tell people, you have to follow our thing. You have to accept what we tell you. Now, we say it jokingly, that we're right and you're wrong. But if we're out there building for ourselves a name like Watchtower says, then we're the baddies too. We don't need nobody following us. What we're telling you is use your God-given sixth sense. Use your God-given common sense. Don't surrender your instinct to an algorithm or a website or Google or anybody else, because you're going to fall yourself. There was this news article I saw the other day where this man's kid died after a jabby yabby. And he's a biker, a big biker, Harley Davidson. He's badass. You know how these Harley Davidson guys, they all think they're tough and they drive around in black and they're going to have a lot of people driving. He's crying because his kid took the jabby yabby and he cried. And he's telling how he's upset. And he goes, how come nobody told me? And I thought, well, there was millions of us yelling from our mountaintops. We were talking about it from every corner of the round earth. Well, the round earth doesn't have corners, huh? But everywhere around the globe, we were talking about the jabby yabby, the dangers. He didn't want to listen. He had a responsibility to question everything, to use his instinct, but he went along with the flow. And therein lies the problem of the fact checkers. It's real obvious who they are, that they're leftist progressive organizations. Anything you say, for example, let's say me and you do a video on any subject. The fact checkers will put something under our video, but they will never put a video under any communist or Democrat.
Like CNN.
Yeah. Just anybody who gives a contrary view to the given spirit of the world. And the spirit of the world is this: don't use your common sense, go to the fact check site. And we see that with a lot of young people. And we say, hey, buddy, you're going to be in a trap. You're kind of like Elvis Presley. I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out. You can't walk out because now you don't have no common sense. You haven't exercised it.
Yeah. Hey, so Jesse, I'm gonna have you talk about this other point, but I wanna show this slide, and it's Jesus, Matthew 16:16, one of the greatest Bible verses. Who do the men say I am? The Son of Man? And he goes, son of John the Baptist, Elijah, yada yada. But right there on verse 15, he said to them, but Jesus, this is Jesus talking. Who do you say that I am? Jesus didn't care what anybody thought. He only cared about what Peter thought on a one-on-one. See, and other people thought Thomas said something different. And Jesus did not say Peter's wrong, Thomas is right, or vice versa. But the point is that Jesus himself right here is teaching us about fact checking. Jesus did not fact check Peter. He allowed him to have his opinion, and that he knew that time and circumstances is going to always befall Peter, and he's going to maybe even change his point of view.
Now,
so this is the point I wanted you to get on. So when Jesus was saying all of these things, a whole bunch of stuff, did any of the apostles say, we're going to go fact check you, Jesus? Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, this verse that you talk about,
this
one verse that you're talking about, go back to it, because Jesus is a sword. Because you and I, we agree in a lot of subjects, but me and you and I have been in so many fights.
Mm-hmm.
Me and you fight about this a lot. All of our lives, we fought over this because you believe what he says, that you are the Christ, the Son of the living God.
And you believe in
Thomas. I always tell you, no, Jesus is God. Jesus is God. Mm-hmm. Everything, all the lessons of history, all the lessons of my life, my 56 years here on earth, prove to me that Jesus Christ is God. You know, there's no way that a mortal 2,000 years ago can solve the problems of mankind when he says, love one another. When he says, love your enemies. That is not a mortal thought. That is not. That has to be a divine thought, because that goes contrary to the human spirit. It goes contrary to the human spirit. Today you were on the Rick Fearon show, and I heard you make a comment. You called in Rick, and you should have seen that hate that sister had on you. The hate was eternal on all men. She was hate. She was contrary to what Jesus. And I figured, wow, if she just exercised the words of Jesus to pray for your enemies, she'd have a little bit of love in her heart. She'd have there would be a little bit of peace. The temperature will probably go down, and the seas would start to calm down, and the seas and the birds would start chirping. But no, she was angry, you know? Yeah, but all the lessons of history. Yeah, go ahead.
But talk about that, about you know, paint the picture. Jesus is sitting down there. Because Jesus is always cooking. You know the famous Shannon Sharp on ESPN. He said the famous words about Caitlin Clark. Let her cook. Let her cook. So Jesus is always cooking. Let him cook. And imagine, you know, set the stage, Jesse. Jesus is cooking, and he's talking, and the apostles go and fact check Jesus. Remember you were telling me about that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, that Jesus is cooking, he's working, he's preaching, and then the apostles go to him and they say, well, let me go fact check that.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. You know, that doesn't happen.
No. Jesus says that your yes be yes and your no be no. Now, you may tell a story and you may have heard it a little different, and you may be wrong, and someone says, well, you know what, Jesse, I understand what you're saying, but this is how the real story went down. I remember reading this so-and-so. Let me explain to you how this took place. That's different, because a lot of times, you know, we hear things and we believe things, and we tell the story 10, 20 years later.
And you know what?
We may embellish it a little bit, but to go and to say, I'm going to fact check you and destroy somebody. Come on.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. That's not the way men built a civilization. No, there was going to be liars in civilization. Everybody had freedom of speech, freedom of thought. There was no fact checking. You were the fact checker. It's called common sense and reasoning. Let me give you an example how men handle this. The other day we were talking with Jimmy Bell. And Jimmy Bell said something real interesting. He said, I know that, I don't know if he said, I know, don't quote me directly, but he said something of the essence that he knew that RFK Jr. was going to endorse President Trump.
Correct.
And I said, I don't believe it. I didn't believe it because I doubt everything. I'm like St. Thomas. I told him, I want to see. And now it would be good. I'm 100% behind it. That's not the point. But since I followed politics since I was born, you know, I tell everybody, I was there when they crucified my Lord. I was there when they shot Lincoln and Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy. I knew when they shot Martin Luther King. I voted for Nixon in 72. And so, you know, you follow this and it just doesn't make sense. And Jimmy Bell says, well, Jesse, it is. It's going to happen. And I go, I got $20 on it. And so I owe Jimmy Bucks $20. We didn't go fact checking anything. We just talked like guys. Hey, I got $20. It's not going to happen. He goes, it is going to happen. You're on. And that's the way we handled it. It was a back and forth, a give and take.
But in our conversation,
I was wrong.
In our conversation, you said that the founding fathers in the Constitution did not mention fact checking. What do they do?
No, there was no fact checking in the Constitution. You're supposed to fight things out, argue things out, debate things out. And if there was a liar, there was room. You call that person a liar. For example, if you go to the Congress today, do you remember the other day? Look at this. This is the hypocrisy of fact checkers. Remember when, was it Chuck Schumer who said that he heard that Mitt Romney hasn't paid his taxes on the Senate floor? But he did it in a place where he was exempt from fact checking. Now, he should have done that in the public square. Then Mitt Romney could have maybe sued him for defamation or so forth. But he did it in a square where he couldn't be fact checked. These people are powerful people. They know how to abuse the language. Yeah.
Hey, so now let's say, I want to tell people how fact checking is a word that has been used against you. They want you to, whether it's religion, politicians, banks, they always use words to set you up as a trap. I'm going to give you, Jesse, a couple of slideshows, and then you explain how fact checking is dangerous. So I hit fact check 1.
Okay.
Okay. And this was in the news today.
Okay. Well, I can't see it because of the stab.
The killer shouted Allahu Akbar, stabbing 9 innocent and killing 3 in Germany. So what would the fact checker do?
Well, the fact checker would go, first of all, you got to remember this. It is the responsibility of the fact checker, of the spirit that's dominate this world. For example, let's go back to when we were kids. Remember Sesame Street? They taught us how to use our common sense when we were 2 or 3 years old. They go, one of these things does not belong here. One of these things is not the same. And since we were babies, we were taught to use our common sense. Now, you won't find this in the normal newspapers of the day, because they brought all these people who are shouting Allahu Akbar. And so it's their responsibility to keep it out of Snopes, keep it out of the fact-checking sites. They'll say a passerby, a pedestrian accidentally wounded 9 people and 9 innocents, and some accidentally died. That's the way it will be reported in the newspapers. But we're seeing it. Killer shouted Allahu Akbar. So the fact-checking sites have to wipe that out. That's not allowed in the fact-checking sites.
The second one is the Telegram CEO, just a few hours ago, was arrested by French authorities for refusing to follow censorship laws.
Okay, this is a home run down the middle. You know, you're like CC Sabathia, the first day of the 2009 baseball season, and I'm with the Baltimore Orioles. I'm gonna hit 6 home runs on this one, baby.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, on this one, it's real simple. This gentleman probably was defending the censorship laws, but the articles on all the newspapers are going to show that he broke some technicalities because maybe he's not protecting protected speech or the speech of the minorities or whoever the Telegram wants to. So he allows certain things like Elon Musk. Elon Musk gives freedom of speech to a lot of people on the political spectrum, on the left and the right. And so he's demonized. And so we're seeing the same thing happen to other websites.
Okay. What about this one?
Oh my God.
Trump campaign hits James Carville. Now I want to show you the difference between the fact checkers and the people that are not fact checkers. What he did is he did a brutal, and here's the key, reality check. I'm going to focus on that word. After he slobbers over Kamala Harris while praising her record on crime. This has nothing to do with our opinion, but I want to focus on the reality check, those words versus fact checking. Go ahead, Jesse.
First of all, you know, in all of website, in all of society, if you don't dress your hair right, you're not going to get elected. If you got to be dressed to impress. If you're a little bit too heavy, they'll call you fatso, or they'll call you a fat slob, or if you're not the right color. Look at this guy right here. This is probably one of the most powerful men in America. This guy made the Clintons.
Behind the scenes, yeah.
And he's married to Mary Republican, huh? Mary Madeline.
Madeline, huh?
This guy is one of the ugliest white liberals in the planet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm no specimen of beauty, but, and then if he was wearing an LSU hat, and I'm going to send my children to LSU, I would talk about a refund.
Mm-hmm.
Would you trust that guy with your children's education?
No, and yeah, and there's no reason.
Yeah, you work hard.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's get to the essence of your argument.
The lack of respect for, like, dude, they invited you on the show. Show a little bit of respect, for somebody else's platform. Now, here's the thing.
Gilbert, he's a white liberal. He's a white liberal of the highest caliber.
And
this guy doesn't care what you and I say.
No, but Martin Luther King warned us about the white liberal, that these people are out to destroy themselves and commit suicide.
And take us with them.
But here's the point. Did you notice that it says the Trump campaign did not give him a fact check? They did not fact check him. See, we don't fact check people. What we have been saying for hundreds and hundreds of years in the English language, when we talk to people, we say, buddy, you need a reality check. Haven't you heard that?
Yeah.
There's a big difference, Jesse. All of my life, I grew up hearing that phrase reality check.
And here's the thing, Gilbert. Here's the thing. You're correct. We're going to do a reality check. But listen, there's industries that are in the fact-checking business.
Mm-hmm.
There's industries in the fact-checking business. Mm-hmm. It's not Donald Trump's job to fact-check James Carville. He's in the political arena, and there's things called political pundits. Mm-hmm. It's CNN's job to do that. It's ABC's job to do that. But this is what I'm saying. They never go after Democrats. Mm-hmm. So Donald Trump had to give him a reality check. Mm-hmm. Because Donald Trump is not running against Kamala Harris. He's running against James Carville. He's running against CNN, ABC News, Fox News, the United Nations, Dr. Fauci, all these people, the deep state. He's running against all of them. So he's like in one of those boxing matches, where it's a free-for-all. Remember when we were kids, we had the WWF? Everybody's fighting. That's what Donald Trump is up against. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they're in their apartment doing nothing but vacationing all day.
Okay.
So it's not the job. And this is what we're talking about, fact checker. You're always talking about that Watchtower is derelict of duty. The media is derelict of duty on James Carville here.
Okay, now we're going to get out of this. Now, Ruby wants to come in, but I have a few more slides. And check this one out. Dr. Anthony Fauci is hospitalized for 6 days in West Nile virus, now recovering at home. Fact check.
Now, here's the thing. You and I are American citizens. We have freedom of speech. Mm-hmm. We have freedom of thoughts a little bit still. Right here, we should be speechless. It speaks for itself. Now, you know what? They said something today that like 74% of the people were not aware of Kamala Harris's record, Democrats. Did you know that the majority of Americans, they will not know that Dr. Fauci is sick?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because the media won't tell them that. Mm-hmm. They won't fact check that.
Yeah. Now, Jesse, I don't know how Ruby Quinn got an invitation to the show. And it's not that you're not invited, but how did you get it, one? And what do you have to say? I'm interested.
How did you get your invitation? So we can fact check it.
You don't see the banner on the
Oh,
bottom?
there it is. I didn't see it. No, honest to God, I did not see that. It's running through, right? Like to left or right, or right to left.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was like, how in the heck did she get it?
Okay, just one question and I'll hop off. I agree with the whole fact-checking thing that you guys are talking about. But if we don't fact-check, then how do we know if it's the truth or a lie? If the news is responsible for fact-checking, but the media is corrupt and they don't tell the truth, you got to do your own research. So how do you fact-check things yourself?
Well, we remember we said that fact-checking is a word that has been weaponized. Going out on field service is really a service to Watchtower. See, what you have to understand is when you go to all of these, when you watch all of these videos, your ears should be open to, are they using the English language correctly, or am I being played? And what we're saying is that fact checking is a word that they use to say, I'm smarter than you, Ruby, because I'm going to fact check you. I've immediately put myself above you. I'm telling you. and it works. If you listen to all of these people in the fact check, when you don't understand how they fight, you're at a disadvantage. Because
Gilbert,
go ahead.
Gilbert, I wanted to say something before I get here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I spent the day researching mosquitoes. Apparently, it's well recognized that just one mosquito, just one, will give you malaria or
West Nile virus.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
I don't know. You lost them. I didn't do it. I have no control over that. But hey, King and Dots, get back on whenever you can. Jesse, number 6. UK man is stabbed in the neck by militant while walking with his family. Just happened today. Fact check. Oh, you said it earlier that.
Okay. Now, here's the thing, and Ruby, I'm going to try to answer Ruby. I don't think I feel a need to have to answer it. She has to know. It's called common sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's called instinct. It's part of our creation. It's part of our DNA. And I'm saying exercise it. Put a little bit out. You can go to all the fact-checking sites you want. I'm nobody to tell you not to go. Please go. As for me and my house, we'll use our common sense. You know, like I'm not gonna listen to some website to tell me about the political arguments of the day when I've followed it all my life. Now I'll listen to somebody who gives me a fresh angle. Yes, but it's going to be based on common sense.
Wait, and you will the conference.
Yeah, no, because Rick has to fix his phone system, but I'm muting it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. There are 4.
I'm checking back and forth because people want to call in. But yeah, Jesse. So I hope Ruby gets it that when you understand that words have been weaponized, then you understand. We prefaced it with Satan in the garden.
Yeah,
we prefaced it with Satan with Jesus. These people use the language to make you feel inferior, and they're above you. And fact checking is a weapon.
Let's use the fact checking on the West Nile virus and the mosquito that Gary was talking about. Okay, We're going to use fact checking website of the world, and they're going to try to tell us that. Listen, they're going to scare us and say that one mosquito bite could give you the West Nile virus. Is that correct? Of course. And they're going to do a medical study. But you and I should have had enough research all our lives to know that dietary supplements, that a healthy lifestyle and a well-balanced lifestyle could make the body more not susceptible to the West Nile virus. And it will suffer less. For example, what did we learn during COVID? Certain deficiencies contribute to the virus effect it has on the body. And some people with a more susceptibility to the virus suffer more than others. But see, the websites won't tell you that. They'll just tell you that the mosquito bite is going to kill you and we're going to scare you. Yes, but there's a lot of things involved. And that's what he's saying. Use your common sense.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jesse. Go ahead. This is the common sense. This is where common sense and fact checking, we can see it. That's why I had that graphic video. UK man stabbed in the neck by migrant while walking with his family. You click on the multiple links that they have. They have all of these links, and it says this page cannot be seen. They've censored all of it. So you have web pages that have been censored that are giving you news. Hence, one of them is called censor.news. And then they go and they show you the original article, and then this is what you get. There's people censoring the news. Who are these people? They're fact checkers. See, they've given themselves a title of fact checking, and they says, well, you know what, Ruby, we don't think that you need to see this because we can't. I wasn't there. This could have been a staged event. See, whereas common sense would tell you a different story.
Well, look at during the beginning of COVID with ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. When it first started, we were telling all our family members about it because we heard it on alternative media. And we had followed alternative media all our lives. So it was all over the alternative media. And then the mainstream media went after us with a vengeance. So much. Our brother is a dentist, right? He went after us hard. They made fun of us. They said that we were taking horse suppositories. What did they say? Horse tablets with ivermectin? That we were taking horse stuff. Now you see ivermectin accepted. But all the people that followed the conventional wisdom of the day, the fact checkers, they saw ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine as horse medicine. They didn't take it. They had a chance to use it during the COVID, but they didn't do it. They endangered their health and well-being unnecessarily. And after it, it's like if you're in a war and you get shot, there's not nobody going to say, oh, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have done this war. It is your responsibility to stay out of harm's way.
And what about the fact checking and find out that the guy who the people that invented ivermectin got a Nobel Peace Prize? How come that fact check was never given? So see what I'm telling you?
And all the late night pundits who made fun of
back again, Gilbert.
Go ahead, King of Dots.
Ivermectin was approved by the FDA back in 2004 for SARS-CoV-2. It was approved. Then suddenly, under Fauci, oh no, you can't use that. I mean, what is going on here? SARS-CoV-2, again, COVID is just a cough. It's the common cold, just jacked up a little bit. And I mean, you cannot, a virus, of course, there is no such thing as a vaccine for a virus. So I don't know what the hell they're pulling on here. But my point was the mosquitoes, I don't know how much you got on there, that one mosquito can infect you, but it takes 6 shots to keep you protected. What the hell are they talking about? One mosquito can give you malaria or, what is it? Not monkeypox. What was the other one? Yeah, West Nile. But
West Nile.
take 6 shots and more boosters this year to protect you from the common cold.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
So, Gary,
that makes obviously. Look, I fact checked that, and it's like those facts are inaccurate. I don't believe that for a second. That one little mosquito has more power than all the malaria shots, and who knows what else you're taking. There's something fishy here with the medical community, and that's what RFK said. You've got to look at that speech, that the whole medical community is lying to us. He also mentioned that they're lying to us about Russia, that the United States is just involved in mercenary affairs around the world for their military industrial complex to keep pumping out the armament. Look, there's going to be hell to pay.
So, Gary, go ahead, Jesse.
Babylon, it's going down.
Gary, just a question.
I agree. Gary, I agree with everything you're saying. This is the essence of what I'm saying. We shouldn't have to listen to Robert F. Kennedy. We should be Robert F. Kennedy. We shouldn't have to listen to him.
I am Robert F. Kennedy. He only said what I already believed and know.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Bobby Kennedy is just talking common sense.
Now,
he's talking what we all know.
Gary, stop. We got a question for you. What do you believe? Am I wrong when I say that Satan on Genesis 3 was the first fact checker?
Satan was fact checking in Genesis 3. I heard you say that last week. I haven't actually looked it up, but I will tell you this. You look at Genesis, a 24-hour day. The first 3 days, there was no sun to mark a 24-hour day. So those days could have been millions of years long. But, he was fact-checking God about Eve, I recall you said. Does God really? Yeah, I recall you saying that.
And
I can see where that could have put a question in somebody's mind, no doubt.
And did God and Jesus engage?
Was it a lie to question it? That's the thing.
And did God and Jesus censor, or did they allow for free speech? The record is clear. God and Jesus believe in free speech. Even if you're going to bury yourself.
Abraham being struck with lightning. Do you recall Abraham being struck with lightning? Well, what if there's 10 people there, Gomorrah? What if there's 5? No, God, look, he's not that pithy. No, only watchstars that pithy. They'd like you to believe God will strike you dead for every little thing. And that's the biggest lie in the universe.
Hey, now Gary, I know it's late over there where you're from, and everybody on the chat and watching, we know it's late, but you got to stick around because the second part of the show, it's going to be, what does the Bible say about men going their own way? And that is big time 2024.
Well,
Men,
part of the show is better than the first part. I can't.
Yes.
That's almost incomprehensible to me. I cannot believe that. Yeah. Are you serious? It's going to be better than the first.
It's going to be better. Man. Men go. We're going to talk about men go their own way, but we're not going to talk about that yet.
You're making faint. I'm getting palpitations. I'm almost fainting. Okay. Well, I'll hang in there. Okay, Gilbert. I'll hang in there.
Yeah. And
her political thing this week for 4 days with you and Gilbert and Jimmy was epic, beyond proportion. Epic.
Yeah, and the reason why Jimmy's listening, and Jimmy and I go in different directions.
Big. Okay, talk to you later. Bye.
Okay, later. Yeah, because Jimmy and I go in different directions, and that's what I like about Jimmy, that he doesn't go where I go, and I don't go where he goes. And the truth is, I wanted to talk about that, Jesse, about fact checking, how truth is eternal and lies are fabricated. Remember you talked about that?
Yeah. And you know what, Gilbert, do you remember sometimes that you told me that was it Elijah who had the spirit?
Yeah.
And me and you were talking about that. And sometimes you get the spirit when you're talking to somebody, and sometimes you don't have the spirit. But when we were talking earlier, something happened to us. We were talking about truth and lies. And we were talking about marriage, love and marriage. Yes. And I was telling you about that beautiful Paul Anka song. Paul Anka sings a song. Forever, I will love you forever. All the mandolins are swaying. The moon above is singing. It's love, it's love. And I told you, Gilbert, because we were talking about the Greek language, about love, and me and you got in a big old fight. And you always correct me, Jesse, it's agape, or it's philia, or it's this.
Eros.
And I no, Gilbert, embrace the English language. Embrace it. You and I are better than everybody else. We're Americans. The Greeks don't matter. They had to have 6 or 7 words to have what we Americans have one word. It's called love. It's love. It's when a man loves a woman, he can't keep his mind on nothing else. The Greeks, they had to go, I have agape. And Jesus was telling Peter, what is it, man? Is it agape? I have philia for you. No. See, we Americans, we don't have that problem. We believe in love. It's a very powerful, it's a very powerful subject. And the other people don't have that. It's the same thing as truth. Truth is a spirit. Truth is eternal. You can't fabricate truth. But you can fabricate lies. You can fabricate facts. But God is love and God is truth. It cannot be created. It is eternal. But you can fabricate truths. Not truths, but you can fabricate lies and half-truths. But the truth will always come out in the end. And that's why I'm saying it's closely associated with God. God is love. God is truth. Now, God is not a lie. The lie can be fabricated. It can be created. You could create a lie. For example, let's take ivermectin. We could start a lie about ivermectin right now. But the truth will come out in the end. If you're sick and you take it and it helps you, that is truth. The truth always comes out in the end. We saw it with our own eyes on ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. We knew the truth about this medicine. And everybody started lying about it. The mainstream media, all the guys that have shows on late night, and all the doctors, and everybody was lying about it. And they were making fun of us. They were calling us quacks and conspiracy theories. But we took it and we didn't get sick. When I got sick for like about 20 minutes. So the truth will come out at the end.
But talk about the fabrication, how lies have to be fabricated.
Lies have to be fabricated. They're different. They're not God. They're not God. You have to fabricate a lie. A lie, the truth is natural. It is everywhere. For example, we were talking about love. And what is love between a man and a woman? Remember that song that I was talking about? He goes, I love you forever.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go, well, Jesse, let's say they had a dance in 1959 like mom and dad did. And my mom and dad, and my dad was dancing with her. He goes, Bea, I will love you forever. But in 2008, my mom died. What happened to that love? That love died. So was my dad a liar? Was my dad a liar? No, he was telling a truth because he was closely associated with the truth. God is the truth. He got to feel the grace, the presence of love. But it is not love because love is God. So our love, when we say we will love you forever, that's not true. It's a close presence of truth. But we can't love somebody forever because we're mortals. We have a shelf life. But the love of God can be eternal. Now, a lie, for example, it's the opposite of that. Love is eternal. Truth is eternal. But a lie, it's for mortals. We make it up.
It has a shelf life.
It has a shelf life. And it has a start and an end.
Yeah.
It has a start. That's the difference. When we're afraid of getting caught or of something happening to us, we form a lie.
Yeah.
It is the opposite of love. Mm-hmm.
Now, Jesse, as a GB member and leader of the ex-Jehovah's Witness movement, I have to go to town because this guy here, he has it out, man. This guy got Trump derangement syndrome in the chat section, and he's just going off. And so I have to say,
this is dedicated. Dedicated.
Did you hear that? I don't know if you can hear it, but it's roll with it, baby. Learn to roll, man. Every comment is he wants to kill Donald Trump. Dude, take a chill pill. You just 3 bad comments about Donald Trump,
Gilbert.
Hold on, a couple of comments about some sexy girls, a couple of comments about whatever.
We're fierce, we're feminist, and we're in your face.
Yes.
Here's Aesop. He's a rocker.
Just chill out, baby. You can stay here. He's like one of those people, yeah.
Aesop is in the house.
So
he told you,
Jesse, he's talking suicide. The day I take my moral leave from Trump is the day I ask God to take my life. He's already talking suicide. Dude, chill. Just chill.
Tone it down.
Tone it down.
Tone it down.
We love you, man, but tone it down. Get some alcohol. It's okay. Now,
hey, Gilbert, I think Aesop is a roof crawler.
Now, Jimmy Bell wants to come on the show, but
yes, sir.
But we have to say, Jimmy, if you're going to come on, we want to get onto the best subject is men go their own way. And what does the Bible say about men going their own way? And this is something that is hitting 2024 really big. Now, Jimmy's still not here. I don't see him anywhere. So what we might want to do is just
Gilbert.
Go ahead.
No, I really think getting back to what Ruby said.
Okay.
I addressed it and you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
She talked about the fact checking. Let's get back to it.
Okay.
Ruby, I answered it, but you didn't answer it. I took away your word. But now she's a young girl, young lady. Can you address her question? Or maybe Jimmy can about the fact checking site. Should she see him or not? I said that we have no right to tell her what to do. It's her opinion.
Well, this is the best part of the show because, we like to, how you see those videos where people react to this video, they react to Elvis.
Yeah.
This is why our show is so great because Jimmy Bell's not going to react to us. We're classic narcissists. We just love talking about ourselves. So now we're going to show you how it's done. We're going to react. Jimmy, talk to us. Tell us where we were wrong or where we hit a home
Hang
run.
on a second. I'm walking to the cage so I can get a light turned on. Hang on a second.
So,
okay.
What I was trying to tell Ruby is there's nothing wrong with fact checking. The problem is fact checkers and people that call themselves fact checkers don't know that language has been used against them, and they have a false sense of security, and they become Pharisaic. fact checkers are like Pharisees. They've given themselves, like, man, you give them an inch and they just take it, and they're demeaning. Like, you're stupid. I'm gonna have to go fact check you.
Mhm.
Are we wrong? I mean,
Well, y'all ready for my thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So first off, I have to address Jesse.
Okay. Oh, yeah, $20.
How do you want to settle up the $20 bet?
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
That was clean, bro. God, that was clean. That was clean. I gotta get your address. I gotta send that.
Now, I will give you the opportunity, if you would like, to hold that, and maybe we'll go double or nothing on another subject.
Yeah, you got me. What is that? You got
I
me
don't know.
thinking.
We'll come up with something eventually.
Okay. I thought you had something.
No. We'll just put it on the back burner for now.
Don't do the flat Earth on me. Don't do the flat Earth on me.
No. I'll do something. We'll do something else. Probably something political.
Okay. That was clean, Jimmy. I lost. I was. I can't say it.
I don't know why this thing won't be a little louder. It's like I
was not correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's okay. It's all right. So
it was hard to believe, Jimmy. It was hard to believe because the hate that RFK received, he stepped in it. His own family rejected him. He's a man without a family right now. It's almost like the Kennedys disfellowshipped him.
Yeah, I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I know you said it was hard to believe. I said, well, how many things have I said lately that's hard to believe?
Yeah.
But it keeps coming true. I don't know what the deal is. Okay, so
talk to us.
Let me understand where you guys are coming from first, because I know where Ruby's coming from, or I feel like I know where she's coming from. You guys are talking about the weaponization of language and using fact checking as an example of that. Is that correct?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. So when we do research for things that we don't know about, you're not referring to that as fact checking, correct?
Oh, no. Heavens, no.
Okay.
We're talking about normal fact checking sites.
Okay. All right, so I was just making sure, because I think from the angle Ruby was coming from, she was using the word fact checking when I think she meant, well, how do we research and how do we find out the truth about this? Now, granted, there are some things, if you do have common sense, you can figure things out. But a lot of people actually need to go and do research to combat the fact checkers.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And yeah, we're not saying
most mortals do, but since we're not, we're able to break off the lies in real time, using our experience guided by our intelligence guided by experience in life.
Yeah.
We don't need to employ fact checking sites.
And our experience shows that what does the Bible teach book and others like that, they're the fact checkers, and they put themselves high and they put you low. And they're not the only ones. And you have to be careful with these people because they've fallen victim to the trap.
Oh, I totally agree with that. And, here's the thing. Fact checkers never existed until the truth started getting out back in 2020.
That's right.
That's what we're talking about.
And so these fact checkers, yes, they are employed by, let's just say, for lack of better words, the propaganda arm of the deep state. And they're getting paid by them to do their bidding, basically to lie to everybody. Yeah, we all know that.
The spirit operates the world. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's just more fake news.
Yeah. And you know what? The reason we said it is because we were on with Teddy, and we were talking to him about life experiences that we have encountered. And he goes, I got to fact check that. And we felt so, I'm not offended, but we saw the age difference. So we're old men, and we're being told by a 20 or 30-year-old kid, I'm going to fact check that. When we lived it, we saw it with our own eyes.
Right.
Where we would never tell that to our elders. So our elders who fought in World War II, and we listened to them, we'd never said, we're going to fact check you. we listen to their stories, whether they were right or wrong, but we listen to the elders.
Right. I get the angle you guys are coming from. I totally get it.
Yeah, and whereas Teddy and others should be taking notes, because when Gigi and Jessie are on the show, this is a perfect opportunity for those of you listening to take notes and go fact check us. Yeah, and but yeah, this is what we should.
And another thing is, who's fact checking the fact checkers?
That's the thing.
Well, yeah, I mean that's been a popular meme on Facebook, and here's the thing: when you consistently put out truth and irritate the fact checkers, they get rid of you.
Speaking of that, did you see, Jimmy, the very beginning of the show when I did that clip of Katie and the Patrick Bet David podcast? It was in the very beginning.
I missed the beginning.
And look, this is a fact checker thinking he's the shit because he goes on Google.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, and this is a perfect example of who's checking the fact checkers.
And she's a comedian, but she does.
Kudos to you because you're a brilliant talker. You know what you're saying. You're a shock jock, like you're a Howard Stern-esque type person. And some of the things you say are hyperbolic. Some of the things you say are true. Not everything is everything for you. I'm wondering for you, what percentage are you saying just to, as a comedian, to be hyperbolic and just to kind of throw stuff out there, and what stuff is actually factual and true? So for instance, I have a phone in my hand. This is a phone, and you can Google things with a phone. So Volodymyr Zelensky, a couple quick points.
So bad at listening, and then when you stop talking, you say go ahead for just a moment in time. You can Google anything. Why don't you Google my name and see what it says on Wikipedia, because you'll find out that I'm both a monster, that I'm bankrupted, that I have no background or backbone. You'll find out that I've bedded everybody in the UK. Many of those things won't actually be true. So just because you Googled something, that doesn't really make you Elon Musk, darling, does it? It just means maybe you can use one or two of your hands, probably at one side of your hand more than the other. It's had more practice. You then talk about Zelensky's height.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that when I first started going down the road of putting information out, this is one of the first subjects that I tackled and tried to get people to understand is just because you can Google something doesn't mean it's true. And I think me and John actually did a show about this, about the propaganda of the mainstream media, and basically proving that when Donald Trump said fake news, he wasn't lying. I mean, you don't have to like the guy to say that he was exactly right, calling fake news for what it is. And so I tried to get folks to use different search engines. I mean, DuckDuckGo is okay, but they're kind of going the same way Google did. Yeah. But the internet browser I use that I have found more reliable right now is the Brave search engine.
Oh, I love Brave.
Yeah. And so and I think, Jesse, you touched on this about, like with ivermectin and HCQ, Trump mentioned that in a press conference back in like the end of March or 1st of April of 2020. And then once he said that, it hit the alternative media. And that's where most people started hearing about the positive effects of those two drugs. Because a lot of people just didn't want to listen to Trump.
Exactly. Because of Trump derangement syndrome or whatever.
Well, yeah, of course. And the way the fake news has built that narrative for people to believe in. And I tried to get folks to understand that you really have to be careful where you get your information from. And so one of the sources that I use, one thing that I did, and well, let me back up for a second. What you have to look at when you're looking at these fake news organizations, these fact checkers and everything like that, look who owns the site. Find out what's that person's background. Who are they affiliated to?
Who's funding them?
I was getting ready to say that. Who's funding them? And yeah, the show that me and John did, we talked about that. How a lot of these mainstream media organizations and these fact checkers, you got to find out who's funding them. And then that will tell you a lot.
Exactly.
And so, where was that one thing I was going to say? I said I'll come back to it. Shit, I forgot.
Now, that's interesting. You talk about who owns the website. And this is the beautiful thing about Jimmy Bell and I. Jimmy Bell is way over here and I'm way over there. We talk about, but really we're seeing it just from different angles. But it's that's why it's so beautiful. Because when Jesus was talking, what did he would say? Go. He would tell people to go. And a lot of these video websites and channels, subscribe. They want you to come back. Like when I tell people all the time, when Jesus finished the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 7, he didn't say, I'll see you guys here next Sunday. He never said that.
Right.
So the best, what I have personally found is when, like I always say on my channel, don't subscribe, give me a thumbs down, and just like, do the opposite. But here's the thing. When somebody doesn't need you, like when a man doesn't need a woman and a woman doesn't need a man, that's a good marriage. They don't need each other, but they choose to be together.
Oh, yeah, I get that.
And so what I'm trying to say is that just be careful sometimes when people just give you information and they're like, Jesus, go shine your light. Go, leave.
I remember what I was going to say a second ago, and maybe folks can try to employ this or use this while they're looking up stuff. Back in March of 2020, I found a source that I really liked. I watched a couple of his videos and everything, and I was like, wow, this guy's spot on. But what I did is I went back in time to his videos. I went back to 2014, 2015, 2016, and I wanted to see what he was saying back then.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then when I listened to probably 30 of his videos from back in the day, everything that he said happened. And so I was like, whoa, maybe I really need to give this guy a fair shake. And I've been using this source ever since then. And so that's why, when I put stuff out, that's how I knew about RFK. Because I already knew it was going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great point.
And so, you could go back. Well, you can't go back and look at it now. But I had told people, if you go back into my Facebook history now on my Twitter profile, I'll put stuff out and then people will call me crazy. They'll think I'm insane. But then like a year later, it happens. Or 6 months later, it happens.
Hey, Jimmy, let's talk about common sense and fact checking.
And the comment that King of Dots did. I'm gonna go make coffee. Jesse, King of Dots hit a home run here. Go ahead.
Wait, I'll do that right now, but I just want to talk about RFK. How I lost that bet. I didn't mind losing that bet. I didn't mind, but it was great because I wished it was true. But my instinct and my common sense and my history that I have studied all my life, I knew that it was such a bitter pill for RFK. I didn't think he could do it because I knew his sisters were against it. I knew his brothers were. Everybody in the Kennedy clan was against it. And I knew I think his wife and his children are against it. So it was such a bold move. I don't think people understand how bold of a move. I mean, James Carville and some of the late night pundits, they hate Robert Kennedy for what he did. To the Democrats, what he did is what Judas Iscariot did.
Well, see, I'll let me give you my take on this situation. Robert Kennedy has been a Democrat his whole life.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to be a Democrat.
Correct.
The Democratic Party left him.
Like Ronald Reagan did.
The Democratic Party went so far left that Robert Kennedy was like, yeah, I can't do this. And so that's what he's done. And this is also what he's done. He's taken his name off the ballot in swing states, which will technically probably give Trump a 2 to 3% bump in the polls. Mm-hmm. He was Robert Kennedy was polling at 5% in those states, but just to give it fair, be conservative, let's say Trump gets 2 to 3%. Well, that's going to win those swing states right there. The other thing he did is Bobby Kennedy left his name on other states that are not swing states. Do you know why he did that?
They bleed in reverse.
What's that?
They bleed in reverse. They bleed votes in the reverse.
Yeah.
They bleed votes from the left.
And then that way it would actually give Trump the popular vote because he left his name on in those days. What Robert Kennedy did was a boss move and a big FU to the Democratic Party. That's what he did.
Yeah. I saw it in Bill Maher and James Carville. They were talking about it. And if you're a political pundit all your life, you know that they are angry. They are in a complete state of shock. The left is today.
Oh, yeah. Well, but now let's look at it from another angle. Robert Kennedy's been a Democrat all his life. Okay. You got Trump, who, I'm sorry, I just think he's center. I don't think he doesn't like the Republican Party. There's some things that he's very socially liberal on. That's pretty decent.
We call it non-ideological. Trump
there you go. But what's it going to take to get this country back on track? Unity. And it doesn't mean, and this is what I tried to tell XJW community, I want unity in the XJW community so we can fight Watchtower. That doesn't mean we're going to agree on every daggone thing. And so when it comes to Trump and RFK, they don't agree on everything. But what they've done is they have figured out what they both believe in, and they're going to fight for those things.
They believe in three things, and they've enumerated them, and that's why people are excited, because Kennedy said, I believe in these three things, and he prayed about it, and he says, I have only one chance to get these three things done before I die.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. And Donald Trump says, okay, if you do that in 2 years, not 4, that'll be my legacy. They both agreed on it.
If you go back to the founding of our nation, there was one non-ideologue also, and he was just a straight man. And the other men were ideologue. Thomas Jefferson was an ideologue. Thomas Paine, people think he was a socialist by today's standards. I've heard commentary on that, and I've seen books on that. Hamilton, ideologue. Yet they worked within the confine of constructing the Constitution, but they needed a leader who wasn't an ideologue. And it was the natural selection of George Washington.
Right.
He was a doer. A getter done, a builder. Well, he was a general. He was a soldier and a farmer.
He was the commander in chief.
Exactly. But he was not an ideologue. He loved his country and his countrymen.
Yes.
But he wasn't left or right.
So the example that Trump and RFK just did shows people that even though you can disagree on some things, you can come together united for the sake of the freaking country.
That's the point.
And these folks, I'm just going to say it because we know that's how I am. These folks that are all for Kamala, you are literally wanting communism for yourself.
Okay.
And everybody else.
Now, this is what I think. If we can go down every kitchen table in the United States and their Democrat family member, if we could pick off one, it would be a landslide like never. If we could pick off one Bobby Kennedy in every house. Because a lot of Democrats are not going to be able to vote for communism. They're not going to be able to do it. So we're going to have to find a pragmatic family in every kitchen table, in every high school, in every cafeteria, in every college. We have to find somebody who's pragmatic, who can work, like Bobby Kennedy. And he's going to have to be the shining example. Here is a man who defines the face of the Democratic Party. He is the living definition of a Democrat. And he couldn't do it no more.
Right.
So, Jesse, it's like in the city that you live in, because we're all the same, your roads are completely messed up and the bridge is broken. And so we're telling our Democrat brothers and sisters, be a Democrat, fine. But you have two choices. We can give Donald Trump the money to fix the roads and the bridge, or we can give Kamala Harris the money. I mean, what do you
give to China?
want? And so Robert Kennedy said, I got 3 things that I need to do. I got 3 roads and bridges that I need to fix. I need to fix, he said, the Ukraine war needs to end. The the poison in our food.
Yes.
And the third one was, I forget what it was, but he mentioned those three things. And so he said, I'm just going to get this done. And Donald Trump is going to give Robert Kennedy the keys, and he's going to say, here's the money, fix those 3 roads, fix those 3 bridges. That's all we're saying. That's all we're saying.
And this goes back to the main subject that you guys were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
People, unfortunately, have been brainwashed and indoctrinated by the mainstream media, by the fact checkers, and they're not going to wake up until something hits them personally.
Yeah. Jesse, please address King of Dots. Fact checkers nitpick, but never say where they get their facts from, like polling. Who is being polled where? Homeless camps?
Oh, yeah, he's absolutely right. The polling. I'm going to tell y'all right now, don't believe the polls. Do not believe the polls that they put out.
I'll tell you what to believe in. Ready? Believe in the hair in your skin. Believe in your gut. God gave you gut. He gave you hairs on your skin, the sweat in your back. Believe in that.
So, yeah, it's just, so.
You can do this, yeah. And that's what Jesse and I are saying. Freedom is when we empower you. We don't tell you what to believe. We trust you. Jesus didn't tell you. He trusted that you had the ability to do this.
Hey, Gilbert, listen. We have a perfect example of the fact checking that we're talking about.
Go ahead, because I'm going to the next subject.
On the web, on the live chat, there's this guy named Aesop, and he came in hard against Donald Trump. And so I've been hitting him hard that he's my mother-in-law, that he's my ex, and that he's a white liberal. I started calling him names. And then he goes, look at what you guys are calling me. He can never turn the mirror on himself. And that's the problem with our Democrat brothers. Mm-hmm. He could go attack Robert Kennedy. He can attack Donald Trump. But he doesn't have the moral courage to look at himself. Then somebody turns the mirror and shows him, and he starts crying and playing the victim. Mm-hmm. He's a victim. And that's the essence of the liberal, the white liberal. Mm-hmm. They attack everybody. They abort everybody. They inject everybody. They vaccinate everybody. But when we say, don't tread on me, then they go, oh, you're yelling at me. They become the victims.
And isn't that what Jehovah's Witnesses do when you try to tell them the truth about Watchtower?
They call the cops on you. Gilbert used to go knocking on their door, and they call the cops and the FBI on him. Yeah, they're the victims. Yeah, you're right.
I don't like the subject, but and I don't want it to get hijacked either, because I did promise people that we were going to talk about this subject, which is a lot better and has juicy men go their own way.
I like the red pill.
What his father never knew, what his mother kept from him. Your mom and dad, they didn't. Yeah, your mom and dad, man, they didn't give you the red pill. And in order for us to actually talk about this and why we're doing this in a proper way, I think we need the help of Smokey Robinson.
Called me to her side. She said, son, you're growing up now. Pretty soon you'll take a bride. And then she said, just because you become a young man now, there's still some things that you don't understand now. Before you ask some girl for a hand now, keep your freedom for as long as you can now. My mama told me, you better shop around.
Yeah, Mama said shop around. There's a problem happening with women everywhere, even on the news show with Rick Farron. I mean, I had a woman who was just yelling, like wanted to crucify me like Jesus, but really she has a secret crush on me. And what happens is there's a lot of vicious women. And before you women start crying and complaining, it's okay if we were saying these things about men. You'd be like, oh yeah, I'm getting the popcorn. I love bashing men. We're gonna bash women now. And because it cuts both ways. There's a group of people that just say, you know what? Men are saying, I can't put up with this craziness. You girls went to college and all, you think you're the, or whatever. You got a job at the bank or a job somewhere and they named you whatever, and it's gone to your head or whatever. And men are saying, you know what? I can't deal with you. Patrick Bet David on that video that I showed you earlier, he talks about how and culture. You know, they take you to the high. You date a girl, and for 6 months, it's the greatest sex, greatest relationship, and then something happens, and you fall, 30,000 feet into the ground, and you go and you go all the way past the Earth's crust into the mantle, because she takes you to hell. And so men are seeing this and they're saying, I'm going my own way. I don't want to marry you, because there's something happening in 2024 in the world that we're living in where people are angry. A lot of women are angry. And this guy right here is very angry. He has Trump derangement syndrome. So men go their own way. What do you think about that, Jimmy?
Well, wow, you just really want to open up a can of worms tonight, don't you?
I'm ready.
All right, so let me look at this the way I think you're referring to. It all started with the feminist movement. Mm-hmm. And for you folks in the chat watching the video, go find out who started the feminist movement. Here's the hint. It was 2 white dudes.
Oh, okay.
Go look it up. Mm-hmm. This was a play by the deep state to separate destroy the nuclear family. This was a play to say, oh, women should they should be able to go to work too. Well, let's look at the bigger picture. The deep state was making money, the tax money, off the guys that were working. So how do they increase their profits? They have the women go to work too.
Oh, yeah.
And then you give up your kids to the daycare or whatever. And now the mother is not raising her kids the way she did 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. So that is causing the nuclear family not to be able to develop in a healthy way like it should. Now, as time has gone on, they have still been pushing this whole thing. And, oh, I'm a girl boss. I don't need a man to tell me what to do. Okay, well, that's fine and well. But, they're falling for that propaganda that's been put out there. And I don't mean this to, offend anyone or anything, but that's just the way it is. I mean, if you're a woman and you want to be single and you're successful and you don't want to have kids, hats off to you. That's your choice. That's okay. But don't push that agenda on other women because maybe they don't want to do that. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Jesse, you want to take a crack at it?
No, yeah, I agree. Also, I want to add that the Marxist angle on it too. Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, they talked about the destruction of the family. And
yes.
Jimmy talked a little bit about it. And it was very important for communism, worldwide communism, because they had to remake the man. And it mirrors Watchtower theology about putting on the new personality. Remember that we were taught when we were Jehovah's Witnesses? Well, under communism and Marxism and Leninism, you were taught that there had to be a new man. There was a new man. And so all the vestiges of the old. Remember in that movie that we always talk about in the Soviet Union, Gilbert, during the Bolshevik Revolution? That movie that it won a lot of Oscars. It was in the snow, and you watched it many years ago.
Dr. Zhivago.
Dr. Zhivago. But if you watch that and they talk about the new man, all the vestiges of the old had to be. That's why if you notice in the Soviet Union, the Bolsheviks, they introduced women in the front lines during World War II because they left World War I. But during World War II, the Germans had a field day with the Soviet female soldiers. They're the ones who instituted abortion on demand and a woman taking her place. So they were the leaders in that. But it was about destroying the family because they know that they could destroy religion. They could destroy families as founded. They were trying to establish a new utopia on earth. and it's influenced America. A lot of these people have Marxist professors, and that ideology of destroying the family is alive and well in the left in the United States.
100%.
I think what's his name? That great American thinker. He called America the left's last utopia, because they've experimented all over the planet. It doesn't work. We're the last ones left. We're the last man standing. So they want to destroy our families.
Yeah. And then it goes back to another agenda, is the depopulation agenda. You know, if you've got women not wanting to have kids, well, guess what? Our birth rate drops, and it really affects I think right now there's a replacement rate. There's supposed to be a number for the replacement rate, for the number of people that die versus the number of people that are born during the year. And right now the United States is on a downward trend, that if we don't start having American babies, then 30, 40, 50 years from now, we would be the Americans would be a minority.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I got to tell you the story.
Go ahead.
A good friend of mine here in Yuma, we were having breakfast this morning, and his son went to school in San Jose, California, and they're talking, and he has a girlfriend who just came over from Colombia, and he's 19, and she's 18.
Okay, go ahead.
He goes, I want to have a lot of babies. And here's the dirty little secret. Americans aren't having babies.
Exactly.
But all the illegal aliens that are coming over, they're having tons of babies.
I will tell you right now, my wife works at our county health department in the STD clinic, and they're right next door to the maternity clinic. And right now, she will tell you that 80% of the people that are coming in there for free health care, contraceptives, get tested on things, family planning, if they want to, 80% of the clientele right now are illegal immigrants, because they know they can come in here, get stuff for free. And my wife's just telling me she just had a 42-year-old lady, Hispanic lady, that just crossed the border not too long ago. And the lady told my wife through the interpreter that I want to have more kids at 41 years old.
Oh, she's Mexican. Yeah. That's a prime age. Uterus is working great at 40. Yeah. In Mexico, that's what they tell you.
And so I hear about that every day.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, baby, I said, what's the percentage of, just Americans, black Americans, white Americans? And she's like, right now, she said, it's not as many as it used to be.
Well, see, that's why men are going their own way, because even at 40 years of age, a man says, wow, I got a 40-year-old Mexican woman or from Venezuela, Brazil, and she wants to have babies. He's like, yeah. But he dates a young woman in her 30s, and she's like mad as hell. And case in point, I was on a date the other day, and I want to show you how the date went. Yeah.
Nice day, huh?
Yeah.
That's me.
Jeez, you okay?
I'm sorry. I have Tourette's syndrome, and it causes me to have these uncontrollable outbursts.
It's not so bad.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you get used to it. Ball sweat! Anus! Anus! No, there are some places I can't go. Nipple biter!
What are you talking about? Barely notice it.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's me, man. That's me.
Well,
I could barely notice it,
Well, the other propaganda that's been put out there is that, masculinity, for now, it's toxic. You can't, in today's world, if you were to be a real man and stand up for yourself or whatever, you're just being a toxic male. Okay. How has society flourished for thousands of years? Men being men. And what they've done, these controllers, they've wanted to demasculate the men. And why do you think when I see, 20, 25, 30-year-old kids, guys, whatever. A lot of them, they're soy boys. They're worthless pieces of crap. And I can speak to that because, well, my son-in-laws ain't going to see this video, but I've got one son-in-law who's 32 years old, and he thinks that the world should give him everything he needs. He doesn't work, and he's got a job. He finally got a job now, but he can't keep a job no longer than 6 months. And he's got 4 kids, but he relies on the food stamps that they get and relies on some other things that they're getting from the government to help take care of their bills. And if anything goes wrong, he just goes ask his grandma for money. At 30 something years old, that's bull crap. And then I got another one who thinks working 4 hours a night is all he needs to do. And he doesn't need to help around the house. He doesn't need to help with dishes or keep the house clean. So his wife, who does work a 40-hour job, she comes home, crap's not done. Of course, she's going to be angry because the man's not stepping up and doing his job. So we can't blame it all on the women, but because there's a lot of guys out there that, for lack of better words, are pussies.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But today we're talking on the women, and because it works both ways. And this is before you women get all upset, this is why I do what I do, because the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses is derelict of duty. And this stuff should be talked about in the church. And mom and dad should be talking to their daughters. Hey, if you adopt this attitude that's prevalent in the world, and you're a know-it-all, you're not gonna find. It doesn't lead you to happiness, and that's what happens. I've noticed a lot. And you and I have talked about this, Jimmy, before, where that one of the things that you learned about the truth, and your friend John, was being a know-it-all. You have to drop that.
Oh yeah.
And this is one of the reasons why men go their own way, because when I was going out with the girl with the Tourette syndrome, she was an authority on every god dang subject known to mankind. And so I was like, I felt like I got to do my research. I mean, what the hell possesses such and I felt sorry for her, because she had the Jehovah's Witness mindset and she wasn't a Jehovah's Witness.
Right.
But it's that desire to know everything and be an authority on every subject.
I'll give you an example real quick of my brother. My youngest brother, he's single. He's 37. When was he born? 86. Oh no, he's going to be 30. Yeah, he's 38. He'll be 38 this year. He's single. My brother is a great guy, and he's an introvert. He's been damaged by Watchtower. He's had some emotional stuff to deal with that, but he's looking, for somebody. And I hope one day he can find somebody. But he says, Jimmy, he says, out there right now, he says, you got these women that are just fake. He said, they're fake. They don't know what they want in life. They're, what's the other word he used? Trifling. These are all words that and he's been on the dating sites and the dating apps and trying to meet somebody, but he's like, it's ridiculous. He can't find anybody because they don't meet his standards that he's looking for.
Well, this is why I'm GG for GB. And what happens is some women are driving men away because of this. They're not looking for a man. They're looking for an accessory like a Louis Vuitton purse. So you're just a Louis Vuitton purse.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, it's. I got one of those. What's that? A husband? I got one of those. I got a Louis Vuitton purse.
I've heard that before.
You're an accessory. And when
before anybody gets upset, that's been used both ways, because what's a trophy wife?
Yeah.
Bingo. But a spade has to be called a spade, and you women need to hear it, and we men are smart enough to know. Except for you fact checkers. You fact checkers maybe need to be told. But yeah, we men know that everything that we're saying, like he said, the trophy wife is back at us.
Let me ask you something, because we're talking a great subject. I love this subject because I'm so fascinated. I've been married to my wife for 36 years, and we met when we were like 12 years old in our main highway, by Yuma High. And so we've been together way over 40 years. And the song that Paul Anka sang, I love you, I will love you forever. And all the pictures of my mom and dad, Gilbert, all the pictures when my dad died, they were always at dances. So we grew up in a very romantic culture, in Spanish culture, Mexican culture, where we had dances. Even as Jehovah's Witnesses, there was dances every weekend. And I don't know if there's something in the water, in the air. We talked about the politics of it, but the passion between a man and a woman, what we saw in our early life, was so great. No force could stop a man and a woman from being together. The love was so great. And we've seen our society devolve. For example, that video you showed with that woman yelling, I remember the first time me and my wife went to the drive-in. I took a wife and I had to take her brother and my brother. Oh, you went with me too, Gilbert. And my wife didn't say a single word. And my wife is super intelligent. She runs my business. We have grandbabies. And then she has another daughter somewhere else. And my wife does so much. She's like 100 times more intelligent than me. Probably not, because she's married to me, so she might be dumber than me. But anyways, because she stayed with me. But anyways, I hold her to be very smart. And if I were to lose that and I would go into the dating scene today, I don't think we could ever find that. Something happened in our atmosphere or in our air where love between a woman, like Percy Sledge said, when a man loves a woman, that spirit, I don't see it in the, does it exist anymore?
Ruby talks about it, how it's a hookup culture today. Dating a current doesn't exist anymore. And the Jews use a phrase, the rabbis and the Jews. It's called, and this is why they're successful in a lot of things that they do. The Jews are taught from an early age about delayed gratification. And delayed gratification in sex and money and everything. Delayed gratification is what makes them very successful. And so that and sex is just one aspect of delayed gratification. So it's a mindset, it's a culture that
it's definitely a culture thing, because you can look at what these people have done. They've made 16 and Pregnant a TV show and popularized it. They've made The Bachelorette and The Bachelor and all that stuff, and people watch these things and like, oh, I wish I had some. Like Ruby said, it is a hookup culture. It's not, and that's what my brother was saying. He's like, it's not real. He said, my brother wants something real. My brother wants what Jesse and I have. Something, and go along the comment you made a second ago, Gilbert, about a man doesn't need a woman and a woman doesn't need a man, but they choose to be together. Something, is that how you said that?
Yeah.
That's me and my wife. I mean, my wife, I look at her as an independent woman. She's strong. She's smart. She's hot. And she's got the kindest heart. She will give you her last dollar. She's all about family. But you know why my wife's angry? Because unfortunately she has to work. She would rather be home all day, gardening, taking care of our animals, taking care of grandbabies. That's what my wife wants to do.
That's beautiful, Jimmy.
Now, Jesse, we beat it. We beat this horse to death. Beat the horse, right? Men go their own way. I think I said everything I need to say. Did you guys want to say anything else? I have something else I was going to bring up.
One more thing. Okay. The dating, we all know what's going on. But is there something in the environment, is what I'm saying. I guess the essence, I don't want to get sexual, but let's get sexual. The sexual impulses, you talked about it, delayed gratification, but are men becoming more women-like where they're not pursuing women? Could that be a little bit too? Is there something in our water where men just don't love women no more? Because think about it, when we were in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, a guy had to have a woman. It had to. Nature has to keep. You're seeing guys that are 20, 30 years old living in their mom's basement and they don't have a girl. That didn't exist in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s.
No, it didn't.
Now, to answer that question, Jesse, there are men who can be without sex, without women, and they suffer, but they're usually known as Jedi Knights and governing body members like myself, not like Mark Sanderson. But here's the thing. They're a very small percentage, and the Bible's very clear on this.
Palm warriors.
Very few men were chosen to live this lifestyle. Jesus, Paul, Sam. Remember, Samson battled with this. So you're right. You're onto something. Can it happen? Yes. But there's only one Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? There's only one Yoda in a multitude of millions of them. It's what you're describing it's a rare phenomenon. And, and I'm
Gilbert, but think about it. Think about it. We got to see a snapshot from our fathers, like the song says, I will love you forever, or when a man loves a woman. And then think of Shakespeare when he was talking about Romeo and Juliet. They were like 15 years old. So all the generations before us, all the men had to have their women, and a women had to have a man. But we're living in an era now where I don't know if it's biological, environmental, where men and women, you could see them separate. We don't need each other no more. So
I think it has something to do with too the normalization of it's okay for. Well, hold on, let me back up. Let me rephrase this. Kids are being introduced to sex way too young. Things on TV, things in the music. They're being exposed to it way too early in life before they're actually mentally old enough to grasp what's going on. And maybe some people just got tired of it. Just, I don't know, just decided not to pursue it.
Yeah, like for instance, look at Jimmy. You said about your wife all the great things you said about her. I feel the same way about my wife. And the song says, "I don't want to live if living is without you." I know it's a corny song.
It's true.
To a lot of us men, we don't want to live if living is without our wives. So we have experienced something. So when people say, "And men go their own way," or "Women are this and men are that," we don't live in your world. We don't live in that world. We know women are beautiful, and our women know that men are beautiful. Yeah.
So were there any good comments to go back and look at, Gilbert?
On that one, I don't know.
There was one where a girl said that men stepping up to the plate made women the way they are. Men not stepping up.
I agree with that. Totally agree. I said that.
Yes, I agree with that. That was a very powerful. It was dehydrated nurse, and we understand that point. Yes, because nothing good happens when good men do nothing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now we're gonna answer. I'm gonna do this third subject because I want to. I'd rather do it here than do a video on it. But so what? And believe me, I'm not. This is not a criticism of anybody for your beliefs, but in the 6 screens a couple weeks ago, there was that leaked video of Brother Johnson, a black brother Johnson, who has a problem watching porn. Black brother Johnson. So, the internet on Jehovah's Witnesses took off. What I'm trying to say is this: was it really a leaked video? What is a real leaked video and what is not? And why is it that Watchtower? This is my theory. That Watchtower leaks videos because they do it to select people because they have an agenda. And I'm going to explain it to you. Look at this. It says you are now entering in to the world of the Watchtower. And what does that mean? That every time you come on 6 screens or anybody else's videos, you say, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness anymore. Bull. You've entered into their world. And Watchtower knows this, and they're a vindictive organization. Watchtower hates you when you left Watchtower. They're still going after you. So my theory, and not to bash anybody, but why does Watchtower leak information that is never going to go to a district attorney? But they leak information about sex and other things, but they leak it to people who always will take you away from Jesus Christ, to atheists. Or like when, and I'm going to say it, Mike and Kim, he says Jesus isn't a misogynist. Okay, you're entitled to that opinion. But see, what I'm saying is that in the Watchtower says, if we give these leaks to these people, we're going to hurt them when they leave us.
I'll tell. Oh man, I can answer this.
So Watchtower does not leak this information to Witnesses for Jesus. They don't leak it to all of these other people. And the guy that's going to come tomorrow, Jay Hess, he never gets these leaks.
Jimmy, me and Gilbert had a big fight over
that. They're not going to leak. Watchtower is not going to leak anything to Jimmy Bell, because Jimmy Bell is going to take you to America, the Constitution. So all I'm saying is, do it again. Whenever you watch a Jehovah's Witness video, you are entering into their world, and just be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Gilbert, let me just tell Jimmy a little bit about this. This is a conspiracy theory that Gilbert has, a conspiracy theory, because me and him got in a vicious fight over this subject. He thinks that Watchtower is leaking to a lot of our leftist brothers that hate Jesus, because the leaking information is not going to pro-Christian brothers. And so I told Gilbert, you're way off on this one. You're way out on it.
Well, get your popcorn and light up a cigarette, because it's Jimmy's turn.
Hold on a second before I light the cigarette.
He's itching. He's like in that scene in Seinfeld.
He thinks that Watchtower is leaking to a selected few in the apostate community.
On purpose.
On purpose.
And I'm not saying they're not other good people. Like the one on the porn video, the guy's bisexual. Now,
okay, so let me ask you this.
But you see, Watchtower is vindictive even after you leave, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So I'm gonna go somewhere with this. So just come on the journey with me. When the government wants to leak something, who do they give that information to?
CNN.
Friendly media.
And why do they give it to the friendly media?
They'll give it their spin, the spin they want it.
Which is propaganda, right?
Propaganda, yes.
Okay. And that eventually harms the people, because now they're getting fake information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Okay. I have always said from the very first year I started doing activism in 2019 to be careful who you follow. And I was in the XJW community, and I said that. The reason I said that is because I do believe with 100% certainty that there are individuals in the XJW community that are not here for XJW's benefit. I'm telling you, 100%. Watchtower is an evil organization. They are a propaganda arm. So what do these people use? They use controlled opposition. There is controlled opposition in the XJW community. And I'm not going to name names tonight, but I could list off at least 7 of them that I know of.
Okay. Are they Christian or non-Christian people?
They're non-Christian people.
They're
or a combination of both.
Wow, the majority of them are non-Christian.
Yeah, because you let your yes be yes, your no be no. And listen,
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the people that I know, and yeah, they're mainly non-Christian.
Jesse, what do all of the people that leak information, all of the Watchtower leaks, have something in common with the Holy Scriptures inspired by the New World? And it's this right here.
Anonymous?
They're anonymous. Nobody knows who's part of this committee. It's an anonymous. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you can take Anonymous's word. It's like, okay, I'll listen to what you say. But even the devil wasn't anonymous. He showed him. Well, he was in Genesis 3, not in Matthew 4. But the point is whenever you hear anything that's juicy and it's anonymous, just take it with a grain of salt. Just like, okay, well, I'll think about it.
Gilbert, I've always told people, and I've always put it in posts, propaganda is flashy. It's exciting. People want to talk about it.
Sexy.
Exactly. So when this information from Watchtower, whatever, if they want to put something out there, to distract the XJW community. What does the government do when people are getting too close to the truth? They need to distract the public with a freaking false flag. It's the same playbook.
Yeah. You know what? I agree with it, because let's take, if we were in the apostate community, and I'm just wishful thinking, and I'm throwing this out there for argument. If we were all in one accord, for example, let's say the CSA, we all hit that, or 1914, which is mine. If we all hit 1914, we're like Rules for Radicals. Pick one subject and beat it like a dead horse. We could kill Watchtower on 1914, just on 1914.
Right.
So that was kind of happening, and they came out with all these distractions about the beard. You have to be living in a fantasy land to not know that that's a distraction.
Yeah, you don't think Watchtower watches these sites?
Yeah.
They watch everybody's channels. They have to know what they're up against. And so when they see a bunch of XJWs focusing on the false doctrine of 1914, or proving that 1975 was a thing done by Watchtower, when they start seeing that, they got to put something out there in the community to distract the community. And who do they use? They use their controlled opposition little pawns.
You see, I wasn't there yet. I'm not there yet, Jimmy. That's powerful to me, that because I'm so out of it. Wow, man.
Jesse,
I know.
I think from now on, when we get to a point like this, I'm just going to say RFK.
I know, $20. You don't want to believe that, but
I know, and I'll probably get some blowback. See, one thing that I noticed is when I first woke up from Watchtower, I watched over 1,000 different videos in 3 weeks that I found in the XJW community.
Correct.
And I used that information to figure out, Watchtower's full of crap. And I woke up. But what I started to realize, hold on, I just lost my train of thought. Damn it. I hate when that happens. I was spending a lot of time learning about Watchtower, right? Okay. But as I was waking up and figuring everything out, it was like I didn't need to be watching those videos anymore, because I was getting inundated with that brainwashing material that I just left. So when you sit and watch somebody, I'm going to just say it, do a rebuttal on a JW convention for 3 hours, guess what? You just attended that convention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a good point. Hey, Ruby's on, and Ruby... I
never thought like that. I never thought of that.
Ruby, did you want to talk about the previous video subject or this one? Or did you want to talk about our Jehovah's Witness sister? No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Hey, Ruby, I ain't seen you in a while.
How you doing? What did you want to talk
I'm
about,
still
Ruby?
recovering from that whole week of political stuff.
Ruby, I gotta send you my microphone.
Yeah, we have a pink microphone.
Oh, that is so cool.
But what do you want to talk about, Ruby? The previous subject about men go their own way, or this one here about every time we talk about Watchtower, you are entering in their world?
No, I want to get her take on what we said about women and men.
Okay.
We're not saying picking nobody's fault. Just why are men and women more separated now than we've ever been in our history? When we got here to the dance, our mothers and fathers had such great passion, and now there's divorce, breakup of family. You know what? A couple of years ago, me and my wife were at dinner, and we saw this beautiful couple. They were like 19 years old, and they were sitting across from us. They were both on their phone.
Mm-hmm.
If I would have been 19, I would have stole his girlfriend and walked out with my wife. Yeah. I mean, it's just a different world we live in.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's why I was in the comments and I said that the dating and the courting, that's dead. It doesn't exist anymore. It's only hookup culture and Tinder. And that's the only way you meet people if you're, if that's what you want to do. But if you really want to date somebody, it's so hard. It just doesn't exist. Like Jimmy was saying, they're fake as hell. They're sleeping around anyways. Who wants to date somebody who's already sleeping around? It's the culture. Society has fallen. That's why I talk about feminism has destroyed the idea, the reality that women need men.
Yep.
Not necessarily the other way around. That's why I kind of disagree with some of the comments you guys have made. But I will say women need men. If you didn't have a man, you starved. If you didn't have a man, you didn't have a place to live. You needed a man back in the day. The only difference is in modern times, we have technology, women can have jobs, women can vote, women have this girl boss power that they're independent and I can do it without a man. And that's false. That's a lie that the government has sold us, but I don't buy it.
Okay, Ruby, when I was a kid and we went to a dance, and me and Gilbert used to go to dances and stuff, and we would look at the girls, the attitude you had is you would snap your fingers and that woman needed you. And this is the way we were ingrained. We were like those roosters, you know, that you see in the yard. I have chickens. And the rooster walks around like all cocky. That's the way we were. I don't see that in men today. Like, I really thought that woman couldn't be without us.
Exactly. The men have bought it as well. Like Jimmy said, soy boys, incels, men who don't even go to the gym. I mean, men who have nothing going for themselves.
Well, the reason why, Jesse, a lot of men are like this.
Atrazine, there'll be no more frogs, but we're gay, so it's cool.
So some people think that that's what it is.
What the hell was that?
Are we being poisoned?
Yes. That's why I'm saying maybe Ruby can do it real quick. Go find out who started the feminist movement, and it was two guys. I can't remember their names, but two guys started the feminist movement, and they were deep state players.
Was it Rockefeller?
I can't remember their names, and I can't search on my phone because if I do anything, I'll end up disappearing.
And it's true because he says feminism is one of the larger problems because Jesus never said that. You know, he said the two shall become one. The two become one. And when you deviate from what has endured thousands of years, for thousands of years, people have said the two become one. And along come a group of people that say feminism. No, this is what I'm saying about weaponizing the language.
Yep.
How many times do we have to fall into the landmines?
Yeah, because you know this battle between the sexes. I never liked the battle of the sexes because I loved my mom so much, and she's been dead for about 12 years. And when my head hits the pillow, I'm dreaming of her, and sometimes I could smell her fragrance, her aroma. So I can't imagine life without a woman. I can't imagine life without women. And so I see this battle of the sexes or men, women. It doesn't exist. I don't want to live in that world. I don't live in that world.
Yeah.
They changed the meaning of the word, though, because a true feminist is somebody who's actually for women, not the feminist that you see over here, you know, saying, oh, I want abortion. I don't need a man. I don't want to get married. They're
the Olympics. Look at the Olympics. I think a true feminist would side with the men and say, hey, let's get the men out of women's sports. We love our women. And the woman who worked her whole life to swim should not be swimming against a male. I think that would be the definition of love.
And where are all the parades and the protests from the Me Too movement during something like this? They're non-existent. They're not out there.
Yeah.
So Danietta says, dehydrated nurse, now that I'm selling my late mother's house, ex-boyfriends are coming out of the woodworks. Hey, Danietta, can you give me your phone number?
Yeah, see, that's the other thing. That's what I was saying earlier about there's guys out there that want a free ride too.
Yeah.
And it pisses me off when I find somebody in that age group that guy-wise that doesn't step up and accept responsibility. It pisses me off.
So now that we have Ruby here, Ruby, what do you think about it's a conspiracy theory, and I don't want to knock on the other ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, but I really do believe that when Watchtower leaks information, it never leaks information that would go to a state attorney of any state for prosecution. It's always a sex video, masturbation video, and I have a suspicion that Watchtower leaks videos to people who are not going to take you to Jesus Christ or take you to the United States Constitution or take you to America. Because
see, Gilbert is getting Gilbert is more conspiratorial. Jimmy left the
Mm-hmm.
door open to deep state players, deep religion players, but Gilbert is going a step further.
Mm-hmm.
Gilbert is accusing Watchtower of leaking information to people who have an anti-Christian agenda. And that's
Mm-hmm.
where I side more with Jimmy. Yes, I believe that they could be controlled opposition. But Gilbert's saying, no, these guys hate Jesus so much, they're going to go after known atheists and give the leaks.
Well, Jesse, I actually agreed with Gilbert on that because I was thinking about the 7 people that I know that's controlled opposition, and 4 of them are atheists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, it's hard for me to believe. I understand it, but
RFK.
I'm like in Red Dawn. Remember in Red Dawn? Remember in Red Dawn where the Soviets planted a bug up the guy's butt, and that's how come they could always beep him?
Yeah.
But Charlie Sheen and the guys, they didn't want to believe that their brother, that one of their associates in arms, had a beeper, had a tracking device on him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that somebody in the apostate community would be controlled opposition.
Well, it's so simple, Jesse. Watchtower calls themselves in America the Christian Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
But why is it that Christians, alleged Christians inside Watchtower, never leak to Jay Hess, who's going to be on tomorrow? They don't leak to Witnesses for Jesus. And some do. I will give you that. Some do and have. So God bless those people because they had a crisis of conscience. But I'm just saying that a lot of the stuff that's coming out of Watchtower is not from Christian Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, like for instance, like let's say Tony Morris. Tony Morris would go to Lloyd Evans before he goes to Jay Hess.
But not Raymond France. Raymond France would go to Jay Hess.
Yeah, great point.
Oh, I was gonna ask you, but the majority of the XJWs that are on YouTube that have a big enough following are non-Christian. So do you think that it's just because the majority are just not Christian?
I think it's 50-50. I think just in YouTube where the non-Christian or agnostic better said, are a majority. But a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses go to different churches and you'll never hear from them again. They're like a silent. So I think it's 50-50. I think it's 50-50.
Right. That's why I talk about my Orthodox journey so much, because I don't see that many other people talking about whether or not they're Christian, whether they're not political. Like everybody just stays quiet on those issues when I'm so curious to know, how did you move on so that you can help newer XJWs become opinionated?
The problem is some of these XJWs, they don't move on. And that's the problem. They don't move on. It's like me. I don't watch XJW content anymore. Very seldom I watch it.
Me too. Yeah.
Because I'm so over it. I've moved on. I'm past that. So that begs the question for me. Okay. I said this before too. A lot of the good activists that I know, they've actually learned what they needed to learn, dealt with it, moved on with their life. Why do some stay in it for so long?
Well, you know what? Me and Gilbert talk about that because Gilbert, they lied to my mom and dad about 1975. They lied, and me and Gilbert think there's blood on the water, so we can't move on because they took us from our aunts and uncles. I have an aunt, a beautiful aunt. She's Catholic, lives down the street, and her daughter tells us, "Mijo, Jesse, they stole you from us for so long when we were at dinner together. Now we're all old. The hurt is eternal now, so we can't leave the activist world. They drew first blood, and I'm Sylvester Stallone. I'm always gonna talk about this because they separated us from our families."
Oh yeah, and also we're gonna give a shout out to like Joe and Fran. Joe and Fran, they haven't been in a long time, but They probably will. But way back when the Australian Royal Commission was out, I used to advertise. It's still on YouTube. My phone number, and it's called the Awake Hotline. And I got a phone call from a sister in Australia who's watching the Australian Royal Commission, and the lawyer elder that's speaking to the Australian Royal Commission is her book study conductor, and she was having a mental breakdown. Like, oh my God, the book study conductor is on national TV, lying through his teeth. And she goes, Gilbert, I had nobody to talk to. So people like Dan and Angela, Joe and Fran, and everybody else, the reason they stick around, Jimmy, is because they actually are like a lifeline to a lot of new people. And
I was getting ready to say, let me clarify that, what I said about people being in so long. There are legitimately and genuinely, like Jesse just said, some folks that have a vendetta against Watchtower and want to just destroy them. I get that. I'm there. I just do it in a different way. But however, I don't think some of the ones that have been around for a while have that same agenda that you guys do, and someone like Joe and Fran does.
Right. That's the biggest difference. When you see Lloyd Evans continuing to look at JW propaganda over and over and over for hours on end, and then is that productive? I would say no, because you're not moving on from Watchtower. You're just regurgitating the propaganda and you're just out of it now looking in. You need to move on from Lloyd Evans and then join the Joe and Frans and the Verns of YouTube and the us version of YouTube, who are just moving on and talking about other things and then continuing to move on.
Wow. Hey, you know what you two just said? I practice in my life.
Yeah.
But I never worded it the way you guys word it about the Lloyd Evans thing. I can't watch that stuff. I can't watch it. Like, if I watch those videos that he's talking about, I feel like I got to go take a shower. I can't see pictures.
It's horrible.
It's horrible.
See, this is one reason why me and John, we pretty much don't do a lot of XJW videos anymore. And the reason why is because we've said all we felt like we needed to say at the moment.
But you're typecast. You can never run away from it. You are a XJW. I mean, we see you, we associate you with the XJW community.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's where people learn me from, and that's fine. I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness, but I don't let that define who I am and what I speak about.
Exactly. Good point.
Yeah. So, and see, that's, again, I got to go religious on you. That's where the gold is at. That's where, when Jesus talked about it, he gave you a gold coin. What do? Well, you make a second gold coin out of it. You duplicate. And you duplicate by being a refuge for people leaving. So people like Rick Barron and Joe and Fran and all of the cats and Mike and Kim too, for that matter, they help people out leaving Watchtower. And what do? What I always tell people is go. I tell them to leave. Real quick. Guy calls me from Laredo, Texas. Laredo, lies to his wife, and a young kid lies to his wife and mom. They went to this Spanish convention. He is a singer, and he was playing the lead role in Jesus Christ Superstar.
Oh, wow.
His family goes to the convention. He performs. He goes on YouTube to get the highlights of the convention, but he runs into Lloyd Evans and he runs into me. And he goes, and so he votes for me. He gets the voting ballot. He votes for me. And he's scared that his wife's going to leave him. He's madly in love with his wife. But eventually they all left. And he goes, Gilbert, I can't do this anymore. I'm just going to run away and never look back. And I go, good. Just come back during Christmas and say hi. And see, that's the thing. This is why a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses need to be here, because we want you to leave. And then when you leave, we're a sounding board. But the great majority of you should leave and just go live your life. Because the real truth is that there's more ex-Jehovah's Witnesses than there are Jehovah's Witnesses.
Wow.
It's just they've left. They just left.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Just one last point to that, if I can add, is that most of us leave and we don't have an identity anymore. So we have to relearn how to build an identity, likes and dislikes, political opinions, religious opinions, anything. It could be anything, really. But we don't know how to do that. I didn't know how to do that. I was in limbo for like 6-7 years until I found out about the community, and then I started getting more active in the community because I had to watch other people talk about these things. And when you see other people talking about it, you're like, oh, I agree with this guy, I agree with that, or I disagree with this. And then that's how you form your own opinions. And then you can go ahead and bite off of everybody else, and then you become yourself. But you won't be able to do that if you don't watch other people. That's just human nature. We learn from each other. We learn from example. We learn from watching others. So we have to learn that. Even though we're adults, we have to learn how to do that. And so this is the best place to do it, not on channels that are continuing to do Watchtower BS convention stuff or any of that stuff. Exposure is good. That's the difference. Exposure activism is good. Talking about the news, talking about CSA issues, exposure is good, but not the literature, not the publications, not the propaganda. That's still garbage in your head. When you see other people moving on and they're young like me or they're old like you guys, that's how we can.
Damn, Ruby.
Thank you,
Ruby.
Ruby.
We have to learn from others, and that's why I appreciate you guys so much, because I'm so young, but I would never be in a room full of guys like you, your age, talking about this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So for me to learn, I learn from you.
Ruby, so you are mirroring us, because when we were little kids, we were talking to brothers who fought in the World War. We were talking to the brothers, the Mexican immigrants we're in the Spanish, who became United States citizens because they fought in Salerno, because they fought in North Africa, because they fought in Guadalcanal, and they became citizens. Then they found out they were Jehovah's Witnesses. They discovered the Jehovah's Witnesses. So when we were little kids, like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years old, we were sitting in the table drinking coffee with them. So this is the way we did it in the older generation. We sat with the older people, and they probably sat with people who fought in the wars that we read about in the history books.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
See, that's what I like about Ruby. She's young, and she's a young lady, but she's thirsting for knowledge and true information.
True.
And she seeks it out from all different types of folks.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
It's awesome.
Now, I was going to ask Ruby. Ruby, are you leaving right now, or you sticking around, or?
Whatever you want. What would you like?
Well, because you're from Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you run into a Kingdom Hall, or maybe I'm trying to find these sisters' phone number. So if you know these sisters,
Jesus,
we're putting an All Points bulletin out for these sisters.
Gilbert, I hate to tell you this. Yeah. I hate to tell you this, but they look Mexican American to me.
Yeah, I know. So I just putting it out there. She's from Florida.
What happened to your Chinese girlfriend?
Yeah, I know. That was Wednesday night.
that was Wednesday night.
Gilbert, go back to Dallas's comment. Go back to Dallas' comment. Look at. I think this is a very important subject. What Dallas did. Do you have it?
Let me
it
see.
Says, one of
Above
the best.
Debbie.
One of the best XJW videos and websites is Rick Farron. Every XJW needs to go on Rick's show.
Let me tell you something. Okay. When we were Jehovah's Witnesses, if you put on a good suit and you look like Gavin Newsom, there was a chance you were going to give a talk. If you were an eloquent speaker with the Holy Spirit, that didn't qualify you. So it was all a veneer with the Watchtower. But with Rick Farron, he gives a voice to everybody, Gilbert. And I think that powerful comment that Dallas did is so true. And he's a very modest man, Rick Farron.
Very much.
We're not eloquent men. We're not the most best groomed men. And yet Rick Farron gives us a voice. I think that, all XJW should come on there.
Yeah, even that caller today that was kind of rambling a little bit because it wasn't part of the show. It was the news. And Rick Farron says, no. You can keep rambling, but let's do it tomorrow at such and such time. Awesome. The chat section went crazy because
I think Rick Farron is what the governing body wishes they could be.
Yeah. No, seriously. Yeah. He's very magnanimous is the word that you were trying to search for. Magnanimous.
I stand corrected. Yeah. Yeah, look
Mm-hmm.
at guys like me and Jimmy. We shouldn't be nowhere near around a show. Just kidding. Placing bets on live video.
Is there
I
something
like that though.
So Ruby and Jimmy, we covered the first topic was the fact checker. The second topic was men go their own way, and the third one was
Conspiracy.
every time there's a Jehovah's Witness video, XJW, you enter into their sphere, the Watchtower sphere. So just be careful.
What the hell?
So Ruby never, when she does videos, never. You probably never thought that you're entering Watchtower's world, but technically you are, because you're talking about them. And so all I'm saying is just be careful, because you are returning into that world.
Yeah, but I'm talking about them in the sense of news, and that's
Yes,
why
that's different.
I stick
No,
to the
I'm saying
news.
be careful. I'm just saying be careful, be aware of it, because
Yeah.
Watchtower knows that when you're in their world, they want to hurt you. So you think that you can just do that and Watchtower is not going to hurt you. No, Watchtower is a vindictive organization. And the only way for you to really be 100% free of Watchtower is to run and never come back. But if you choose to come back and fight, you are entering into their terrain. And these people have hundreds of years of experience, is what I'm saying.
So who's going to take them down if it's not us?
Oh, we're taking them down.
Exactly. Like, I feel like it's a duty almost.
Yeah,
I
it
lost
is.
everything.
Yeah,
I took an oath to speak truth against the political stuff and against Watchtower. So when I say stuff about Watchtower, it's to give them a big FU, and I'm going to expose you for the criminal organization that you are.
Yeah. Right. And so what you guys, going back to biblically, and the Bible's very clear, you guys have your letters of recommendation. Because you do what you do, you can literally say, I've accomplished this. I've helped people obtain freedom.
Yeah. And when I get letters or when I get email, I don't know, hell, I got people that send me postcards all the time. But I get stuff in the mail from the XJW community, and I get messages all the time, and them thanking me for helping wake them up. And even on the political side, people that aren't XJWs have no idea what Watchtower is. They thank me for waking them up.
I've seen that in the comment section. Yeah,
I'm on a mission. That is my mission. There was a time, guys, where I was like, why am I doing what I'm doing? Why do I even care? But for me, I can't stop until I know in my soul that my mission is done.
Yeah. And so you see, you're absolutely right. And because of that, whether you know it or not, or you're aware of it, you've turned the coin that Jesus gave you, and you've duplicated it, quadruplicated it, and so forth. Now, those of you that are doing a great job, but very few have accomplished what the GG for GB has accomplished with a letter from Watchtower saying, "Dear Mr. Gonzalez," and I had it framed.
No, that's amazing.
And the reason I have this letter is because when Ruby, you're dead, and Jimmy, you're dead, Jesse, you guys are going to say, "Holy crap, the Catholics were right. There is a line," and you guys are waiting to see St. Peter. But like in Disneyland, I have a fast pass. I'm like, no, St. Peter. I got the letter from Watchtower, man. I ain't waiting in line.
Okay, well, I feel the exact same way, Gigi, because now that I've been going to this church, I literally lost everything because I stepped into a church. So I made it my mission as well to share what I'm learning. I don't have anything else to lose. I only have my life. And I plan to be here for a very long time. So I take it personal going to this church because I lost everything by just walking in to that church. So I'm going to learn everything that I need to learn. And I'm going to go 100 times harder than I would have because I lost everything for it. If they would have never made a big deal about it, I would have just been an inquirer, been polite and nice and learned things. But now I'm a radical Christian. I'm a Christian nationalist because I take it so seriously now because I lost everything, and that cannot be in vain. I'm not going to go every Sunday because I want to have fun or talk to people or have a community. I'm doing it because it was a life or death situation. I lost everything. So I will never take that in vain. And it's a duty. It's a moral duty to share everything.
Yep.
And that's how strongly and passionate I feel about it, because I lost everybody because of it.
No, absolutely.
That's right.
Hey, yeah, I agree.
Can I tell you something? Today I was listening to a right-wing. I turned it on. I think I was on the Alex Jones show or something. But there was a real out there. This guy scaring people that we're going to go into civil war. You better start preparing. And we've all heard that. And you got to hunker down and you got to do this and that. And I was thinking what Jimmy said, that he has a mission. And then I started exploring my mission. My mission is I help my sister-in-law. She's running for Republican congresswoman in the state of Arizona. She won. She held the Republican seat in our state, in a heavily Democratic, right on the border, third world country county. And yet we won. We won a Republican seat. And so we do that. And we do outreach to the Spanish community. We preach in Spanish. And I take care of my kids, my grandkids. I do everything. And so let's say we do break out in a civil war. I don't want to live my life in fear. I want to continue what I'm doing. And if I die, I die. I'm okay. I'm going to be with my mom and dad. But I'm not going to, in other words, to hunker down is like the evil slave that Jesus talked about, who gave him one talent. And he said, here's your one talent because I know you're an evil and I hid it in the ground. No.
Man, yeah.
Yeah. It's better to work your talent on the ground. Those are the people who are trying to save their lives, I think, are going to lose their lives. I think that's the irony of life. Everything that we think is going to go, life has a way of throwing us a curveball. You think you're going to get a fastball down the middle. You're not. You're going to get like a curveball, man. You're going to strike out. So the best thing to do is, like Jimmy says, I'm going to work my mission. And that's the way I was thinking today, too. I'm going to continue working my mission. It doesn't mean you don't prep out and you don't do, but you don't let that be the central focus of your life. It has to be helping everybody out.
Exactly. That's why I tell everybody, do not live in fear. No matter what you hear on the mainstream media, I think we've already established that we can say that 99.99% of the stuff they put out there is propaganda.
Correct.
And what have we learned about propaganda tonight? It's designed to control and hurt you. So when you hear stuff, don't live in fear. And you've got to go on. You got to take care of what you got to take care of in your life. And I'll just say this, and y'all can put this in the you can put this in the RFK file, Jesse, if you want to.
Okay. You got it.
From the research that I've done and things that I've listened to, there will be no civil war in the United States. There may be skirmishes that pop out in certain cities because of Antifa and some other protesters and some other things going on. And you may see military, you may see National Guard. But we are not going to be in a civil war in the United States of America.
Okay.
I don't want to touch that with no $20 bill, Jimmy. That's
Okay.
so scary. Yeah.
What
That's
about
so
a culture
scary.
war? Culture war.
Yeah, we're in
Well, we've
culture-
been fighting that for years.
years, yeah. Yeah. Look at what happened to our black community, the Black Brothers. They had the most beautiful culture in the history of mankind. The most beautiful singers, the most beautiful
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Destroyed.
the most eloquent speakers, Have you ever listened to Dr. Williams or Dr. Thomas Sowell?
I have Thomas Sowell, yes.
You won't find a better speaker and a more loving people than Dr. Walter Williams and Dr. Thomas Sowell. Beautiful man, and they're African American.
I'm going to tell you who I enjoyed listening to was Malcolm X.
Oh, wow. I was always afraid to listen to Malcolm X, Jimmy. I don't know why. Because I love Martin.
I was in the beginning.
Yeah.
But then once I woke up some more, got some more knowledge on some stuff, and I started listening to what he was saying, he's very interesting.
Yeah. I got to admit to you, I never have, because I've always been afraid to. Of whatever bias I had, I favored Martin Luther King more.
There's a lot of things that I was afraid to do, afraid to look at when I woke up from Watchtower and got in the political scene and stuff. there was a lot of stuff I was like, man, do I really want to? But I forced myself to go do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad that I did, because there was a documentary that I watched in regards to World War II. It was called Europa, The Last Battle.
Wow.
And when you listen to that, it's a 10-part documentary. It took me like 3 days to get through. At first I was like, yeah, I have to believe everything I was told on World War II. I got to believe the narrative. This put it in a whole different perspective, and it brought the receipts.
Yeah.
And that's why when Dick and Connie were on earlier tonight, I was about losing my crap because I was like, they're just repeating the history.
Wait, there's more.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I'm so sorry.
They were repeating the history of what they've been told. They don't have that other perspective that's out there, and that has documentation to back it up.
Yes.
So, where was I going with that? But anyway.
Well, I'll tell you guys. Listen, this is where we're going to go. We talked about those 3 subjects, right? The what is it, Jesse? The fact checkers. We talked about men go their own way, and we talked about the conspiracy theory of Watchtower leaks
and the women and men.
More. Yeah. So did you guys get that?
Mm-hmm.
I got about. I'm at 22%. I'm gonna have to take off of here when it gets to about 15.
So I hope you guys like that part. Wait, there's more, like a good old infomercial.
We'll get to it.
By Rob Pale. I don't know. Let's. If anybody wants to come on, or if you guys want to talk about what people are saying in the comment section. So or if you guys wanted to change the subject.
No. Okay. Yeah. I'd like to say something about what Jimmy said. Okay. Jimmy, those were inspirational words. We're not going to, because I love America. If we have to fight, we have to fight. But Elvis Presley, he sang a song, If I Can Dream, and he goes, while I can walk, while I can talk, while I can dream, deep in my soul, right now, he goes, let it come true right now. And those were powerful words. While we can still talk, we have to spread American values, love of country, love of God, love of neighbor, the things that made our country, the common sense. Okay, if it devolves into a shooting war, fine. But while we can still talk, we have to preach love, peace, and understanding. Remember Elvis Costello? He had a song in the 60s. What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? What's so
funny?
Yeah. Just because Kamala Harris gave up the border doesn't mean we have to give up the Constitution.
Exactly right. And I'm going to say things are going to look really scary over the next 3 to 4 months. Yeah. But it's going to be there's going to be what we call necessary scare events, because people have got to be shook awake. There's going to be something so big that people are going to finally start asking some damn questions.
Yeah. And you know what? I tell a lot of my Democrat brothers when they ask me about voting for Trump, and I tell them, be prepared to pay $12, $15 for a gallon of gas. And they start laughing. I go, wait, we were at 167, then we were at 4 or 5. If we use that simple mathematics, you're going to be paying $16, $17, $18 a gallon. And they can reason with that simple logic. They're in for rough days with inflation. And I tell them, if you start killing the chickens like you do, there's going to be a day there's going to be no chickens. Have you thought about this? And so you try to put in their perspective, that they're voting for increased inflation. They're voting for increased hate and crime in the streets. And a lot of people are talking about that subject.
But see, the problem is, Jesse, they don't even realize that. It's like somebody that's in Watchtower and doesn't realize all the evil crap that the governing body's done.
Yeah. Like Gavin Newsom. Look what Gavin Newsom did. They don't realize that they voted for this guy who made $900. You don't arrest somebody for $900. And then he tries to fix it by lowering it to $250. He's the one who messed it up to begin with.
Look at the comment section.
What's it say? I can't see it.
We pay $8 a U.S. gallon here. $2.
Where is that at?
$2 a liter.
But where's that at? What state? Oh,
She's in a different country, but
yeah, he must be Australia, huh? Because first of all, those countries, they're no good. You notice they said liter? You put liters or petrol into a vehicle, the engine is not going to run properly. Yeah, Australia, yeah.
Hey, we love steam.
Okay, I'm sorry.
She does. He does good barbecue over there. So
you're supposed to use gallons.
62 views. Wow. So there's a lot of ex Jehovah's Witnesses with anxiety on a Saturday night.
Gilbert, I have to bail out. My battery's about to die.
Okay. Did you want to say anything else before we leave, Jesse?
No, just what Paul Anka said. I love you. I will love you forever. Yeah, all the mandolins are playing.
Hey, so Jesse, I hope you enjoyed the show. Just one last thought, because we always want to know what do you? We know you like the show, but what do you think about me?
Well, you know what? I feel real bad for you because if Mom could see that date you had, I mean, the Chinese girl was acceptable, but the girl with the Tourette syndrome.
Jesus.
I love the Chinese girl, man. She's my friend forever.
Good night, guys.
Bye. Good night,
Bye,
everybody.
Jesse. Yeah, Gilbert, I'm gonna have to jump off too, brother. I'm at 19%, and so I need to jump off too.
Great show, GG.
But thank you for having me on. I enjoy supporting you guys. I enjoy supporting Ruby. So hope y'all don't mind me making an appearance every now and again.
No. No, everything's fine.
So I appreciate you guys, and I'm gonna send you much love.
Yeah. All right.
Take care, everyone.
You too. We're gonna be making sure Jimmy gets that money from
Jimmy and Ruby.
No, from Jesse. Jesse owes Jimmy $20, but they're gonna go double down on another bet. So that's the story continues. So somebody's on the line. Who's on the line?
Hi, it's Cheryl.
Cheryl, how you doing?
Cheryl. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. About yourself?
Good. You're late night with Gigi for GB, the governing body member you wish you had when you were going to the Kingdom Hall. So talk to us. Did you like the show? Did you like the subjects?
I'm sorry, what's your name?
My name is Gilbert Gonzalez for governing body. You can vote for me on ggforgb.com in Russian, English, Spanish, French. You can vote for me for governing body. And that voting ballot is right there, right behind me. See? Yeah, there you go. So did you like the show? Did you like the topics? We talked about fact checking. We talked about men go their own way. We had a conspiracy theory about Watchtower leaks. Did you like the show?
Oh, okay. I was trying to listen, but I only been listening for the past like half hour.
Okay. And where are you calling from, if you don't mind asking? Are you calling from East Coast or West Coast?
I'm calling from the Midwest. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You were on a couple weeks ago on another show. Yeah, I remember you. We get a lot of votes for the GG for GB in Milwaukee. Jesse was saying that Laverne and Shirley over there. No, yeah. Did you work at that beer factory? No. Was that you? No,
I've never worked at a beer factory.
So, is there a subject that you think we should talk about on the next show? Is there a subject?
Oh, okay. You said what subject?
Yeah. Do you think that we should? Is there a subject that you think that we should talk about? Like a subject that nobody wants to talk about, they're afraid of, but only the GG for GB can tackle that subject.
Oh, okay. So you said you talking about me coming up with a subject for a show.
Yeah. Now.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not surprised. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure what I could come up with.
Well, now enough about me. Let's stop talking about me. Let's talk about what you think about me.
What I think about you?
Yeah, because we're narcissists here. I was accused of being a narcissist and a chauvinist, and so I got a pink microphone. So being that I've been accused of being a narcissist. I want to embrace it. And what do you think of the show? Did you like the show? Did you like Jimmy Bell, Ruby, Jesse's comments?
You know what? I only listened. I heard the sister talking about online dating, and then it was some other subject that you guys talked about. So it was like some other things. I mean, you guys are talking about feminism. I heard you guys talking about that, how feminism is a scam and all that stuff.
And the premise of the show at the very beginning, when you go back, we encourage you to go back and watch this video. Make sure you have notes and a piece of paper, because we talk about how language has been weaponized. So the word feminist and all of these other words, like going out in field service and just tons of words everywhere, they don't mean what they really mean. They're used against you. Like the word gay. Gay is supposed to be happy. But see, this is how people fool us. This is how people get us into landmines. They always trick us with words. And that's all we're trying to say. We're not telling you how to think. We're just saying that when you know your enemy is manipulating the language, then when you hear the word feminist, you're like, whoa, I'm going to hold down. That sounds like a word that is being used to manipulate my thinking. That's all we're saying. That's all my brother and I were trying to say. What do you think about that? Are we wrong?
No, I think that's very intelligent. Like I never really thought about it that deeply. I just know that, at one point in time, gay was considered to be happy. Yeah. They changed it over to meaning homosexuality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the Walt Disney.
I was listening to, Oh, go ahead.
No, Walt Disney had the 3 gay caballeros with Donald Duck. The 3 gay caballeros. There were 3 gay caballeros, Donald Duck. And so, so all we're saying is be careful with the language. Is the language when we were Jehovah's Witness was manipulated against us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. Mm-hmm. Like I was listening to this song and the singer sing, "Oh, didn't I used to be gay?" Like she wasn't talking about gay as in
no,
she's a lesbian. She was talking about gay as in happy.
Correct. Yeah, so that's all we're saying. So, is there anything else you noticed about me that you'd like to talk about?
You have a nice sounding voice. I like your voice.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you have a nice sounding voice.
Oh, Sheen says,
Are you Hispanic? You sound like you're Latino.
Yes, I was born in Mexico on Highway 95, U.S. Highway 95. So I came out of my mom, as she was crossing into Mexico from the United States, because my dad wanted to do it the right way. He didn't want to it was cheaper for him to have me born over there. And also my dad didn't want me to be born in the United States. And all of my brothers and sisters were born in Mexico. He had this feeling that I would be like have a superiority complex, But when we were kids, we got naturalized. I think 3 days, my birth certificate, or no, I have paperwork somewhere where I was in quarantine for 3-4 days when I was born. So 4 days after I was born, the United States stamped me and let me back in. But yeah, my dad did it. Yeah, we grew up speaking Spanish and English. Gigi's an anchor baby. It was actually the other way around. Yeah, my mom and dad wanted to pay for the they didn't want a handout, so they went to Mexico and paid cash. So
okay.
Well, I'm glad you like the show, and like I say, we really do think you should go back and watch the show from the beginning, and make sure you have a notepad and pen and paper, like a good Jehovah's Witness, and we'll send you a questionnaire. And speaking of that, that's one of the things I have with I wanted to talk about on a different video, do one, is that a lot of times, when we see videos on religion, I like talking about religion and everything and the Bible and all that stuff, but not in a way where when I die, Jesus and St. Peter is going to give me an SAT score. Like, okay, Gilbert, I'll sit down over here and answer these questions with multiple choice. I don't think that's the purpose of talking about. A lot of people talk about religion and the Bible, but they talk about it like if there's going to be a test, question and answer. No, it should be discussed like, hey, this is what I learned when I read this story. This is what I took of it. It should inspire conversation among us. It shouldn't be like we're going to be tested on this subject, after we die. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Is this JP from? Are you the one that infiltrated the what's it called, the convention today?
Yeah, I was. I went and spied out the. I went and spied out the land.
So this is actually PJ. You're PJ, or which one is it? Are you PJ or JP? Just giving you. Just messing with you.
Nah, really, PJ. He gets confused. JP. Yeah, Jerry. JP.
That was funny.
Yeah, you were talking about manipulation of language by Watchtower.
Yeah.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, at the very beginning, with the fact checking. Go ahead.
What is your take on their manipulation of language on the word the phrase called a conscious matter? Isn't that a manipulation of language?
Correct.
That Watchtower uses?
Yeah.
They say it's a conscience matter. It's not really. I don't think a manipulation of language, but it's a manipulation of ideas, or really how you see yourself or you perceive the world. Mm-hmm. They say, oh, it's a conscience matter. And it's like, well, what the hell does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you what it means. This is how they manipulate the language.
Are we God or are we not,
Look at the screen. They manipulated the language. New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. All that time, you thought they were talking about the Bible. But now that it's 2024, that Watchtower was talking about the UN, the New World. And see, that's how they do it, that they play with the language. They make you believe they were talking about the New World when Jesus says, I'm making all things new. And then they use that, the New World, but like gay, they change it. And that's the manipulation of the language. And all I'm saying is that it's not isolated to just Watchtower. It's everywhere.
Well, that's the same thing. Like going in the New World thing is like with the thing with being gay or LGBT is kind of like a conscience matter. Like in the according, I think, kind of according to the New World Order, or as far as the way they kind of interpret and define things as far as their takeover of society, what they plan to do. I think that's kind of like what I was going along with.
So have you been watching the show from the beginning?
Yeah, I was in and out from the beginning a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, make sure you take notes, okay, when you watch the show. So there'll be questions on the next one. Aaron wanted to chime in, but he went to go get his notepad and his paper and pen. And
hey.
He's been taking. Aaron, looks like you took a lot of notes today.
Well,
did you like the show?
I like the show, absolutely. I only caught the tail end of it, but yeah, I got home from work and.
Did you pick up any Jehovah's Witnesses on your Lyft cab rides?
Not tonight that I know of, but I did pick up a bunch of Amazonians.
Good. Now you got to go back and take notes because we talked about men go their own way and how it's a subject that needs to be discussed because we need to protect women and men, of this phenomenon of crazy women and crazy men causing people to go their own way. We don't want that. So make sure you go back and take notes. And so talk to us. Aaron, what is it you think about me and the show?
Well, I think you have a nice voice, like the other lady said there. And I think you and your brother do a good job at hosting, And I thought that you sounded really smooth when Jimmy and sorry, what's your brother's name again? Jesse. Yeah, when they left, and you took over the show, I think you remind me of the guy that used to be on WJJZ, that smooth jazz channel.
What I like about Jimmy is that him and I don't think nothing alike. Absolutely. I mean, we're on totally different parts of the planet, but that's good because we're seeing things from different angles. And so I really like his input because I would never come up with things that he thinks about. And I appreciate that. And that's what we talked about, how the fact checkers don't want to listen to your opinion. They're Pharisaic in their way. And same thing with Ruby. I would never come up with these things that Ruby comes up with. And I appreciate these different points of views. And that's what I hope people learn today is we can think differently, real different. And that's okay.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's why we're all humans and not robots, right? We got different viewpoints and opinions on things, and you come together in the middle somewhere and come to an agreement. Now, when you have a situation like is especially in the Western culture today with the right versus the left, and things just seem to be heating up. I'm not really 100% sure that I agree with Jimmy that we won't have an actual civil war here, because I think we're already in one, even if it's just like a stealth civil war.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, elaborate. No, talk more about that. Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, especially when it comes to an economic war. I mean, we're certainly in that, and the whole entire economy is a house of cards waiting to come collapse. And I mean, just look at what the Federal Reserve said this week at the Jackson Hole speech. From what I understand, Chairman Powell has basically gave the green light for cutting interest rates very soon. And what reason do we have to cut interest rates? Because all the things that is being put out there from a government statistical perspective is saying that everything is lovely and fantastic. Although you have 78% of Americans that can't make ends meet, and they're living paycheck to paycheck and can't come up with $400 for an emergency expense, and they're running up the credit cards just to buy groceries and food and everything. Now that's the real economy. But what they're telling us is inflation is only 3% or 2.9 or whatever the heck it was last time. They're telling us that unemployment is still low. Okay, great. So why are they cutting rates? To juice the stock market for the 1%? I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what I'm thinking. But I mean, these kind of things are eventually going to cause people to march up to certain organizations' doors with pitchforks if it doesn't change. And that's the whole thing I keep coming back to. With it takes a certain percentage of the population to get fed up with the situation to say enough is enough, and then that's when the real outlash begins.
Yeah. No, that you bring up a good point, and I think that's where we all should do a better job of explaining that there's no need for a civil war because Americans have no need to fight against each other. We know who's the real perpetrator. And to go to talk about what you just said, because what's his name? Gerald Celente always quotes Samuel Adams when he says, "It does not take a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority, keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men."
That's
and
right.
I mean, man, if that's a tattoo, I don't like tattoos, but man, if I ever get a tattoo, I mean, I would think this is the kind of tattoo that I would want. It does not take a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men. And this is exactly what the Six Screens is all about. The Six Screens is not a majority. They're a small minority, but they're irate and they're tireless. And they have set brush fires of freedoms in the hearts and minds of men. Wasn't that amazing how I just, mixed that in? That's why I'm GG for GP, and you should vote for me at ggfor.com. Do it in Russian too; they'll love that. But so what do you think? I mean, about it doesn't have to. The people love each other in America. We don't have to go to a world war.
Hey, Gigi.
Go ahead.
It's Eric. How you doing, buddy? Ricky Bobby, shake and bake, buddy.
Shake and bake. Ricky Bobby is
Hey, I just wanted to add that I disagree with Jimmy and I agree with Aaron because we're already at a Cold War, Cold Civil War. You think about it. The left and the right hate each other. We're divided. And the left became basically a communist party. Our country is headed. It's almost like that quote from Lord of the Rings: "Civil war is upon you, whether you have it or not." You know, it's like it's happened. It's here. It's already here. It's just begging to something to happen. We've got race against us. We can't agree race wise or get along race wise, even though it's manufactured from our government. But it's political, it's religious, it's all of it. We are at civil war. We don't get along. You know, it is great to see RFK and Donald Trump unite. You know, it feels like there's a war against good versus evil right now. And I'm not saying that it's the left or the right. I'm just saying, like, morality. No matter what political party it is, it feels like there's a war to stand up for what's right. But I do feel like civil war is coming. There's some bad shit coming to America. I mean, really. Not the world, because England's already in it. England's gone. They already have so many issues and so many. They're becoming a communist country. The illegals are taking over, and they're killing them, and they can't, and raping them and hurting them, and they can't fight back. I mean, civil war is going to happen, I think, worldwide. That's just my take. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, and Ruby Quinn, you got to understand that Eric he says, keep cooking, Eric. Well, of course, that's why he's shake and bake. Ricky Bobby cooks, man. When Ricky Bobby cooks, everybody get the hell out of the way. He's shaking and he's baking. And that was a great comment. But yeah, that would be great to hear Ricky Bobby and Jimmy Bell go at it on this one. That, because I agree with both of you guys.
Can I say something about that too?
Go ahead, please. You want to cook? JP is now cooking.
I do agree with Eric too. This is JP, by the way. I do believe that we're heading towards. I don't think it'll be a civil war like Eric, but I think it's potential for that. But I think what the possible scenario, what might happen is like a balkanization of the United States, you know, peaceful balkanization, and which is different than a civil war, but it's kind of similar to where the country will separate and other things will happen. So I think that is a potential. And if you look at the history of the United States and actually what was happening during or prior to the Civil War, there's very similar things happening now. And it's more on a grand scale. There's a bigger population. There's more diversity in the population. And I think it's just, as Americans, we just in our blood that we just have our opinions, and people are going to strive and fight for what they want to do. And that has shown and proven in our history with that sort of mentality and blood, like, which, you know, this is like, you know, what our forefathers said, this is an experiment. And in this experiment, we have seen civil war. We have been sucked into world wars. We have mass corruption in this government, which is what we were fleeing from initially when the forefathers were establishing this country. So I think we may be going back right to where we started from, because history does repeat, and you can't deny that. And if anybody wants to debate me on that, I'm willing to take them on that.
Yeah.
So we have to see things from the situation and the scenario that we're about to go into. I think we should be optimistic, hope for the best, but we have to not dismiss our history, not only as the United States of America, but also as humankind. We have a tendency to
be optimistic,
to break apart from each other, and not only to break apart from each other, but to react to each other sometimes very violently. And I think as Americans, sadly as it is, that we have to be prepared that we might see or experience that kind of a thing going forward into the future of this country, because I don't see anything being like a Disneyland scenario going into the next 3 months or even to the next 4 to 8 years. So it is going to be some sort of that we're going to experience. But if we really, as Americans, care about our country, and like Robert Kennedy said, our children, that's the most important things, are not only children. If you have the younger generation, then I think, you know, cooler heads will eventually prevail, but we're going to go through, certainly, we're not going to come through this unscathed. There's going to be some sort of struggle that we're going to experience in the next few years. It's not going to be anything that's going to be, you know, something that happens in November and by January we're okay. Like, no, I think this is going to last several years, and who knows what's going to happen. I don't think any of these politicians, whether it's Kamala, Trump, whoever gets in, they're not going to solve anything. It's just too much stuff. I think it's up to us as individuals and stuff. We have to really buckle down, because I don't think people realize just how close we are to losing everything that we have in the United States as far as our way of life. And I think people really need to think about that before they just let their emotions go forth, you know, or take over them, you know, as far as this next election comes. It's much bigger than that. This is like a 10, 12-year problem. The United States, since its inception, has always experienced struggles just like every other country. And I don't think it's going to last forever. Obviously, it's not. No government or, you know, republic or anything has ever lasted that long, much less as long as we've lasted. But I think we've seen just about everything, you know, in our history as a country, like, you know, the revolution, civil war. And right now, I think, based on our history, this is an inception point. It's either gonna keep going this American, you know, dream, or this you know, this experiment that we're a part of, that we've all happened to have been born in, and our parents and our grandparents, etc. Or it's going to drastically fail, and we're going to reap the sadly bad things if it fails. But if we could keep this going for a little longer and maybe figure things out till something else comes about, I think that's our best bet right now.
Wow.
That's all I have to say. I think as Americans, we all have to do what we need to do to be good, to be, I don't care if you're a Christian or whatever, just as good moral people. Because this isn't a time to let your emotions take over your feelings and all that. It's not about me or you. It's about our future, because we put ourselves in this moment right now and everything gets so messed up. There is going to not be no future without us being pretty much taken over by a total communist, like proletarian society, whether it happens from ourselves within, or our government becomes so weak that we eventually get invaded from other countries and we get destroyed from the outside or from within. So I think right now, as Americans, this is a time where we really have to look at ourselves, and this is a moment where we have to say, you know what? Everything we say and do right now is very important. And that's all I have to say.
Wow, that's real interesting. I'm going to take a little different approach, because Steen mentions this point here. Poland is setting up guns at the border to repel illegal trespassers. But here's the thing. I believe, I'm not saying we're living in the last days, Bible. We could talk about that personally on a private phone call. But check this out. Babylon the Great. I believe we're living in a time where here we have a Babylon the Great. Nobody knows who she is, right? Everybody has speculation. But what is it going to take for people to say, I'm sick and tired of this, BITCH. I'm sick and tired of her. And then they destroy her. And I think we're living in a moment in time where, whether this is the Babylon the Great of Revelation or not, what I believe it is that we're living in a time where the people behind the scenes are going to, that the governments are going to say, you know what, we can't move on no more. You guys, the instigators, you group of people that are instigating all of these problems, you gotta go. And whether that is Babylon the Great or not, that's not the point. I'm just saying we've reached that moment in time where people have a feeling that some group of people are lying through their teeth, they're manipulating. It doesn't have to be this way. This needs to come to an end now. That's just my opinion. But Joe has an opinion. Joe G. Who's Joe G? Is that my nephew? I have a nephew named Joe G. Joe, talk to us. You're live on the air.
Yes, this is Joe from Florida.
Oh,
Hi, Joe.
Joe from Florida is my roommate at when we hit the headquarters.
Yeah, I think because so much of our lives, speaking from an XJW, we had basically our heads in the sand because they always use cop-out phrases. Like if I ask something very logical, like, hey, where did Adam and Eve's kids, their two sons, get their wives? Oh, don't worry about that, son. You don't have to worry about those kind of questions and answers. Where did everybody come after Noah and his wife and three sons and three wives? Simple questions, but they would always say, don't worry about those things. Everything was, leave it in Jehovah's hands. Leave it in Jehovah's hands. Anytime we had some kind of, logical question about anything, don't question things, just leave it in Jehovah's hands. That's like, it's just basically the whole life. Everybody's sitting like on the edge, like hoping for some judgment day, and then everybody's gonna get destroyed and only the few people are gonna save, so I just feel like we just been duped and trolled our whole lives, and now that we kind of woke up from so-called the Matrix, I guess you want to say, we're trying to find ourselves and the meaning of everything, just like the gentleman was talking about. There's a lot of BS going on in the world, and the people that are sinister are basically having their way, and it's like people are always looking for answers, and that's what I was a child. I was always looking for answers, so here I am, 60 years old, still looking for answers. And it's like sometimes you have nowhere to turn to, and we're just trying to get away from that. Always like, we'll just leave it in Jehovah's hand, and so that was my point I wanted to bring up.
And do you find any answers? Now that you're a regular Six Screens watcher, does Six Screens do you feel
not necessarily answers, but sort of general clarities, not to get so caught up and being in that state of mind of putting your head in the sand, but at least listen and observe. And people have different points of view, but I respect all the different views, because I can't sit here and go, oh, that guy's right, or that guy's right, or I'm going to follow this guy. It's not about following anyone. It's just about making, your, make a consensus in your mind of what you think is right, and, what works for you, I think, at the end of the day, and try to find some solitude and happiness in what you do on day in, day out, and not get caught up in the political BS.
Wow, good thing. Now, Joe from Florida, we have it in our records that you voted for me, right?
Yeah, GG.
Yeah, he's one of my.
For GB, yeah.
Joe's a good guy. You'll see him every Saturday. I think you work in the evenings, right? You work late?
Yeah, I work nights helping doctors and radiologists.
Okay, so that he's always faithful. I always see you in the chat section on the 6 screens. So I want to say a thank you. I know Rick Farron it wouldn't be possible without people like you and Aaron and Ricky Bobby and everybody else. So really thank you for chiming in. And PJ,
I enjoy you and your brother talking.
Yeah, did you like, which subject did you like the most? The did you like us talking about the fact checking, the men go their own way, or
The fact, I kind of when it came in the fact checking, because my daughter was always telling me you need to question the fact checkers. So
Yes,
I when she told me that, I was like, that's pretty deep.
That's deep. Yeah. So she's on the right path. Yeah. Wow, you raised a good daughter. Yeah.
Yes, she never was involved in any kind of organized religion, and I did that on purpose, just because I want her to kind of think for herself and not be coerced either way.
Wow,
but I always used to sit down and just basically told her, she used to call it lectures, but I said, at the end of the day, I have to, as a father, teach you, to make sure you make the right decisions in different aspects of life, without getting any, political or LGBTQ or any of that stuff. Just basically keep it simple.
Oh, kind of like right above my head, right? Keep it simple, stupid.
Yep.
The KISS method. Yeah. And have you noticed that now that you're an XJW, when you read the Bible on Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Jesus kept everything real simple. Like let your yes be yes and your no be no. Pay to Caesar the things of Caesar, the things to God. Everything he talked about was just common sense, simple things. He didn't complicate anything.
I got a King James Bible in 2015 when I after I left, when I went to visit Bethel, I kind of woke up and said, I gotta start reading the Bible and not read the New World Translation, even though I had them both side by side. But I learned in 1 year more than my whole life in the JW, and that just basically brought a big red flag going, wow. So it was kind of sad, but at the same time I go, wow, I got to live long enough to at least really appreciate the Gospels and little a lot of lessons that you can kind of get from there, without having any agenda or magazines or books or having to shove it down somebody's throat. Just basically pure studying and learning. That's true. Daniela's keeping it simple. Love God, love your neighbor. That's it. Daniela, when I learned KISS, it's that, when you read the Bible, just don't think of nobody. I only think of myself now. God's not talking to anybody, just talking to me. Jesus isn't asking anybody questions. He's just talking to me. And when you keep it very simple, it's just a one-on-one. As a Jehovah's Witness, we always read things with the viewpoint of this applies to them or this applies to another person. No. Keep it simple. It's a simple father-son relationship. We don't need to be thinking about other people. This Bible text needs to be read by so-and-so. No. It's just you and your father. That helped me out a lot, by keeping it simple. Do you know where keeping it simple comes from? If you want to fact check this, it's from the military. The generals and the admirals in the Navy, they tell the kids, keep it simple, stupid. Keep it simple. We have this carrier, we have these big boats. We don't need your opinion, just keep it simple, follow the instructions and everything. We made the mistakes, we don't have to make them all over again. So it's a mentality that, you can have an opinion, but a lot of times our forefathers, our mom and dad and everybody else, they've already set the foundation for us. We don't need to dig ground anymore. We are the benefactors of older people who have given us a great knowledge, like love your neighbor as thyself and so forth. So, yeah.
Did I miss anything, Joe or Aaron?
Nope, you're right over the target, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
FUBAR. I think we all know what that stands for, right? I don't want to say it on here.
Oh, well, what does the BAR stand for?
All repair.
Oh,
It means effed up beyond all repair. It's a military term as well.
beyond all repair. Yeah. Yeah. See, they kept the idea, the mentality simple, and I've always said that simple made complicated is evil. That's my quote, Gilbert Gonzalez. So whenever you have something so simple and you hear somebody who tries to make it complicated, that comes from an evil type of thinking. Now you say, well, Gilbert, you calling X or Y person evil? No. Jesus told Peter, get behind me, Satan. A lot of times we fall into evil traps without even knowing it. And what is an evil trap? When you get a simple idea and you complicate the hell out of it. Like, I'll give you an example. You want to pass a law, a very simple law, but then Congress turns it into 10,000 pages. That's simple made complicated. You see, that's evil.
Hey, can I give a joke as an analogy?
Sure.
So if you were dying in the kitchen, what would you do?
If I was dying in the kitchen, what would I do? I don't know.
I tell my kids that I used to drive in the bus, I said, just don't overthink it. Just keep it simple.
Yeah.
But they still will not, their inclination was to overthink it.
Mm-hmm.
So you know the answer?
No.
Just go to the living room.
Oh.
And then you see the kids' faces like, oh, just like that. Oh. So I said, just pass that on to your mom and dad.
I got one for you too. What would you do if you were dying at the checkout counter at a grocery store?
What would you do if you're dying in the counter at a grocery store?
At the checkout counter, where there's things to the right or to the left of you. What could you do if you were dying?
That's a good one. I haven't heard of
one. I don't know.
You're in a store filled with everything your heart could possibly want, but there's one thing that might help you.
I don't know.
Lifesavers.
Oh, there you go. They're right there.
They're right there by the checkout counter.
That's a good one, man. Thanks.
Keep it simple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to use laughter sometimes as the best medicine because of all the sadness in the world. Sometimes you got to use medicine with laughter.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So, yeah, no, you have to. Wow. Now, do you think? I mean, I hope we don't get a lot of pushback on the men go their own way. It's a taboo subject, but
women, I can talk about that for hours.
Yeah, the red pill men go their own way, and it works both ways. Just John Marciano, he suffers from certain conditions, so he wishes that we stay late to keep him company at night. Yeah, he's a very lonely soul. So we're doing this for John. So Aaron, what was your thought on men going their own way? You're a young man. Why do you have a whole bunch of girlfriends?
I'm relatively young. I mean, I'll be 41 in 4 days. Oh no, 3 days now. It's Sunday, so.
Any kids?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm obviously. I think I've told this story before, but I married at a young age at 20 to a JW sister who was 4 years older than me at the times, but we were still both extremely young and inexperienced. But
was it any one of these girls? Was it any one of these girls? No.
More than likely not.
Okay.
Although I can't see the face, so. Yeah, but I mean, ever since then, I've had 2 or 3 decent, I would say, relationships with women that, Well, okay. All the women that I've ever been with, we've had pretty good trust with each other. Like,
okay.
And I think that was a big thing. Like, especially with the one I was with most recently, as of 4 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago.
Okay.
Like, the trust was always there. I knew she would never, cheat on me or do something like that. But we had a lot of cultural differences because, well, she was from China, so she was, she's been here for a while.
I like it.
But still the cultural thing always came into play. And my ex-wife, the one I married at 20, she was Brazilian. So
okay.
I guess I'm more attracted to foreign women for the most part.
I see.
But more so as I get older, I'm really starting to become more attracted to foreign women rather than American women because of the fact that feminism has corrupted the average American woman or female. And Ruby hit it on at the head earlier when she talked about that. And I really feel like it's really difficult for people that are older and that have come from the days from the 40s and 50s, like maybe their parents and our grandparents were. And those that are older today, it's really like, let's say in their 60s, it's hard for them to relate to us that are still out here struggling to deal with all the things that are prevalent, because they're already been settled down for 30, 40 years, like they had access to all the good relationships. And I don't know, there's really a big generational gap and disconnect today, and in a lot of different ways. So yeah.
Yeah, so just so that everybody knows, the words and opinions here that are expressed are not that of the 6 screens, but that of the co-host GG for GB and his invited guest. Any comments derogatory towards women or men should not bear any reflection, or Chinese or Brazilians should not reflect, on the 6 screens of the Watchtower. Just wanted to make that clear. And whoever was in the 6 screens trying to, chime in on the phone, without, we cut them off. But if you're on the phone line and you want to talk, call in. Okay, who is this? I don't want to unmute you. Who? Okay. Well, are you part of the New World Translation Committee? Because you seem to be anonymous. Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Now, we're here late night.
Hello.
Staying late. Thanks, Gigi, for staying late. I am your JW love guru. Who's on the line?
Hello.
Who is this?
Hi, it's Rochelle. I apologize. I wasn't muted. That's why you could hear stuff in the background.
That's Rochelle from Minneapolis, right? I mean,
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah, Milwaukee. Yeah, Rochelle. I have a lot of titles. I'm the Jehovah's Witness elder you wish you had when you're going to the Kingdom Hall. I'm also your JW love guru. So I'm answering all of the Jehovah's Witness sex questions that you have, but were too afraid to ask when you were a JW publisher. So everything you wanted to know about JW sex, but we're too afraid to ask. That's what we're here on the late night, burning the oil, the midnight oil. Do you have a JW love question or love story? Did you?
Well, I mean, dating at the Kingdom Hall just seems a little strange to me. I never really wanted to be in a Jehovah's Witness marriage.
Okay.
So it just always seemed a little strange to me. Like, I just never really wanted to be in one. I don't know if any of you guys felt the same way. I never wanted to get married to another Jehovah's Witness. So I was afraid I would be trapped.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I I wouldn't mind being married to a JW woman if she had a great personality and a few other things. No, just kidding. The reason why you can't be married to a Jehovah's Witness is because that's mentally in, is because they love the governing body more than they love you. You see, when you have to make a decision like celebrating Christmas or birthday, he or she, your Jehovah's Witness partner, is always going to side with the governing body and not side with you. So when you're with a man, the two should be one. But if he is still with the governing body, it's an adulterous relationship. And that's what I call spiritual adultery. The man is not one with his wife, or the woman is not one with her husband when they let other people dictate things that only them two should decide. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I just never was interested in marrying anybody at the Kingdom Hall. It just seemed like it just seemed like a prison to me.
Yeah, it's actually a spiritually adulterous relationship because you two cannot be one. You know, it's not like, hey, what do you think? Well, this is what I think. Let's do this. You always have to reference a third party.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I'm the JW Love Guru. Yeah. Any other JW dating stories?
That's right. I gave you that nickname. Don't you forget it, Gigi.
Yeah, don't you? What about you? Well, you're a married man, so you can't go on the JW dating scene. But
I'll tell you what, though, if I was single for whatever reason, if something happened, I would never date even an ex-JW.
Wow. But you would have so much in common. Why? That's a very good. Go ahead. Why?
All right. The reason why is statistically, there's a good chance that you were hurt in your childhood, not even sexually, but just like in some kind of way, and you have a mentality that you grew up with, and that's kind of toxic. And I'm speaking for all of us. And then on top of that, if you're disfellowshipped like me, you don't have family. So my biggest thing in my life, and maybe Gigi could understand if I'm saying this translation correctly, los familia es todo, which means family is all, and I could be saying it wrong. La familia es todo, something like that. But like, I always wanted a strong family, and my family rejected me since I was a boy because I was always asking questions and weird. I didn't just do as I told, and it wasn't because I was rebellious. But anyways, to get back on point, so now family is important to me, and you don't have family, and it's just like, and you're hurt. You're just as hurt as I am, most likely, or maybe not. Maybe she would be more grounded, but I wouldn't want that in common with somebody because I'm so traumatized from the organization. I would want to be set free. I would want a Christian that celebrated Christmas, and had lived a good moral Christian life as best as they could. I think that's more what I would be going after. Because how you say drop it, get out of Watchtower. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with one. I don't want anything to remind me of Watchtower. It's different with Desiree because I love her and we both went through that. But to start a new relationship all over again, I'm just putting that out there that I would never want that.
Wow, you heard that here on the J.
I don't want to disparage people who do date or find each other. Like Rick Barron found his wife.
Yeah.
Susan, but just for me personally, it's just a personal thing.
Wow, guys, you heard it here on the JW Love Guru show, late night on the 6 screens. And I will tell you this story because it's I'm not going to tell you who told it to me, but I got a phone call because I'm Gigi for GB, the Jehovah's Witness elder you wish you had, and he came to me and says, Gilbert, I have no one to talk to. This is deep. So this guy, friend of mine, ex-JW, he did the deed. He did the dirty with the worldly girl. Spanish, good-looking girl. According to him, super hot body, everything. They jump in the sack, have a great time. But they're naked in bed, and it's, they're talking, and she looks and she goes, "What's that on your back?" And he's like, "Oh, that's, I shouldn't say it, man, but okay." But he goes, "The truth about the truth," with a tat. And she goes, "Are you a Jehovah's Witness?" And he's like, yeah, but that was way past. I have nothing to do with him. That was like a long time ago. She ran to the hill, did not pick up the phone, nothing. He doesn't know. I mean, I shouldn't have said that part, but damn, maybe he told somebody that he has a tattoo. But a lot of people have truth about the truth tattoos. But some people have Jehovah tattoos and stuff like that, tentagram tattoos. But yeah, that's what it was. It was a tentagram tattoo. And so yeah, that scared the bejesus out of this girl. And he was like, I like this girl. But she wanted nothing to do with anything Jehovah's Witness, even if he was a good guy. Wow. Can you imagine that?
I could certainly imagine it.
That's just rude, though, right? Like, you could, I don't know. Like, at that point, you already have like a little bit of a relationship together. Like, you think you'd work through it a little bit, or maybe just say, "Hey, this ain't gonna work out," but to just ghost them.
Yeah, Rochelle. I mean, we're gonna have to start bashing women now.
Here's the thing, Gigi. Love is love.
Yeah.
If you're in a situation and you fall in love with whatever sex you are, a man or a woman, and it happens, and it doesn't happen to be maybe the person that you wanted, but like, are you going to sacrifice that love just because you wouldn't want a person to be an XJW? I mean, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. Like, there's all, like, love conquers all. So, I mean, no matter what kind of different background or same background you have, if the spark's there, it's there.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. I don't know what I would do if I was, I wouldn't have sex with a woman and find out after the fact that she had a truth about the truth tattoo. I would make sure I did a physical, thorough investigation of the property before I entered into such a relationship. But that would be like, wow. If I met a girl that had a tattoo, the truth about the truth, I think I kind of like it. I think I'd get some respect for her. I think so.
I mean, can I say something here?
Well, yeah. Well, just that thing. If she had a tattoo that said Jose was here, yeah, I would have kind of turned off. But truth about the truth, I mean, she would get 5 gold stars. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% in agreement with Eric as far as the idea of not being with another XJW, but I can certainly get in at least put one foot in his camp.
Yes.
Because I can see, like, okay, what if you get with someone that you really like, who you're both XJWs, and I'm envisioning myself here when I say this, and then she all of a sudden one day decides she wants to go back. She says, "Oh, I made a mistake. I need to," you know what I mean? And then you have to deal with that, and that would be problematic at the least. So, I mean, that's a possibility too. And like Eric said, hurt, and he didn't say it this way, but I was thinking when he was talking, hurt people. So you certainly wouldn't want to hurt each other. I mean,
I couldn't date a girl that hadn't voted for me. I mean, like, she doesn't vote for me, and if she didn't mail it to all of those addresses, I would seriously say, hey, and I'm not saying that jokingly. I'm saying, if a woman thought that was stupid, I would be like, okay, well then see you later. If you're not my constituent, because if it was that important to me, I would want to feel the same way about her. If she believes something is so important that she, made it a part of her life, I would want to be her biggest cheerleader. So if a woman comes and says, no, I'm not going to vote GG for GB, well then, we can't date, because I'm the other way around. If she I would be her biggest cheerleader. Yeah. Oh, Joe has is that the what's his name, son? The guy in Star Wars.
Is that Obi-Wan, or is that?
You said the guy in Star Wars. What are you talking about?
The guy, Luke Skywalker.
No, that's. I just went as Darth Guido.
I lost you. Say it again.
I went as Darth Guido without my Darth Vader helmet.
Greedo?
That's what it is.
Guido.
Yeah.
You talking about the guy in the cantina?
No.
Solo?
My name in the Star Wars world is.
You're talking about
Darth
Watto.
Vader.
Okay.
Yeah. No. This is just my Star Wars handle is Darth Guido, so that's what I usually have that on the YouTube channel when I'm on Gigi's channel. Darth Guido.
I've seen you there before. You did good comments.
Okay, so this is why I'm the Jehovah's Witness love guru, because Daniela says a French guy from the gym invited me to go swimming with him. On his left chest was a tattoo of the face of his ex-girlfriend. That made me run to the hills. See, everything you wanted to know about Jehovah's Witness sex, but we're too afraid to ask, is what we do here at the JW Love Guru Midnight Special on the 6 screens. So, wow. What would you do if she's beautiful, hot? She has everything in all of the right places. She laughs at your jokes, but then you see a picture of her ex-boyfriend on her ass, let's say, or something, and she tries to lie to you and says, "That's my daddy," but that's her baby daddy.
That girl has issues, and I would run for the hills as well.
Red flag.
Wow. So tempting. These are the things that you should be talking about at the Kingdom Hall. Wow. Oh, Grace from Sweden is on.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. I think she's muted. She muted herself. But whenever she unmutes, there she is. Grace, you're on the late night 6 screens love guru with
Hello,
G.
Gilbert, how are you?
Great.
Grace, what's up?
Yeah, this is the love guru, Jay. Grace, talk to us.
I listen to you maybe half hour. I have been sleeping. Usually I sleep when the show is on, 6 screens, they start like a quarter to midnight, and so I'm just I don't know why there is an echo.
Oh, let me turn it off over here.
I don't have anything on here.
Okay, go ahead. So, do you have?
Are you the one who echoed?
No, not me. Let me see if it's Joe. Try that. I think it was maybe Joe. Yeah, we muted Joe, so now it's better. But go ahead, with or without the echo. Just keep pushing through. Do you have any love stories that you want to tell us about that would top Daniela's? About a guy
No,
you met?
There were just a few guys here in my city that were in my age range, and they were so weird. I mean, I couldn't even, it was just impossible. I mean, but I think you should never say never, because you can meet somebody who is an ex-Jehovah's Witness and they are a certain way, and you can meet somebody who is maybe not still a Jehovah's Witness. That would be really weird. I don't think that would work. No. But I mean,
he that is without
if you
sin.
meet somebody, they like, what if I meet somebody and they Catholic and I just dread the Catholic Church? I mean, you can meet somebody who votes for the wrong president. You can't go around and thinking like that all the time. You will never meet anybody. I think you should never say never, because people are different. I mean, let's say for you, for example, Gilbert, you are very mild tempered. I never heard you be angry ever. You're never angry. You discuss things, you debate things, and sometimes you're wrong, not often, but sometimes you're wrong, but you're never angry. So I could go with that, no problem.
No, yeah, it's a good point. And you know what? You're right. He that is without sin cast the first stone. So, yeah, Aaron and Joe and JP, You know, if a woman, if a guy has a tattoo or a woman has a tattoo of an ex, I mean, you want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Grace brings out a great point, that maybe she's a reformed woman, maybe she's changed.
Well, can I have something to say about that.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
There has been, okay, I'm going to use the proper terminology here. There has been numerous, and when I say numerous, you can look these up. Only fools content creators, that's namely women who are mostly, I mean, there are some men on that site, but most of them are women, and most of them are on there for hookups and attention and making lots and lots of money that they would not otherwise be able to make, more than likely. So they're using their, what they have as means to make money. Now these content creators have claimed to have been reformed. They've claimed to have found Jesus. They've claimed to have found God. And what usually happens 6 months or a year after these creators come out and say that they've reformed, they usually end up with more followers on OnlyFools than they started with, which was probably the whole idea anyway. So, I mean, yes, someone can claim to be reformed and changed and everything, but how are you really going to know? I mean,
can I answer that question? Because I am GG for GB, and we try to stump the GG for GB here, but it's going to be very hard because I posted, how do you know? It's called delayed gratification. And I mentioned it earlier. The Jews teach this to their children when it comes to money, sex, everything else, a business, delayed gratification, which means you don't buy the $500,000 home when you're 20 years old. You work at it, and the same thing with sex and everything else. So when you learn to delay your gratification, you get to find out the character of the other people. So when a man and a woman says, we're not going to have sex on the first date, the second or the third or the fourth, then you get to see the character of the other individual. So delayed gratification, when a man and a woman refrain from having sex, and it's very hard because they like each other, that delayed gratification shows the character of each individual. Because a man that has no character will bail out and go and have sex somewhere else, or vice versa. But if you're in it for the long haul and you really love somebody, you have no problem with delayed gratification because you know that you're building for the future. It's a very simple concept that applies to money, business, education, sex, marriage, child rearing. It's just basic. So, did you agree with me or no? Or
yeah, I mean, I think that's I mean, that's a very good point there. Yeah, it's just really, I think it's hard for the younger someone might be, or a couple might be, the harder it is for them to keep their hands off each other. But
correct. So Aaron,
as you get older, you can more implement that, I would say.
So Aaron, let me ask you this. So you're a young kid going to the Kingdom Hall. If a governing body member is telling you this, like I'm telling you, and the elders right now are saying, if you have sex, you're going to be disfellowship and you're going to be talking and blah, 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 blah. What is scaring in it? See, you're scaring kids into sin. You're scaring kids into making stupid decisions. But if you talk to kids, like with the delayed gratification, you explain to them that there's a bigger fish to fry, then you're setting them up for success. What I'm saying is the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses have set children up for failure because they scare them into sex. They scare them and like, well, I'm already having sex, so I'm going to start having sex like a rabbit until I get caught. No. It's because you don't have education, because you're not frank and open. The kids suffer. And this is what we didn't have. This is why that TV show has a great title. It's called Arrested Development. That's the Jehovah's Witnesses. We suffered from arrested development. And it shows when people call in that it took a while for them to that's why they have so many sexual problems, because of the arrested development that Watchtower caused on the young kids.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I mean, if I would say if I could go back and do some things differently, that I certainly would, as far as not having gotten married at the young age and everything. But then if I could go back knowing what I know now, I also have to ask myself if anything would have really changed up to this point for me, because I might have to go back even farther than that to not having ever been brought up as a JW in the first place to know, if my life would have been any different, truly different, without, with having a normal childhood, or, rather than this JW upbringing. Because, I mean, my dad certainly never was able to give me any relationship advice, or, especially when it comes to meeting and talking to women. I mean, what I know now, I had to learn on my own, and it's still an ongoing thing. So, yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing that you have to deal with when you're brought up in this organization, and it's really sad that just a few men in a position of power since the 1970s have been able to have this much control over people.
Yeah. So did you like that explanation that I gave you about delayed gratification? It doesn't have to be for a long period of time, but just delay enough to be able to find the character in the other individual. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you like that? Yeah. Yeah. See, so that's why.
Yes, I think that's true.
Yeah. See, that's why I'm GG for GB, the Jehovah's Witness elder you wish you had when you were going to the Kingdom Hall, and you should have been taught these things. That because you guys saw that video of the girl that I was dating that had Tourette syndrome. And a good thing I didn't engage in sexual relations with her. And so, are we friends? Yeah, but I can't. So
I remember how she was funny.
Yeah, so by me not engaging in sex, I think to myself, if I would have engaged early and I would have tried to push it, then I would have been in a very bad situation. I did. So yeah, I had no intentions. I didn't treat her, I treated her with respect. But now I'm seeing her true colors. Poor girl's a very angry woman, and lovely girl, but very angry. She doesn't know she's angry. I'll give you an example how angry she is, right? So honest to God. So we're talking and stuff, and then she's a caregiver. She takes care of elderly people, and she goes, all it takes is 3 squares to clean your rear end. If you would just eat a healthy diet, you wouldn't need to use that much toilet paper. No joke, but just out of nowhere. And I'm like, what the heck? And she's having a conniption fit about 3 squares of toilet paper to clean your butt. And it's not necessary to have this. And so could you imagine entering? I can't marry a woman like that. So delayed gratification, you avoid sex. You just enjoy each other's company, and things come out. I took her to a buffet, a Chinese buffet, but it just so happened that it was a Thursday, and they closed early on Thursday, and I didn't know, and she didn't know. She wanted to take anyways, so everybody was wanting to go home, and she was stubborn, and she made and the policy was, if you take anything out to go, they charge you per weight on the to-go menu. On the buffet. But it wasn't her fault that they closed, whatever. And she just went ballistic, and she got her food for free. And I'm like, I can't do this. Again, going back to delayed gratification. If you enter into a sexual relationship too early, you wouldn't know that your girlfriends or boyfriends family are hoodlums or are on death row. I mean, you have to know these things before you enter into a relationship like that.
And also, there are some relationships that maybe shouldn't be entered into in the first place, like with Only Fools content creators, for example. But that's just my opinion, of course.
Yeah. Steen understands exactly what I'm going through. Shaq says, I have a
I have and like tattoos. Okay, cool. It's a personal thing. Some people put foolish tattoos on their bodies that they regret, but it doesn't reflect on all people who have one ink. No, that's fine. I like that, what he said right there. I like it, and it's a personal thing. And some tattoos have meanings. Like there's a video with Harry Connick Jr., him and his wife, beautiful family, and they're like, no, they're girls. No, you're not going to have tattoos. No, no, no. And beautiful daughters. And finally, they told the girl, you can do what you want. You're an adult. She gets a small tattoo of all of the letters of her sisters. Like, she does a real perfect thing. And then Harry Connick Jr. is just like, shrugs his shoulders. Like, how can I argue with my little girl? And that's what JP's saying, that, everyone has to make a decision. We just want you to make good decisions. That's all.
My opinion on tattoos,
I mean, you can remove tattoos. You can remove them also. I knew a girl. She removed her tattoos, and I don't think it's a problem.
Correct.
It leaves a scar when you remove
But it
them,
doesn't
though.
look good when you remove the tattoos.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, it doesn't look good. It's best to never get them.
That I agree, because tattoos are, and this is just my opinion, obviously, everybody's entitled to their own, but tattoos are very invasive, and that's the only word that I can think of to describe it. If you look into what tattoos do to the cells that they go on your body, that they go on, just like really research the science behind it, my question to anyone that has one is, would you, or thinking about get one, is would you still want to get it? And I liken that to things such as laser hair removal and all these other things that you can do to play God. It's not supposed to be done that way, right? That's not God's purpose. If you believe in God, or okay, if you don't believe in God, let's say that's the universe's purpose. This is how we were created. We were not created to destroy the cells on our body to the point where they. It's just my opinion, but it's tattoos are, for me to get one. No.
Okay, now
and
that's
would I date someone with one? Yes, potentially. But
now that's a
maybe
great
not.
comment, because Aaron, that you said it right. It's your opinion, and it's a great opinion. But there's also another opinion.
When I was your age, my mother told me not to get a tattoo of Roy Orbison. But what Mama don't know won't hurt
her. So, what Mama don't know won't hurt her, and that is my advice on tattoos.
I hope that doesn't get the video taken down. That was interesting.
Yeah. What Mama don't know, and that wasn't. There was a body double on that one, just for your information. So, yeah. So that's the thing. But tattoos, again, delayed gratification, because you have to think about this, because if you don't like tattoos, but your girlfriend does, I mean, you have to live with this, and you can't just make a decision overnight. You have to really, you have to think about these things, and this is why slowing it down in today's culture. Ruby talked about it's a hookup culture, fast. No, these are the things that should be discussed at the Kingdom Hall, at church. That's why we're doing it on 6 screens. We're talking about things that we should have openly talked about it, frankly. And then people can make smart decisions. Yeah. Yeah, that was one.
There are many men, they love their car more than they love their wife. So, I mean, that's a big problem also.
Yeah.
One of the hardest things to find in today's society is balance, I think, especially when it comes to having a healthy family life. But I mean, my reasoning behind that is more so to do with the financial system than really much of anything else. I mean, you can leave religion out of it. You can leave a lot of other things out of it. But if you just look at what has transpired in the last 53 years since the United States went off the gold standard completely, look, the national debt has went on a hockey stick. So many things have went haywire, and sound money was an anchor that we had, at least partially backed up until 71. And this fiat debt-based monetary system is causing a lot of problems. It's causing people to be dependent on the government for these government's programs and stuff that we didn't have before when we were still on the gold standard, especially before 1934. You know, it really a lot of this stuff that's wrong in society, dating, relationships, it all really comes back to the money. And the money is corrupt. If we had sound money, yes, would we still have problems? Sure. But they wouldn't be nearly as many problems because we're much more advanced today than we have been in the past. So, but that's just my opinion.
Wow. Hey, so are you guys? The only reason I'm staying 3 hours and 54 minutes is John Marciano was asking me to stay on. Are you guys enjoying the late night, midnight oil with the 6 screens? Is there anything else that we haven't covered that we should?
Yes, but what time in your city, Gilbert?
One more time. Grace, can you say that?
What time where you are now?
Oh, it's 11:42. It's 11:42.
What's your time?
11:42 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
Am I glitching here? Okay. So am I glitching here? Maybe I should try on Google and hook up again.
Well, no, you're coming
try
across
Chrome or something. Maybe my connection is bad.
No, you're coming across okay here. So
okay,
is there any other subject, Aaron, Joe, that we haven't talked about? Or does anybody else want to come on? I mean, is there
Hello, it's Rochelle again.
Rochelle from Milwaukee.
Yes. Now, I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Joey.
Joey, okay. Okay, you have a brother named Chris, right, that does another show, correct?
Correct. Uh-huh.
Okay, well, I'm just calling it a night. I just wanted to just say I enjoyed listening. I've been listening mostly, so I just wanted to because it's almost 2:00 in the morning here in Milwaukee, so I'm gonna get ready for bed.
Okay, I'll tell Chris that you like his show, yeah.
And I like yours too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on the 6 screens. It means a lot to on our channel. We ask people not to give us a thumbs up, but on the Rick Farron show, we like to give Rick a good thumbs up. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Joey. Have a good night.
Okay, yeah, Joey, and my brother Chris. All right.
Okay. All right. Good night.
Bye-bye. What did you think about that, Aaron? That was pretty slick, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. So from now on, guys, don't forget, my name is
I have to give you a lot of credit where credit's due. You're doing a fantastic job. But Gigi for GB, let me tell you, you vote ECDJ for president of Watchtower. I will single-handedly eliminate the opposition. We will destroy the current corrupt governing body and put in a new presidency to end the corruption. Then we're going to give out all the money. It's true. We're going to pass it out around. We're going to give the money out, and then we're going to close it down, and there's going to be nothing. And we're going to do this with Gigi for GB.
Who is this guy? I love him.
God bless America. Good night, everyone.
Wow, what a caller. I mean, this is what we're talking about, Rick Farron. I mean, you guys make Rick Farron show fantastic. That was a call. I mean, that was a fun call. Yeah.
Can you explain, Gilbert, more about what this GG for GB thing means? Like, I went to the website and I looked at it. Mm-hmm. Is it like a petition or whatever to actually get you on the governing body, or how?
No,
is it
in 2015.
Just a joke?
Okay, I'll say. So in 2015, my brother Chris and we were watching, Donald Trump coming down the stairs, and we were like, hey, you know what? Some guy from New York, who's never been in politics, why can't he be president? So Chris called me. I was living on Western Drive in Buckeye, Arizona, west of Phoenix, and I was outside walking. I remember that day I was outside on Verrado Road. I remember it, and I said, Chris, why can't I be a member of the governing body? If Donald Trump can be president of the United States, why can't I be a member of the governing body? And then Chris said, well, then you be GG for GB. And that's your campaign slogan.
And ever since then, I remember back in 2015, I did videos, and it was funnier than hell, because I did a video and I said, I'm announcing my candidacy for the governing body. And I did it with a straight face and everything. And half the Jehovah's Witnesses on like channels like this, we're doing live shows. It was funny because these ex-Jehovah's Witnesses were pissed off as hell. And the other Jehovah's Witnesses, like half of them got it and the other half didn't get it. That we're laughing at you. We're laughing at the governing body. We're illustrating absurdity by being absurd. We're showing you that, hey, the fact that you will not let me have my rightful place as a member of the governing body where people vote for me goes to show that you're an illegitimate governing body class. And so the fact that I had it done in Russian, and when you read it, and you have it done in German and Italian, Greek, and all those languages, goes to show that just like Watchtower does many languages, I can do the same thing. And I'm just letting you know that why can't you be a member of the governing body? Why can't you be president of the United States? You see? And so we did it. So I want to thank my brother Chris for that. Mm-hmm. Boy, I'm so happy to have a brother Chris. She's just like, wow, that was awesome.
Yeah, I think the saying from what was it, George Carlin comes to mind. It's one big club and you ain't in it, right? Salenti says that one too. So
yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah. So the fact, and again, it goes to show, if you're an ex-Jehovah's Witness, you say, oh, that's stupid. See, Watchtower stole your sense of humor, because every joke is a tiny revolution. George Orwell. When you laugh at the governing body by sending the voting ballot at GG4GB in Russian or in Japanese, you're letting them know that the emperor has no clothes. And then when an 18-year-old kid in the mailroom sees it and starts laughing, he knows they're full of shit. You see, you drop the seed. That's why it's very important. I tell people all the time, when you go to GG4GB.com, and I got to pay, it's like $100, I got to pay to renew it, the webpage. But when you go to GG4GB.com, man, good thing you mentioned that. I got to do that. This is very important. You're not sending in the voting ballot for me. You're sending it for the kid in the mailroom. That's the point. You see? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I like that. That's a great strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing about you being a narcissist, was that a joke also, or what?
Well, yeah, they called me a misogynist. So my brother Jesse and my brother Chris and I got pink microphones because, hey, if I'm going to be a misogynist, I gotta, wear the part. And if I'm, and again, when somebody criticizes you and lands and throws like an insult, wear it. If somebody insults you, then say, okay, because you're illustrating the absurdity of their insult by being absurd. We're like, hey, two can play at this game.
I think a lot of people, not saying that people necessarily here on this channel, that's my disclaimer, but a lot of people in general throw around these words that end with ist and phobe today like they're nothing. And if you look at some videos that and some shorts that some of the content creators on YouTube put out, they actually interview people who, ask these young women and even young men, what is a misogynist, or what is a homophobe, or whatever you want to prefix the word with, and a lot of them can't even answer the question. So it just goes, and yeah, same thing with politics. Like, why are they voting for a certain candidate? Or, I watched a video recently where they interviewed people asking why did they vote for Harris, and they couldn't answer. So just, I don't know. I think people shouldn't use words that they don't really get the true sense of, and I certainly don't. I mean, if you think about the word homophobe, a phobia is defined, and you can look this up, as an irrational fear of something. That's what a phobia is. I'm not afraid of people that choose to live a certain lifestyle. I just personally think I just don't particularly care for that lifestyle, so therefore I try to stay clear of it. but you know, teach his own.
Yeah. So when it comes to that word that you used, misogynist, and when it comes to the word homophobe, misogynist, I'm a narcissist and all that stuff. I'm going to show you something. What does it mean? And I show this clip all the time. Let me hit share, and it's right here.
We got that.
My George isn't clever enough to hatch a scheme like this.
We got that right.
What the hell does that mean?
That means whatever the hell you want it to mean.
You saying you want a piece of me?
You like a bag of dirt.
So she said it. It means whatever the hell you want it to mean. A lot of times people throw these words around, right? Fact checking, misogynist, and all that stuff. You know, they throw all of these words around, and what does it mean? Whatever the hell they want it to mean. And that's so true. Myself too. We throw words around, you know, and that's what I'm saying. Words are very powerful, and they mean things. Yeah. What does misogyny mean? Well, whatever the hell you want it to mean. What is a narcissist? Whatever the hell you want it to mean. But some people are very eloquent. They'll say, okay, this is what a narcissist is, and they'll break it down scientifically. So you know that they're not just throwing the word around. They've done their due diligence and research. Now,
I think it's wrong when some people just hijack a word and say, no, Jesus, it means Satan. And the Bible is from the devil. And all kind of weird things. I don't like when people hijack a word and tell me this means that. Like darkness is light or something. No, I think often when people hijack a word also, they have an agenda behind it. And I feel like people that are gay, they don't complain on gay lifestyles. Usually it's heterosexuals who complain on gay people.
That's true. That's yeah. Wow. I'm looking at the comment section. Tattoo-ophobe. I used to have that. And one day I was talking to my brother Jesse, and he goes, Gilbert, Jesse, because I have two brothers. I have Chris and Jesse, but Jesse's the one that told me this. He said, what the hell is your problem with tattoos? He had it up to he just had it. He goes, what the hell's your problem? And I think he told Chris that, but Chris didn't know. But Jesse told me that. And that left a really, really, that hit me in the heart, because I was tattoo-ophobe. And I had to, it was like a come to Jesus moment. And I had to ask myself, yeah, Gilbert, what the hell's your problem with tattoos? You know, and that it really helped me when he said it so emphatically. Yeah. I thought it was Chris, but it was Jesse, my older brother Jesse. Mm-hmm. And narcissist is a label.
But if you have been in the Jehovah's Witness, then you won't like tattoos, I think. If you're like from the, I don't think it's possible to be a Jehovah's Witness or ex-Jehovah's Witness and be really fond of tattoos. Then that would be. I know some people after they leave, they get all over their body, but that's unusual, I think. Usually people we're not used to it, so we don't like it, I think.
Hey,
I'm
Aaron,
also a
can I
phobe. I don't like tattoos too much. No.
Yeah. Aaron, do me a favor and take over. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, growing up, we were kind of conditioned that tattoos means that you're somebody from prison or you're worldly or whatever you want to label. But I think when we left the JW, a lot of us just went and started getting tattoos as almost like a rebellious thing. And a lot of them, you know, were trying to really think what to put on there. Like he said earlier, somebody had the truth about the tooth tat. So I think that's something that you have to take very seriously when you're going to put that on your body. But, I understand what some people behind it when they were, got out, just like they say, well, now I'm going to go to the bar, I'm going to go drinking, I'm going to go this and do that. I'm going to be an atheist now because I don't believe in God anymore. They just take drastic decisions without really thinking it over. Just kind of sit back and take a deep breath and research and just make a conclusion on your decision when you're a little bit more like I said, I have that on my fridge. Don't make a permanent decision on a temporary emotion.
Yeah, I think a lot of that, or some of that, stems from the opposite mentality factor. And I know if you want to use the word suffer from it, I guess I don't know if I go that far, but I've definitely went along with it and experienced it. As I was growing up as a JW, and I don't know, for some reason I wanted to do the opposite of a lot of the things my parents had said. And, like, for example, my parents were coffee drinkers, avid coffee addicts, I would say, like a lot of people are. But I got into my head that as I was growing up that, well, if my parents are into this whole coffee thing, then that's the furthest thing from my mind. I want to steer completely clear of it. and switching topics for a second, I actually looked up the fear of tattoos. There's actually a term for that. It's called stigmatophobia.
Wow. I didn't. Yeah. I used to have it. Yeah.
What was it? Stick what? Stick what? Where?
I just put it in the chat. So
hey, this is a family show.
Hey, is this Art Bell? I'm calling from east of the Rockies.
Okay. Well, you're on first.
Okay. Hey, do you believe in the round Earth?
You know what? You sound a lot like my brother Chris. I do believe in the round Earth.
I got to tell you a story. Some scientists, peer-reviewed research. This is late night. This is a true story.
Okay.
They think that there's gods in every galaxy.
Yes.
And so they think that Jehovah is the god of the Milky Way.
I heard that on Coast to Coast. You must have heard that from my brother Chris.
Yes, we were Phoenix Suns ticket holders, season ticket holders.
Oh, okay.
Back in the 90s. Yeah, so we heard it on late night, Coast to Coast.
Okay. So Jehovah is the god of the Milky Way.
Yeah. Oh, also, there's a lot of misogyny going on in the Milky Way.
That's the arm of the Milky Way is, but no, that's you know what? Can I tell you a story, Chris, about I'm gonna call you Chris because you sound like my brother Chris, but I'm
from Wisconsin.
Okay, but this guy called me. He's from San Diego, and I'm from Yuma, right? So it's only 3 hours away. But here's the point. Raphael calls me, Jehovah's Witness, and he goes, Gilbert, he goes, he can't talk to nobody about the flat Earth, round Earth, and he believed in Nibiru and Planet X. But the Jehovah's Witness elders and all of his Jehovah's Witness friends, they just would not let him talk about things that he wanted to talk about. And he liked to talk about Frank Sinatra and all this other stuff. But I would listen to him, and all of the other Jehovah's Witnesses wouldn't listen to him. And that's sad because if you're a Jehovah's Witness and you believe in flat Earth or Planet X, you shouldn't be disfellowshipped or lose your privileges over this. This is crazy talk.
Yeah. What happened, I believe, is you had the feminization of the Jehovah's Witness. And see, women don't like talking. They don't like men talking. They want to do all the talking.
Well, Jesse, Joe DeMann on YouTube is saying, is Uranus in the Milky Way galaxy?
Next to Neptune. There's a nip on Neptune right next to it.
And you know what they discovered? That Uranus has rings. Honest to God, look it up. Fact check it. Uranus has rings. Thanks to the James Webb Telescope, we're able to see those rings. Yes.
Okay, so here's the question that I have. If the Earth is round, the Earth is round, okay, then how come the water doesn't fall down?
Because everything, according to what gravity, they taught us that everything pulls to the center.
Pretty good, pretty good.
We have a question for you.
I don't have.
What does this Wisconsin caller think about God living in the Pleiades? This is a Jehovah's Witness teaching back in the Rutherford. What does this Wisconsin caller think about God living in the Pleiades?
Well, a lot of people think that the Pleiades are like diamonds, because didn't you say that the Pleiades emit the brightest lights?
White light, yeah, on the spectrum.
So wouldn't that denote the highest temperature?
Yes.
The highest temperatures? So how would he survive?
Well, the beautiful thing about the Pleiades, and I'm glad you asked this question, because you can't stump the GG for GB. We can see it from the naked eye, from Earth. But check this out: when you see the pictures of the Pleiades, and it's so bright light, when you picture a planet like Earth in one of those star systems, it is so bright that if you had Earth in one of those systems, no matter what direction the planet was spinning, you literally would have all of this light coming in from every angle, from top to bottom, to left to right. So the Pleiades is a constellation that, if there were a planet that harbored life, would not see darkness. Isn't that interesting?
Well, here's the thing. That's if you're looking at through the third dimension. But let's say you're looking at through a tetragram or a beyond the fourth dimension. So the light would go through. There wouldn't be no angles. Light would be entering everywhere. So in other words, let's say you're in a room with closed walls. The light will still enter even if it's outside, because it would go through the walls. Yeah. For example, if you're in a two-dimensional plane, you can't see the third dimension, but the third dimension can see you. So once we go to the fourth dimension, the same thing will apply. You could close up everything in 4 squares, but the other dimension will still enter. The light will still enter. Yeah.
Correct. But see, that's going back to about God living in the Pleiades, because there's no darkness. Hence, that's one of the theories that they had, that's the location of where God's at, And so
did you see that was it Rutherford or Russell who came up with that?
Rutherford, I believe it was Rutherford. But that's where that theory comes from.
I know, but here's the thing: a thoughtful person would think nothing that Rutherford ever touched was right.
Well, I'm not debating you on that.
Yeah, so his theories on God being in the Pleiades, that could be. I mean, nothing Rutherford taught was right. Everything was wrong.
Okay, are you ready? Because this guy's trying to stump the GG. Now, Rutherford was privy to a book called the Urantia book, which were a group of men. Was a man that was receiving, like, every week he would go into a trance, and the demons would speak to him, or the angels would speak to him, and then he had a group of people that wrote everything down word for word. And in the Urantia book, it talked about things about space that humans had not yet learned about, so it was kind of a big thing, And they also talked about things that Jesus lived through that were never written, kind of like, Jesus maybe killed a lion or maybe petted a lion, who knows? But it was stuff like that all of these extra stories of Jesus. So what happens is, right now there's a group of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. They email me, and they preach just like Jehovah's Witnesses. They preach, via social media and everything. They preach, and they try to fish out Jehovah's Witnesses, and they preach about this Urantia book. And one time they sent me an email, because I love getting their emails to find out what they're about. And in their emails, they talk about how the Urantia book talks about the Pleiades. And I'm thinking, isn't that interesting that the Pleiades was written about a couple of decades before Rutherford, and it was written by a guy who was having these, seances, and he talks about the Pleiades, and then Rutherford picks up on it. And now these ex-Jehovah's Witnesses called the Christ Experiment, you can look it up, the Christ Experiment, I get emails from them all the time. They try to teach ex-Jehovah's, because they used to be ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. They used to be Jehovah's Witnesses. I think they worked at Bethel. And they're preaching about this Pleiades stuff. So when JP, a Shack composer, is joking about it, there's a lot of people that believe in this stuff. It gets recycled. So the point I'm trying to make is that Rutherford wrote about this, and 100 years later, somebody picks up the book and they recycle it. It's a recycled Bible teaching.
Right. Now, would that have anything to do? Because Rita X, remember Rita X? She was talking about the mothership.
Yeah.
From the Joint Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
And so could that have something to do with the mothership? A lot of people believe in the mothership.
Louis Farrakhan. Yeah, Louis Farrakhan did too. Yeah. So, the mothership is just like the Pleiades in that they're recycled teachings, just like the 6,000 year creation. It's a recycled teaching. And now there's this guy, his name is Joseph Prince. He's a preacher, Filipino guy, and he's on the TBN network, all those TV shows. And Joseph Prince, I was laughing my butt off because he's over here giving this, talking about Jesus and God and everything. He's a televangelist, and he starts teaching the 6,000 years creation that leads to 1975 without the 1975 part. That book, Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained. Jesse, this guy preaches the Watchtower teaching.
Chris.
Chris. He teaches the Watchtower teaching of the 6,000 years and then the 1,000 year days. So, every day of God is 1,000 years, and then the seventh 6,000 years, right, is 1 day. And then we have the 1,000 year reign of Christ, which is 7,000 years is a day. So 7 times 7 is 49,000 years, and the 50th is the Jubilee year, and that's what he was teaching. He was recycling a Watchtower book from the 50s in the year 2020.
All right.
Yeah.
So I can't stump the GG for GP because you're way out there.
That can be a good thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, about this that you said that the females want to do all the talking. Actually, an average female will talk 3 times more than an average man. So if a man is talking all the time, possibly he's connecting with his female side of him.
Correct. But most of the time, the men aren't listening. So the women are talking, but nobody's listening.
Mm-hmm.
So when a man talks, you're listening. That's the difference.
Boy, Jesse, that's misogynistic, if I ever heard it. Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to be
maybe that's just you. Maybe that's just you. I don't think, I think I recognize it. Gilbert always listens to me, so I don't believe that's true for everybody. Maybe that's just you.
Yeah, Chris. What's up with you, Chris? Jeez.
Sorry.
We got to put Chris in his place.
She got the better of me. Yeah. I was listening and listening and listening. I had to interject something.
Yeah. Wow.
That's the thing about men. We talk less and sometimes we're wrong.
Yeah.
And you know what the funny thing is? This conspiracy. Because there's this saying in English.
I don't think that
men have to admit when they're wrong. Men go, I was wrong. But you never hear women say, you know what? I was wrong. But you know, like you got to be a man and say, okay, I was wrong. So I was corrected by Grace, but I think I'm man enough to say, you know what? Thank you, Grace. I was wrong.
But you know, I think that.
Go ahead, Grace.
But I
Yes,
think
go ahead, Grace.
Gilbert never admit when he is wrong, because you know, Gilbert told me that mark your calendars about Leather King, and then I asked him about it, and he never admitted that he was wrong about Leather King. So
Yeah, because that would be like in the movie Grease when he says, "I have a reputation to protect." But no, you're absolutely right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're the GG for GB, and there can't be a woman in the GB.
Yeah.
So therefore, he can't be wrong.
Why not? You know, I'm surprised. Why can't a woman be in the GB? You know.
Why doesn't a girl lift up her candidacy and run for GG for GB?
Yeah.
Why doesn't a sister run for GB?
Well, this is one of the best quotes I've seen. One of the best comments. We need to get Jesse to call in to put Chris in his place. So be careful, Chris. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
We don't want to bring.
Okay.
Jesse. Yeah.
No,
no, we don't. No, we have this. Hello.
Yeah.
Now I have to explain myself now. This is Grace from Sweden. And when Grace is here, we don't need Jesse to put anybody in the place. Grace is here now from Sweden.
Okay. We got, see, see, there we go. Right on.
Good night, West of the
when I
Rockies.
get on the men's faces, no, when I get on, the men's faces turn pale. And they are like, oh man, now Grace is on. Hold on to your britches, they say when I come on. And some people make signs and try to shoot themselves in the head on the screen and everything when I get on. So people are I'm really intimidating. I'm the Ice Princess, Viking woman from Sweden. The men are really afraid of me on this channel.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that, and I will defend though Ricky Bobby. I mean, he's changed a lot. He's very kind to you now, and I'm happy that. The one person I haven't heard from in a while is Pixie. Usually Pixie would come on this late at night, and it's.
I was thinking about her earlier. I don't know what's going on with Pixie. I haven't heard her in weeks.
You know, the word is that Pixie said this. Okay, she says that she looks like Sharon Stone on a bad day. Those are not my words. But we don't know what Pixie looks like. And if anybody knows what Pixie looks like, can you please give her my number if she looks like Sharon Stone on a bad day? But
yeah, but by the way, have you ever seen interviews with Rick Rule on he does interviews with Danielle Cambone?
I love Daniela. Yeah, I watched her the other day. I watch her every week when she comes on. I've been watching her when she was on Kitco, and then she
Right. Yeah, so Rick Rule, well, you know how educated and how articulate he is, right?
Yeah.
Well, I have, ever since I've been on the 6 screens, I have basically come to the conclusion in my mind that Pixie is the female version of Rick Rule.
Okay.
Because if you listen to the way she articulates, and she's very educated and learned, I mean, the two are almost identical.
Oh no, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I like Pixie. My only thing is with Pixie, I think where we disagree is I don't trust the education system. That all of our problems that we have today are because of the education system. Now, a lot of our successes, the great majority of our successes, is because of the education system. All I'm saying is we have to be able to call a spade a spade. Our education system is having our teenagers have purple hair. Why? Because they're learning that not from the Amish, they're learning that from college. So all I'm saying is that we have a problem, and it does have to be addressed. But I'm not knocking the education system. I'm just saying I don't worship the education system. And I'm not afraid to call a spade a spade. But I think that's about my only disagreement with Pixie. On that we kind of, but yeah, I'd give it to you. She's super intelligent and a fascinating host.
I always like when people bring up the debate of whether you should homeschool your kids or not, and I've always been in the camp that basically we are not like most parents are not necessarily qualified teachers. Yes, I understand the curriculum in the educational system is not ideal, but in my opinion, I think that's where the parenting part comes in, right? So you send your kids to school to know what it's like to be in school and be around other people and learn things. But when they come home, you say, hey, what did you learn from school today? Yada, yada. Then you can kind of correct their understanding on certain things. I mean, that's my opinion. But I would certainly not be the person that I am today if I had been homeschooled. I was already sheltered as it is, being brought up as JW. And if I had also had to be sheltered even more, being homeschooled too, I might not even be here today. I'm just being honest.
Hey, check this out. I'm going to change the subject here.
Can I defend myself for a second?
Yeah, defend yourself.
Because I was brought up a little bit from Grace, or at least from you. It's just that I'm not afraid of anybody on this channel because I'm not afraid. I don't live in fear anymore. It's been a long time since I've lived in fear. That's something that I shook from Jehovah's Witnesses because, like Gilbert says all the time, fear leads to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hatred. Hatred leads to suffering. You know, in the words of Yoda, I don't live in fear anymore. I'm not afraid to speak up and say what's on my mind. I'm not afraid of Grace. Grace, I'm not afraid of you. I try to be kind, and Gigi said that Eric is changing a little bit. It's because I'm trying to show kindness to somebody that always attacks me and always makes it about the show about her and deflects from it. I'm not attacking you right now. I'm just explaining myself.
And she's done a good job too. She's done a fantastic job, Grace, ever since that confrontation you guys had. And I'm saying this in all sincerity. I think both of you guys, really.
And I want to set the matter clear. Last week or a couple weeks ago, she said that I called her a feminist, and that's not true. I called her an unhealthy feminist because there's different types of feminists in the world, and we talked about those unhealthy feminists today. Actually, Jimmy Bell talked about it because this feminism was brewed to destroy the family system, and Sweden is highly affected by that. They're highly affected by that culture, and that's what I was bringing up. But I will never hide. I will never say, oh, I didn't say that and reject. I will correct the matter and what I exactly said, even if it makes me look worse. Thank you, Jesus.
Hey, you know what? I wanted to bring up this subject. Steen said purple is, thank you. He says purple is the middle ground between red and blue. Purple. You guys, tell me if you guys ever heard of this. Purple triangles. What does it mean? Well, the triangles that the Jehovah's Witnesses had were not triangles. They were purple pyramids. Hitler and his buddies knew, they had a dossier on the Jehovah's Witnesses. They knew about the pyramids of that Russell wrote, the Jehovah's Witness religion. So when they were put in their concentration camp with the triangles, they weren't triangles, they were pyramids. And Hitler and his squad was saying, there's your pyramid, Russell. There's your pyramid. And so Jehovah's Witnesses go and they say, oh, it's a purple triangle. No, it was a purple pyramid. They were laughing at you. They gave you a badge that represented what you guys believed in. The pyramid that was measured by Russell that gave you 1914. Has anybody ever told you that? Have you guys ever heard that? No. See, it's silent. The room is silent because of shock and awe, saying, oh my God, you really are GG for GB. The Jehovah's Witness elder we wish we had when we were going to the Kingdom Hall. They're always telling you half-truths. It wasn't a purple triangle. It was a purple pyramid. They were laughing at the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Where did you hear that? Gilbert, where did you hear that information? I've never heard that.
That's right, because I'm GG for GB and I don't listen to other people. I think about these things. I think about them and I come to my own conclusion. I'm not joking around. I'm serious. I think about these things. Like what? Yeah.
So you deduce it. That's pretty smart, Gilbert.
Yeah. Well, Susan, I mean, there's a reason why I don't just say I'm GG for GB, the governing body elect, for no reason. I mean, this is why I do the things I do. No, just kidding. But no, Jesse and I,
we talk about this. Jesse and I talk about God, Jesus, all day long. If we were rich and didn't have to work, that's all we would do is talk about the beautiful things of God. And we talk about our Jehovah's Witness religion, but we look at it from a different perspective now. Like, they've always been lying to us. What else have they been lying to us? So every time we see something from Watchtower, we now look at it from a different perspective. Like, what are they trying? Like a woman that's been cheated on by her husband, and then her husband comes home. She's always now looking at her husband with a suspicious eye. Well, that's how we are. Jesse and I have been cheated on by Watchtower, and we don't trust a thing that comes out of her mouth. Does that make sense?
A perfect conclusion.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the real reason I want to be a member of the governing body, like Howdy says, I want a Bentley, just like Jarrett Loesch.
Does Garrett Loesch have a Bentley?
I think so.
Wow. That's what does Stephen Lett have?
I don't know, but I'm glad Susan caught on to that.
He had a niece and she left.
It's a pyramid, yeah. It's a purple pyramid, you know.
Stephen Lett's niece left. I mean, you guys heard about that, right? That's old news.
Oh, repeat it. That's why you're here. Repeat it. Stephen Lett drives what?
I heard he has real estate too, like a lot of real estate.
Hey, GG for GB.
Go ahead.
If you became the governing body member, would you keep the organization going or would you close it down?
I would. The first thing I would do is, Jesse says, if you were elected in public, then you should govern in public. And that's the problem that we have right now, that nothing is done publicly. Everything is done privately. So the first thing I would do is I would publicly on JW Broadcasting have the lawyers instruct the congregations to incorporate every Kingdom Hall in the name of the local individuals, and every member of the congregation have a share, a stockholder share, because they donated money, they've gone door to door preaching, they have every right to have ownership of that property.
We built them. I was a part of a construction crew. We built these damn things.
That would be my first thing.
We built them. We maintained them. We cut the grass. We did everything. We basically own them, and they stole it from us. And I like your plan.
And then the second thing I would do is when I sell Watchtower property.
But then, what kind of service? That means you're going to continue to have a service. So, what kind of service you going to hold? Because now are you going to be corrupted by the power?
No. What I would do.
Will you become Palpatine? And will the dark side consume you because you get upset? I'm not saying you personally, but anybody that would have that much power in front of them.
What I would do is then the second thing is I would start selling, branch offices, and I would use the money and put it into all of the missionaries and all of the Bethelites that served, and it would be a fair, like say you have $1 million and Elon Musk did this. Look it up. When Elon Musk sold PayPal, everybody became a millionaire, not in US dollars, but in South African money. And everybody from the gardener to the janitor received a healthy sum. So if I would sell, let's say, headquarters in Mexico City, I would make sure that everybody that has served in the last, say, 10 years or left, they would receive certain amount of money. You make it public, but you have to give it back to the people that were robbed of retirement accounts. They were robbed of an ability to retire. So, and you would do that by selling the branch offices. Number two, I would definitely keep the Ramapo type, the broadcasting, and be a telenetwork. And I would preach freedom. And I would also instruct people that this is the problem with freedom. When Walt Disney built an empire, the problem is that when he died, the devil takes over. The problem with churches is when a church is doing a good job, they're doing a great job, but then the pastor dies, then Satan takes over. It happens all the time. Look at Walt Disney is a perfect example. So the number one thing that should happen when
when a religious leader dies, is the whole religion church has to just be dismantled and built again by the people who, just built again. But if you leave it living, it becomes the dinosaur. So Watchtower is a dinosaur because it never dies. You got to stop feeding the dinosaur. So I would definitely use it to teach, but I would have a very limited staff. Yeah, that's what I would do. And hand over all the documents.
They still have a lot of this.
Mm-hmm. And I would hand over all.
They still have a lot of money, so I mean, it would take that the shareholders remove their money. Otherwise, I mean, if the shareholders say now we want our money back, they could finish it, I think. But as long as the shareholders get something out of it, they won't take out their shares. But if they don't get any money anymore, I think they will close it down.
They will put it from saying, and see, and going back to the shares.
But I was
that's another
meaning
thing.
to ask you something, Gilbert.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you something because you are a very calm person. You never get angry and you're very balanced. So I think you could have some leading position, like having a show here or GG for GB or something. But I mean, is this something in the culture of your family, or is everybody like calm in your family? Because I noticed Jessie is calm also. Is this a culture thing, or is it just your family that's this calm all the time?
No. I fell from grace. So I was riding high, like a Jehovah's Witness elder, and other things happened to me. And when I fell down and I hit rock bottom, then I just learned, hey, Gilbert, tone it down. So no, I wasn't always like this. I used to be, Anthony Morris. I used to be like those guys, Pharisaic. But the beautiful thing is that God let me fall down and crash and burn. And that crash and burn, when you crash and burn in life, is you stand back up and you say, okay, well, that was fun, but I'll be more careful next time. And the other thing about, Gilbert, what would you do is I would, if I was ever a member of the governing body, I'd release all of the information. Like I would let everybody know, you want to know who the shareholders are? This is who they are. I would just release everything because Jesse, my brother, says, if you were elected in public, then you should govern in public. That's the problem that we have now, is everybody wants a public election, but they want to govern privately behind closed doors. Jesus was always open. He was always approachable. He wasn't in back rooms doing deals. So I would say, well, you want to know who the members of the corporation are? Right here. If the police came and they wanted to see all of the child abuse, I would just give it to them. Just do everything openly. And guess what? God will bless you. Just like God blessed Bukele when Bukele and his cabinet got on their knees, pray to God, how are we going to fight MS-13 in El Salvador? And Bukele told Tucker Carlson it was a miracle, but we did it. And they won the battle against MS-13. Very, very few people died. And how do they do it? Well, they just, they humbled themselves before God. The best thing you can do to humble yourself before God as a governing body member is give everybody what they want. The police, the Australian Royal Commission, Mike and Kim are going to be barking, I want this. Okay, have it. Have it all. I'll give it to John Cedars. Have it. And God will bless when people are open. God will not bless anonymity. God does not bless anonymity. When Jesus was about to die, they went looking for him. And he goes, where's that? And he goes, who are you looking for here? He goes, I am he. And they fell back. That's what Jesus said. Who are you looking for? What do you want? Here it is. Well, we want the records of the child abuse. Well, there it is. It's right there. That's how you govern. You govern like Jesus Christ. I am he. That's how you do it. And the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses doesn't have that. And the reason I would make sure all the properties were sold and transferred the names is because all the lawsuits. If you got rid of all of the property and everything, you get rid of the property before the governments can steal your money. So that's what I would do. And then I would tell the elders, do not form a new religion, but don't use the word Jehovah's Witness, so that way they don't go after you legally. But yeah, that's what you would do. You want to give everything back to the people. And a blanket amnesty. Everybody that's been disfellowshipped is now reinstated. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What about those that were disassociated?
Mm-hmm. What's that?
Oh, remember when Obi-Wan Kenobi says, in my experience, there's no such thing as luck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. Because that might be in Bible times, but I think God, but my personal experience, I think God is checked out to allow mankind to rule themselves, and I know that's a Jehovah's Witness in me, but I personally don't believe that he is involved in human affairs right now as we speak. And people, like, at first, I almost fell for it, because people were like, wow, President Trump, he dodged the bullet, like 1 in a million shots, not literally, but well, literally, but like, he dodged the bullet, and that's a miracle. That's from God. Well, what about Corey Capentori, if I'm saying his name correctly? Sorry, I always get it wrong. Capentori, I think. It's Italian. I'm Italian, and I can't get the names right. But anyways, that guy. What about him? Why didn't God spare him? Why didn't God spare the 2 other people they didn't get murdered, but they were in critical condition? And that's why I feel like at some point when God and Jesus come back and they show themselves, they're going to be like, guys, you got everything wrong about us and what was going on. I think that's the point. I think the Bible, I know people say you can come to know the gospel and scriptures, but I think a lot of it's in code. And I think the thing is that when God and Jesus finally do show themselves, that we will know what to do then. We'll be instructed. But right now we're in chaos. We're just trying to figure it out. That's how I feel.
Yeah. And what is that Bible text in Micah where it says that what does God want from you than to be humble or modest when you walk with God? And I think you touched on that, because was Donald Trump spared? Well, see, a modest person will say, you know what? Perhaps there was the hand of God that blessed Donald Trump. Perhaps that's being modest when you walk with God. But you're right. These people, they lack modesty because they speak of something that's a fact that you have no, you're telling people what God did or what didn't do, and you're right. That's not modest. That's not humble.
Yes. And I think it's pissing him off, Jerry. I think at some point, God might, this is just a conspiracy in my own thinking, but God might become radical just to prove to everybody, look, I am not who you say you are. I am who I become. I am who I am. I don't, like, you know what? Like, people say, like, the Bible says it's impossible for God to lie. I don't agree with that, and I'll tell you why. Because I think God decides what a lie is and what a lie isn't, because we're humans. You know what I mean? He can say, he's God. He can do whatever he wants. He can lead us somewhere, even if it's not factual, but then lead us in the right direction at some point. He can purposely confuse us. He's done that to his people before. It wouldn't be the first time.
It's interesting you say that, because I can't remember if it's Jesse or my brother Chris that said that he said God was going to bring the end in 1914, and then the Jehovah's Witnesses started preaching. So he changed his mind, and God says, you know what? I'm going to bring it in 1975. And then the Jehovah's Witnesses started preaching. So yeah, he says that with humor, but it goes back to your point that we're not modest. We're not humble. We like, who made you God's spokesperson with that thing with Donald Trump? So it's so much better to say, if you believe that God spared Donald Trump's life, it's possible, but be modest in your approach, and people like that. What the knee-jerk reaction you had and you got triggered is because of the lack of modesty. You like, no, this is not modest. Internally, you smell like this is not right, because you're you're speaking for God to rile up people for your political benefit. No, calm down. So yeah, did God spare Donald Trump's life? It's possible, but why did the other one die? That's a good question. But be modest.
That's the same stuff that we do with Jehovah's Witnesses when they say, "Oh, look, there was something that happened at the door." We always hear that story, and there was an angel present, another figure, and the guy closed the door and dropped the gun or whatever. But what about the El Chapo story? Where was God when those two sisters showed up at El Chapo's house and got mutilated and probably cut up into a million pieces and in a dumpster on fire? I mean, they killed her, the two women. Where's the protection? So it's like it's the double standard, and that's what I'm exposing, the double standard when Christians are like, well, God did this, but if there's a negative to it, why didn't he just protect everybody? So that's what makes me doubt that he got involved with it. That's all.
Now you see that picture, Ricky Bobby, where I have it, and Jesus says, "I never said critical thinking." I have a whole bunch of them, but the point is this: Jesus is washing the feet of the apostles, and he's listening to us, and then he turns around and goes, "Ricky, I've never said that. And that's what you're describing. That we as humans, for some reason, like to put words in Jesus's mouth and God's mouth. God did this. God did that. Jesus is like, hey. Go ahead.
There's something that I've never told the audience, and I'm not going to, but I'm going to and only Jerry knows what I'm talking about, and maybe Debbie more. But I went through something and experienced, Desiree and I, and it made the congregation just uproar at us for what we said and what we claimed. And I don't want to get into it, but it wasn't a bad thing, and it had to do with the relationship with God. And what we said was so vile to them that they were saying, Jehovah would never say this. Jehovah would never do that. Jehovah would never use a woman. Jehovah would never. And I'm just like, woof. Like, does Jehovah have a say in this? And that's what you're talking about, or God, or Jesus, or whatever your faith is, and what you believe in. But do you know what I'm talking about? Like just how it just, these people just are always putting, and I don't think it's just Jehovah's Witnesses. I think it's a lot of Christianity, but God would never do that. And I'm like, I think that's pissing God off, because
are you looking at the screen?
He's not talking. He's not talking to us right now. So if he's just sitting there, him and his son being like, that's not who we are.
You look like a priest.
Shipping arrangement.
Now, Ricky Bobby,
you look like a priest. You look like a priest scholar.
Because Ricky Bobby's confessing. Please, Ricky, confess some more. I don't know if Ricky's looking at the screen or not. Are you looking at the screen? Okay. Well, yeah, I encourage you to keep.
I do have YouTube going on in the background, but I'm not looking at it because I'm personally talking to you on the earpiece.
Okay, well, if you can look at the screen, because I want you to please tell me more about this story about you and the elders in the confrontation. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see the comment sections.
Yeah.
Please. Yeah, I'm not going to because I'll tell you why. Let me put my phone back on. Take it off speakerphone because it's not as good.
Yeah.
I saw the comments, and I don't really want to because okay, I'll tell you why. Every time I have told this story, it's only brought pain and suffering to my wife and I. So it's easier because nobody can believe it and no one can understand what we went through. Mm-hmm. I'll leave it up to the elders to burn in hell for what they did to us. Okay. But I will say this: we were whatever experience that we went through at the time, for whatever reason, we were homeless and we were living in our car, and we did this for about 3.5, maybe 4 months, and we made every single meeting, and they still wouldn't reinstate us because of something that we claimed about God. And that's I tell people all the time the reason why I got this fellowship, and I always make it up an excuse, but it's actually a claim that my wife and I made because of a spiritual experience we went through. And we thought that we were with good company and that these people would love us through it, especially our family. And boy, was I wrong, because I went onto my mom's phone. The whole congregation was talking about us. I went through all her text messages and saw everybody talk, like everybody was saying how blasphemous we were. and how out of line we were for the claim that we made. But so I bury it now, and I don't talk about it. But I did go through something, and like it was so bad that we had to leave the state, and that's why we're in Tennessee. I miss Rhode Island a lot. We both do, but it's become such a Democrat shithole now. Pardon my French. That we don't really want to go back. We'd like to visit, I guess, but like my city in Providence, it's become like a mini LA. Yeah. There's like hobos and just like crime, and there's illegal immigrants, and just a lot of violence and shit that wasn't there before, because we had this Republican. It's a Democratic state, and we had this Republican come in who was with the mafia. But I don't give a shit. This guy cleaned up the city. His name was Mayor Giuliani. He went to prison for racketeering. But he cleaned up the city, and it lasted for years. It lasted for like over a decade. He enforced the police. And he just like made it really safe. In fact, it was so safe when I was a teenager, my parents used to let me go to the city and go to rock concerts and not be afraid. You know,
I think I remember you talking about part of this story. Yeah. So yeah, and this is a new first for the 6 screens. I mean, we got confessions. If anybody else would like to, give a confession, I mean, yeah, but yeah, I totally understand how bad it is that you have to.
Yeah, I was meaning to ask you something, Gilbert.
Go ahead.
So I was meaning to ask you something, Gilbert, about this Donald Trump, because I imagine you have heard about Donald Trump's nephew, and he talked about that Donald said something about the people who are disabled or have some kind of disability and things. Have you heard about this? And if you have heard about it, what do you think about Donald Trump's nephew talking about him?
I don't know, and I'll definitely look into it. I have no idea. I honest to God, I have not heard about it, and I will look at. I'll search the news on Donald Trump's nephew. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. According to the nephew, he said something like that. He said that Donald had said that these people just cost too much money and blah 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 blah.
Well,
so the nephew was really upset with Donald. And
yeah, now Jesus says, "Judge a tree by its fruits." So we have to look at a lot of the fruit, and then and learn to put everything into context. But yeah, Grace, I'll definitely look into it. Absolutely, I never heard of it.
I tell you, I love the disabled people. I love them so much, and it's true. I've done so much for them. I've created the Social Security is best under my administration. Thank you so much, Gigi.
Yeah, okay. There you go. But yeah, no, it's definitely something to look into. But look, we did a new first at the 6 screens. If anybody also wants to come in and do their confession, yeah, we're more than happy to take it. Aaron, is there something that you want to confess about?
You confession. That's a good late night.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Or XGW confessions. There we go. That's more than
I'm an upstanding person for the most part. I mean, I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. But then again, I'm not good when I get put on the spot.
If you want to confess something about, if you want to confess something, we can hide your face, and you could talk about your Brazilian girlfriend that you talked about in the Chinese. I mean, I'm sure there might be something there you might want to get off your chest, but don't.
Yeah,
well, okay.
Like this long, there'd be this long like censorship over my ears. Everyone would know who I am.
Well, here's a little something. I still dream about my ex-girlfriend, most recent one, the Chinese girl. Yeah,
I dream about her. Dream.
I dreamed about her last. Well, I slept during the day, but because I'm on like a night schedule right now. But yeah, I actually dreamed about her yesterday. And it was just like, it was out of the blue, and it was just so crazy, when these things happen.
Do you mind if you tell us a little bit about the dream? What was it about? Did you like?
Okay, well, it was basically something like this. Now, when I dream about her, a lot of times when I dream about her, it's a theme, and the theme is I'm looking for her. I'm in her house, which I was a lot during our, time together, and I'm looking for her, and I'm going through all the rooms in the house, and I'm looking for her. Like, where is she? Like, where is she? And then sometimes I'll end up finding her in some of the dreams, and then other times I will not find her. during the times when I do find her, like I'll go into her room, she doesn't want to talk to me, or it's really strange, or then I wake up, for example, and I don't get to talk to her, but I do like find her, and it's strange. But like the one yesterday was really weird. It was I was talking to her, we were talking about like maybe rekindling, the relationship, but then a previous ex before me was also involved. Like she was talking to both of us, and it was kind of like a triangle type of thing. It's really strange. Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
Now, Aaron, now, I gotta make sure my collar is straight. This dream and these repetitive dreams that you have are just one dream. And what it means is, I will decipher your dream, that you are not going to see your girlfriend again for the next 7 years. You will be free of her for 7 years. But in 7 years, you will meet her again, and you will be in eternal bliss for another 7 years. After the 7 years, it would just depend on what you did in the last 7, whether you will continue on with her or not. So that, Aaron, is my my interpretation of your dream.
That's interesting. You should mention the 7 years, because
I
I mean, we were together for almost that
think,
long.
But I
Go ahead,
think
Grace. Sorry.
the cells in your body, they have to get exchanged. So you have it's a period of 7 years before all your cells in the body is getting exchanged, and then and then you will not you will be completely healed, and until then you will have some unsolved emotions. Maybe if you dream about her, there is something that you still your body still remembers her, and the cells in your body still remembers her. You had feelings one time, and it's still not really solved. So I think one good thing to do to forget an old girlfriend is to get a new one.
Well,
I
hold
agree.
on. So Aaron, that's a good point, but I'm going to explain to you further detail. But there is also a possibility that if your ex-girlfriend's older sister is not married by the 7th year, you will have to marry her first, and you'll be a polygamist. But this is very important. Daniela says subconsciously you miss her. Now here's the thing, and I don't know. This is totally a theory. There's evidence that you can find on the internet where a man's sperm stays in a woman like a spermatoid. Like it swims all over her body, even into her brain. I mean, I have the link somewhere in my email. I think I can find it. I just type in sperm, and it's a really interesting article. But the thing is that when a woman or a man, you have multiple sex partners. Even with one, you exchange bodily fluid. So just think about this for a second, because he says you subconsciously miss her. And I'm being serious here, but this is all theory. We don't know this, but when a man and a woman exchange bodily fluids, does that bodily fluid become a part of you and the two become one? You see? And so part of your body, like she says, Daniela says, subconsciously you miss her. Could it be that her essence, her DNA that you ingested is floating around in your body? I don't know.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa. Now, if she has sex with a lot of other men, the sperm of other men is competing against yours. I mean, we don't know these things, but what I'm saying is that the biology of the man and woman is just as great as the universe as far as its complexity. So maybe some of her juices triggered something in your brain, and you had a flashback. You subconsciously miss her, and there's nothing wrong with that, and you shouldn't feel ashamed. It just means that you're human.
Yeah. Now there's a couple of things I wanted to mention too. Some of the things that you and Eric were talking about earlier. I had a thought about God not, or intervening or not in our affairs. What about Fukushima? Now, if you look on YouTube, you will see some accounts of people that claim that they saw things in that explosion that were questionable as to what they were, as far as maybe subduing it somewhat to the point where it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I was wondering what your thoughts or maybe Eric's thoughts were on that. Was alien? Did aliens intervene, or did God or did God or Jesus or the angels intervene in that?
I don't know, but before we answer that question, people want to know, was it a dry dream? And the other one is, it is also said that if you dream about an ex, it means that you're thinking of you. Now that is a beautiful thought, that perhaps she was having the same dream in a parallel universe.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. We don't know how beautiful the body is. We have no idea why it's also dangerous to be exchanging bodily fluids with people, because we mess up the universe, we mess up the rotation. Who knows? But I mean, these are beautiful subjects to ponder on.
Yeah, well, I would say that if it was not a dry dream, that I would have liked that, because that means I'm still young. We'll put it that way. But no, it was not. So therefore, I'm getting old. So there you go.
Now, as far as the Fukushima stuff, I have no idea. I mean,
I think it's a good thing you bring these things up, Gilbert, because now we have no governing body to lead our sex life anymore. So I think it's good that you bring up the dangers of having sex outside the marriage and just have sex casually. It brings dangers, except for diseases and being pregnant. It's emotional also.
Yes, because
it's dangerous.
Because those words, the two shall become one, are not just words. When you think about, if God says the two shall become one, those have to be very powerful words. So if a woman, let's just say, has sex with 10 men in a year or a month, doesn't matter, or let's say she's a professional, she does it in one day, then she's one with 10 men. That has to have a battle. I mean, there's a battle in her brain. Same thing with a man. When a man does the same thing, how can he ingests by kissing her or whatever, he ingests the DNA of 10 women. It has to have an effect on the psyche, because the 10 are one. See what I'm saying? That the words, the two shall become one, are very powerful words. They mean a lot. And who knows what they mean? We're just babies in a universe of billions of years.
But you're absolutely right about these two become one. But also, what I think it's important, we have to realize that the woman is the weaker vessel, and we have more emotions. So if a woman have sex with a man, she's in a more vulnerable position, not just diseases and getting pregnant, because that's more easy for a woman to have problems with than for a man. But I mean, it's really dangerous for a woman. She's more fragile, her mental stage and things. So women, they are more careful, I think. They not nowadays maybe, but I mean, usually, historically, women have been more careful to have sex with men. They should be, because we are more fragile.
Wow. So let me see if I can do this real quick. Share screen. I'm going to see if I can do another share screen. Shock discovery. So check this out. Take it for what it's worth, but it says here, new research from the Seattle University and the Cancer Center revealed that a portion of the DNA from every man with whom a woman has had sex with ends up staying with her forever, lodged in her brain. The study was originally intended to identify whether women who get pregnant with a son end up becoming more predisposed to developing certain neurological diseases that are common in males. So it talks about male microchimerisms, meaning her brain absorbs male DNA that stays with her whenever she procreates with one. Wow. So the two become one, there's the article right there. So stop sharing. So what do you think about that? So I'm not saying it's true, but what I'm trying to say is that
Yes, it is dangerous. I read the study actually, and this is about having multiple sclerosis. And they actually find out that if a woman have sex with a man, then through the having a child, she can get multiple sclerosis from the man.
Okay. So what were you? Thank you, Grace. What were you saying, caller?
Oh, it's Eric. I was just saying that I think women are more impacted from like a sexual intercourse like that, or like in pregnancy, but men are too, just on a smaller level. That's why men can tend to leave, despite the despite like having to be the father. It just depends, though. It can happen with either sex. That's all my point was basically. But I was gonna say, Gigi, I think when you get off from the two witnesses and you go into like the love line, right? Mm-hmm. I think you should be the love guru, or the XJW love guru. I came up with that nickname, by the way. Mm-hmm. And I think you should use it. And I think when that part of the show comes on, if it does in the future, and you keep doing it, you should play something like maybe Marvin Gaye, or how about Sex Machine? Who did that? Jackson. What's his name? I can't think of the guy's name.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm a Sex Machine. Like Brown, something. James Brown. You always come in with music. Put some groovy music on when we do your love guru. I like it, man. I think it works.
Yeah. So and I got my caller, so you're with family, and you can trust me with your intimate sexual stories. I'm not going to tell anybody else, believe me. No one's watching anyways. So yeah, everything you wanted to know about XJW sex, but we're too afraid to ask, because that's from the movie Woody Allen, without the Jehovah's Witness part. But yeah, I don't know if that article is true or not. It cites reputable university studies, but it's just really food for thought, when you think about it. And so there's probably a lot more to the sexual relation than what meets the eye, and I like the idea that you both probably had the very same dream, or similar dream, yeah. So kind of like a telephone, cell phone, it rings because the way it recognizes the wavelength. Maybe there was a wavelength, and you guys both thought of each other. Who knows? I believe a lot of things now, or I'm open to the belief, I would say. Now,
yeah, me too.
Sex bomb, yeah. So that would be a great show, huh? The Love Guru, XJW Love Guru, 6 nights, late night, for your listening pleasure. Yeah, I have to work on that.
Vern was doing something like that in one of his videos, fixing my face, Vern.
Yeah, but he's not as funny as I am.
That's true.
Not as funny as I am. Yeah, and not as fast. And he's not faithful and undiscreet, like Shaq says. Yeah, so just kidding. But yeah, no, love Vern. Yeah, Vern is a big fan of mine. I'm a big fan of his.
Hey, Gigi.
Go ahead.
You are a funny guy. You really are a funny guy.
Yeah, funny guy. Yeah. So
you picking up the movie? You picking up the movie in your window now? Goodfellas.
Yeah.
He's like, funny how?
That was a terrible.
Funny. I don't know. You have to see the movie. If you haven't seen the movie, never mind.
That scene was just very. God, that was a scary scene. Yeah. You're laughing. Yeah.
I loved it. I laughed my whole way through it. I'm like, he's bullshitting him. Sorry.
I saw the Godfather trilogy, but I didn't see Goodfellas.
I'm putting back the caller because howdy, Paul. So hey, if there's anybody else that likes to come into confession night, you got your date stories. Wow, we've been on for 5 hours, but we're doing it, like Rick says, to burn the midnight oil. And we're doing it for Joe Marciano. So, man, I should be in bed by now. It's 1. Yeah. But yeah, haven't you noticed that a lot of...
Are you feeling tired, Gilbert?
Yeah, kind of. But have you noticed how a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witness videos, they talk about the dating scene, the ex-JW? It's a very popular subject amongst ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah. Yeah. No judicial hour here. No. Yeah. Shaq has called and confided with me many times, and he's, made confession. I won't say what he said, but I mean, yeah, he confessed. Yeah. And I didn't let the rest of the elders know. So your confessions are safe with me. Yeah. But
what I do, Gilbert?
Go ahead.
What I do, Gilbert, is that I seek support. I seek support. I mean, I'm in a Christian congregation here in Sweden, and I seek support from the leaders. And also, I have friends in the United States. I have a friend named Kevin, and he helps me a lot. And I talk to him about my sinful thoughts, and he tries to help me. And, he's very calm, like you. You're also calm, and he's a very calm person. And he encourages me about everything. And he said to me that people should listen to you because you're intelligent, Grace. So that's why they should listen to you. And he's just very calm, and he doesn't feel like I'm trying to overpower him or anything. I couldn't do that even if I wanted to, because he's such a calm in his manhood that it's not a problem when I talk to him.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Everybody
and
needs
also I have been talking to Wyatt Earp also, but we don't talk often, maybe once every 14 days. And he also encouraged me how to live a good Christian life and to stay absent from men, and because it's really, you get the temptations, and it's really hard for a woman to be strong all the time and just say no to everybody. So I find a lot of strength when I can call and talk to somebody and they help me to stay absent, or what you call it, stay pure and
yeah, and I don't go into that. I don't go that far and telling people what to do. It's a personal decision. But yeah,
actually, Wyatt Earp's name is Robert from Arizona, and Wyatt Earp belongs to a lawman who was a badass that did a lot for his town. So he's not deserved of that name. But yeah, his name is Robert from Arizona. Be careful, you get your neighbor.
Yeah, no, it's true. And but yeah, that Grace is right in that we all need to have somebody that we could bounce something off. Iron get sharpened with iron. That's just a fundamental fact. So no, you're right, Grace, and that's why Rick does what he does. Joe and Fran and Dan and Angela. That's why everybody does what they do. So God bless those people that put themselves out there, because she's right. A lot of people sometimes just need to be able to bounce something off of you. And we all get that. So wow. 5 hours, 17. I don't want to. I really should have ended this a long time ago, but you guys are, you guys are the ones with sexual problems, and you guys have to tell your stories and get it all out.
I still have a sexual problem. I need some more encouragement.
Okay. Well, it's just it's like the governing body always blaming the people. Yeah. So that's why he said that. Yes, because it's always blaming everybody. I'm here because everybody here has sexual problems, and I have to listen.
Like Rick says, we are here because you are here.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that was like a little joke, inside joke. But
well, so what do you think about the whole Fukushima thing?
I don't know nothing about Fukushima.
But you know,
I mean, I don't know if they're aliens that came down. I don't know. Planet Earth belongs to human beings. Aliens are trespassers. Hey, you guys have your own home. What the hell are you doing here? Kick them out. I don't like aliens. They don't belong here. Yeah, God gave us a home and he called it Planet Earth, and those guys are not welcome. Kick them out. That's just my opinion. Yeah. But you could make the argument that Ezekiel 28, when it talks about Satan, how he was like, I like to describe it as a general contractor. When the earth was being created, Satan was heavily involved in and it talks about how all the precious diamonds and gems, rubies and metals, they were at his disposal. And then it talks about how then fault was found in him. So were angels part of the creation process on planet Earth? Absolutely. They have jobs just like you and I have jobs. But this is not their home. They come to work here maybe, but their home is somewhere else. This is our home. So yeah, to answer Fukushima, I said, get the hell out of here. This is our home. Oh, damn aliens. Yeah. That's but I don't know nothing about it. So
I mean, the more you think, but if you think about aliens, here is what I have been thinking as to myself, like if God is the ruler of universe, is he the greatest alien there ever was, or what?
You want to take a stab at that, Aaron?
I don't know. I might have to do more research. This is something I thought of, Yeah.
So what's up with Fukushima? I don't get it. What happened? Give us the short version.
Oh well, it could have just been a crazy alien video I watched one day. I don't know, but as I was just thinking from a perspective of like it could have been much worse by most counts, and it wasn't. And my thing is, who or what intervened and made it not be as bad as it could have been. Was it God or it? Because if he's not intervening in our affairs, then it should have theoretically been much worse than it was.
Well,
some people say
it's interesting because in the voting ballot, the very first word is "accept your birthright. God is your father, you're his son." So to answer this thing, and Ricky Bobby alluded to it, is that when you're a parent and you're a father and you have kids, you are involved in their lives, but you always try to distance yourself from them because you want them to grow up and you want them to be independent. So that's, I think, what's happening on planet Earth. Is God involved? Well, just like your dad is involved in your life. He's there, but he also wants you to live your life. So this is our home. So does God get involved? Absolutely. So I think the answer is our Heavenly Father. So we kind of get an idea how things happen on Earth. Sometimes Dad has to step in, but for the most part, Dad doesn't step in. He wants you, to get along with all your brothers and sisters. But then, sometimes Dad has to open up a can of whoop ass.
This is a Business Insider article that I just found. It says a UFO lab just opened in Fukushima. This was 3 years ago though, so it's open now. But to look into Japan's strange sky sightings. Basically, the International UFO Laboratory in Fukushima opened on June 24th, 3 years ago. It aims to investigate mysterious UFO sightings over Japan.
Yeah, who knows how? It could also be a diversion too. But hey, so what do you think?
What's happening with Fukushima with that nuclear problem that they had? They had a leak or something in their reactor. in a plant. And I haven't heard anything more about it in years, but maybe that's just my ignorance.
Yeah, I hear a lot of conflicting stories. I don't know what to believe, that it's not as bad as people think it is. And some people say that it's horrific, but but here's the thing. We
don't live there and it's hard to know.
Yeah, but Nagasaki and Hiroshima, people live there. People live where the blast is at. So also, but maybe the new nuclear technology is not your grandpa's nuclear. I don't know, but that's why I hear the conflicting stories. It's hard to, I don't know. It's way above my pay grade. Hey, now isn't this interesting? Our show have you ever heard of a show like this one on the 6 screens? Jay Hess, he talks about the Bible, but he just stays with the Bible, Love Jay Hess, bro. And that other guy, was it Knowing God? I love those guys. But man, they're like, they stay on that pony ride, we don't have one pony, man. We got a bunch of ponies here. We talk about misogyny, we talk about men going their own way. We talk about it all. JW Love Guru. So, it's a lot of fun over here. I'm not knocking the other guy.
Because you brought it up again, Gigi, I'm going to make a statement against you. You're a misogynist, a racist, and a sexist. See, anybody listening to that in the audience knows it doesn't mean anything anymore because certain political agenda uses that against everything. Even video games and the movies, or let's call out the Star Wars acolyte. If you don't like this series, which is I watched 2 episodes and it's absolute garbage. I'm a Star Wars fan, but it has to tell a story. If it doesn't tell us, if there's no character development, no story, direction is really bad, and the writing, I'm going to call it out because I don't just eat up anything. It has to be good. But anyways, it's just that everything is watered down, and then we accept it. But I thought
it's that DEI writing there, right? That's all it is. It's DEI stuff.
But those words don't mean anything anymore because they use it so much. I guess is the point I was making.
But the most
all those, and so I'm not personally calling you that. I'm calling it out that it's funny because I can call you. Anybody can call that. The more that this political party uses that to demonize people that are not on board with them, the words become meaningless. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Because most of us aren't racist, sexist, and whatever else I said, bigots.
No, yeah, I totally understand. Yeah, it's overused.
Like there's a Star Wars Andor, or it's a series, and it's actually really good. I love the writing. There's a gay couple in it. There's strong female characters. I don't care. None of that bothers me at all. You know why? Because there's a good story to tell. If it's all political identity politics and it doesn't have, kind of suck. So we're actually not racist and sexist, all of us. We just want to be entertained.
Yeah, yeah. And I like that Shaq says GG is
the most dangerous. GG for GB is a threat to our democracy. That's crazy. But anyway, the most dangerous thing is the enablers. There are so many enablers, and they are flying monkeys. And when good men do nothing, that's really dangerous. So I think a lot of the problems is that people just accept when things are going on. You have to go against. If something is wrong, you have to speak up and say, no, what are you doing? Or this is wrong. Or you have to speak up. And I guess I'm more a person. I'm not a really humble person, I guess. Like when Wyatt Earp was on the channel, I always spoke up against him when he said something and I didn't really like it. And I spoke up against him. And I'm not really the person who would just sit and listen to when somebody says something. And I think that makes me, I'm not popular person because I speak my truth. And that's not the popular thing. But I think it's really dangerous when good men do nothing and enable things going on. That's really dangerous.
Wow, that's crazy. Wow, you heard it. You heard it here. You heard it here. Wow, 5.5 hours. XJWs. Yeah, we got problems. Yeah, Saturday night. We should be doing other things, but I didn't want to stay up this late. But I'm glad we did because I was able to put on my collar and we were able to talk about things that you never hear anywhere else. Everything's so you got to kick it up. You got to kick it up a notch. He says, "Go ahead."
What Grace said there at the
Jws
beginning of her.
Gilbert?
Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to, if I could make a comment. You're a thinker, and what I found with people, Grace made a good point that, we talk about things here, but a lot of people, I guess I'm going to use the word lazy, and they don't take the time like you do to think about things. And it's much easier to adopt someone's opinion than to make our own. Because it's just easier. Just like the watch whatever they said, we'll believe that, sure. Because it's easier. So I want to thank you for bringing that point out, that we need to sit and think and get opinions of our own, take in information, and not just listen to one person, read one book, and think that we're the expert. We need to take the time to work things out in our own mind.
Yeah. I'm here we go. I'm exporting this as a PDF so I can show it to you. So Susan, there's this quote that I like. Let's see. Here it is. And Martin Luther King says, I don't know if we can show it. Here it is. It says, "Rarely do we find men who willingly engage in hard, solid thinking. There is an almost universal quest for easy answers and half-baked solutions. Nothing pains some people more than having to think." And that describes our Jehovah's Witness brothers and sisters. They walk into the Kingdom Hall, and not only do they take their coat and hang it on the door, they take their brain and hang it at the door because it pains certain people to think. And Martin Luther King experienced it. He's over here talking about these problems, and then they say, "Oh, Martin Luther King, please, we love you, but please." They don't want to engage in the thought. And Jesus had the same problem. Jesus, if you ever watch the movie with Barabbas, Barabbas is it's a beautiful movie because Barabbas, gets out of jail, and what does he do? He goes into the house, and all of his friends and family are there. He gets his wife, and he wants to have sex with her right then and then. Just takes her up, but she wants to see what's happening to Jesus. And so what happens is Jesus actually walks through their front door, like in the movie, right where they live, and then the lights go out at high noon. But the point about that scene was that a great percentage of the population, when Jesus was being killed, they were like, "Hey, what are we having for dinner?" They didn't want to think about it. They didn't want to entertain the idea, like, "Oh, poor schmuck is going to die." They just, out of sight, out of mind. And that's what Martin Luther King is talking about. It pains people to actually have to think about the Australian Royal Commission. It pains people to think about their Kingdom Hall being sold for medical marijuana dispensary. It's painful. And Martin Luther King, Jesus, all throughout history, this is what people have experienced. Does that make sense, Susan?
Oh, I agree with you 100%. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
They check their brains at the door. A lot of people check their brains at the door for other things too. It's a type of personality. It's just easier to let someone else make your decisions for you. And that's not a good pattern to get into.
Wow. You know what? Shaq brings out a good point. I haven't seen GG for GB wear that collar since he was counting down the final part of the last days, just before the last days. And I used to have a videos called the final countdown. And it's like, okay, 87 more days. It was the final countdown. And sure enough, it was 1 year later, I did the last video where Stephen Lett made that prediction, and we called it, and that was that song, The Final by Journey, the final countdown.
That's Europe, isn't it?
Oh, was it Europe, or I thought it was yeah.
I think the band is called Europa or something like that. The Final Countdown.
Final Countdown. Yeah.
Let me look it up.
So the Final Countdown.
Yeah, it's by Europe. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you have to ask yourself: Are you that type of person? Does it pain you to have those conversations? And the answer is yes. A lot of us are, we don't want to think. We're all guilty of it in some form or another when you think about it. Like about our weight, our health, our drinking habits, our money, stuff like that. Sometimes we don't want to think about things, don't see no evil, hear no evil. So, I mean,
I attribute a lot of it to the dumbing down of modern society. I mean, just look at how smart people like our forefathers were that created this, this country. I mean, could something like that happen in today's day and age? I just don't see it happening, because not only can people not think for themselves, but they fail to take action when action is needed to be taken. For example, if you look into the Constitution, it says what should be done when a government becomes tyrannical. And all you got to do is read it. But, there's a saying, hard times create strong men, strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. And that quote is from a post-apocalyptic. Yeah, the quote is from the novel called Those Who Remain by G. Michael Hopf. So yeah, that's what we're experiencing now. I believe we're in the weak times we're going into the hard times now. So those hard times are hopefully going to create the stronger men that's needed to bring us back into the good times at some later date. But the jury's out on that.
Well, the hard times create change. That's needed. Because obviously what we're doing now is not working.
Correct.
So hopefully we'll have good changes coming.
Yeah. A lot of people are preaching that it's a cycle. Yeah, and it's just we're in that part of the cycle. But yeah, I think the future is bright. I subscribe to that idea. Yeah. Wow.
Can I be a joy kill here?
Go ahead.
I think our future is absolute darkness, like bad. It's going to be really bad. There's things that are happening to our countries, not just ours. And it's like a destabilization of our society is what I'm seeing happen. I think dark days are upon us to where we can't pull ourselves out of it. And I don't mean to make it about Six Stream Sunday when it's not, but I do believe that the Lord, Jesus, or God, or Jehovah, whoever you believe in, will step in to straighten the matter. I think that we're going to go through tough times, but then be rescued and brought into a much better place, whatever it may be, whatever your hope is. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, you're right, Eric, because the Book of Revelation just says what you're saying right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we're living in a time where, Susan, where to go along with what you're saying is that like pedophiles are starting to be called minor attracted persons. This is scary. And I'm not afraid, but this is just scary that when it says to keep on the watch, it doesn't mean what Jehovah's Witnesses think it means. It just means, you'll know when things start getting absolutely insane. You'll have a sixth sense, if you will, or a intuition.
Well, people have no moral compass right now. They've given up on that. They didn't even try to have a moral compass anymore, and that's what's scary. So eventually, that's going to have to change. And sometimes when things change, it's just diametrically opposed to the way that you were going, and it's like a car hitting a wall. Whoop! You got to stop. Better stop, or you're going to go over the cliff. And the wall was painful. You know, you're in a car crash. The wall's painful, but it stops you from going over the cliff. So sometimes things like the Book of Revelation are needed.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I mean, I don't get involved in Revelation. It's deep. That stuff is deep. It's deep, man. I believe it. Don't get me wrong. But after having studied Revelation is Grand Climax on hand 4 times.
I respect churches that say we don't understand the Book of Revelation. I have a deeper respect of that than the witnesses putting that Revelation book out that we all studied.
I love reading it. I do.
When I was a kid when that came out, because I was born in '81, and all right, you said Confessions, Gigi. I doodled in that book so bad. I drew weapons and people's hands and stuff, like the political leaders and like swords and guns. There was one guy they had in there, and it was the O.J. Simpson trial that was going on. I was 12 or 13. And then the book, I'll show it on my show one day on 6 Screens. And in the book, I drew in a guy that I said Judge Ito, because they had a character in there that looked exactly like what was going on at that time. So yeah, I put all kinds of disrespectful things in it, and I felt guilty for it. But I still have the book, and I don't feel guilty about it anymore.
Yeah. No, yeah. But no, I personally, I love reading the Book of Revelation. Stephen Lett announced we're living in the final part of the last days on March 19, 2020. So you can tell Shaq is going through my old videos.
That was 2020.
Yeah, because back in 2020 I was doing those videos.
Oh, I've been telling people on Quora 3 years false prophecy, but it's 4. Damn.
I was doing the final countdown, and then I would play Stephen Lett. Let me see. Final.
I love you, Susan, by the way.
But
you do a lot
I
of work
think
on here.
it's
Thanks for all your love.
dangerous to you exhaust yourself to worry before the thing is happening. So I didn't people who like to watch thriller movies. They manage to cope with COVID better than people who don't watch thrillers. But that's just a generalization. But I mean, if you stress yourself like this is going to happen, I know people here in Sweden, they got really worried about Putin coming here. He threatened Sweden. If we join NATO, there will be consequences. And they stress out about COVID. And then, usually the people it happens to, it's not the people who worry the most. It's other people maybe who, I know somebody, she lost her husband, and he was the breadwinner more for the family. They were a traditional. Now the husband is dead, and she has lots of children, and these problems with the economy. I mean, being a traditional family is a fragile system. If the father dies, then what are you going to do? I mean, it's really hard.
Wow. No, you're right. Hey, I'm gonna do this real quick. Thanks, Grace. Oops. Let me hit cancel. I'm gonna hit share screen, and this video I did way back then, and here we go. Yeah.
The spread of this disease is distressing, to be sure.
And I just
the
losing my religion, everything must go. And I did a whole series of them, and it was a year, like 80 days, 70 days, so many more days before the final countdown. And the final countdown was 1 year after he made that prediction. So I think one of the last videos I did was losing my religion, but would always do the final countdown. The final countdown, yeah. So maybe we should revisit that video, huh? We should bring it on Rick Farron's show. The final countdown, the last days of the last days. That's a great video, man. That's like Academy Award.
I remember when I was in the Kingdom Hall, probably in the mid to late 90s. We had a CEO named Kent Karras, and his wife Becky, I think was her name. They had come up with a graphic representation of how when we are, or like where we are in the last days, showed a big poster with a drawing of a pencil on it. And they said, oh, a few decades ago, we were like here at the end of the paint where it starts to taper, the pencil starts to taper down on the sharp part of it. And then they said, now we're like down here where the leads begins. And that was 30 years ago. So,
wow.
Yeah.
So guys, we got 15 minutes and it's 6 hours. So we want to finish it before then. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts? The final countdown. Any subjects that we can bring up? Hey, what did you think about Rochelle? When she goes, "What's your name?" I go, "Joey." He goes, "That's my brother Chris." That was choice, huh? That was classic. Yeah. Yeah. Because last week when Rochelle called in, she butchered Ricky Bobby. And what's your name? And just it was just like it was kind of disrespectful because like you're calling his show, and then she's like, "What's your name? Who are you?" I'm like, "Why are you watching this channel?" So that was funny. I thought so. Instead of
hey, as Ricky Bobby to speak up for that, and I don't talk in the third person, but I don't care. That don't bother me.
No, I know it didn't.
You don't know who I am? That's fine. I'm a nobody. Gigi, I'm a nobody.
I know.
I'm glad she doesn't know who I am. I don't want anyone to know who I am. I want to fly under the radar. I do this because Rick asked me, and you know what? Now I like doing it because I help people, or at least I think I do, or I try. I think it's that's why I do it.
No, what I was saying is
I don't do it for me.
No, what I'm saying is that it was funny because the way you rolled with it, and that's the whole thing. You got people don't know how to roll.
It's all good. I don't care. Yeah, I'm nobody, man. I don't want to be governing body. If I became president and governing body, I'd shut it down and not let anyone know who I was, and I'd give all the money back to the victims and people who have suffered.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even take a penny, and I'd let everybody else decide what I should get.
Yeah, I was saying about. Because
I hate power. Power is disgusting. I don't want power. I just want to help people.
Yeah, I would sign a vow of poverty. No, just kidding. I'm going to sign a vow of poverty. Oh gosh, man! Wow, wow, man! Wow.
Love you, man. You have a great show tonight.
Was this last weekend, or has she been on tonight also? This Michelle, or what?
Mm-hmm. So what was that again, Grace? We missed the last part.
I mean, was this last weekend? Has Michelle been on?
I think it was last weekend she was on, but it was funny.
Yes, I wanted to know this, Michelle. This was last weekend, but has she been? She been on tonight also?
Yeah, she was on earlier, and it was funny. But that's the whole thing. It was funny because she doesn't know anybody's name, but we rolled with it. We had a good time.
Well, where is she from?
Milwaukee. Mm-hmm. Milwaukee.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just find it interesting because when I don't go on other people's webpage, and not know anything about them, and then expect and say if Aaron, let's say this is Aaron's show, and I'm like, who are you? You don't know who I am, then why are you here? So I just thought the whole thing was real funny. But nothing to get mad about. It's just just roll with it. And I think rolling with it made it funny, And the chat section was, they were calling Jesse Chris, or was it Chris? Yeah, Chris. And so we rolled with it. So yeah, if you guys, we're going to close it up.
Was it the same? I wanted to know, was it the same woman? You said your name was John and somebody else was Chris. Was it her when she called tonight?
Yeah, that was her. It was the same girl that called last week with Ricky Bobby. So Keith is having popcorn. Hey,
so are you going to call yourself John now in the future?
No, Joey, baby. No, we were just rolling with it. And see, that's what happens. A lot of people don't know how to roll. How to, like, instead of trying to, have you noticed that, like, a lot of times on YouTube, people you waste a lot of time in explaining things, where if you just roll with it, you can just pass the speed bump. So she had a speed bump, and I'm like, yeah, my name is Joey. Let's roll with it. Just keep going with it. And what's your name? Yeah, Joey. Just roll with it. And so you make lemonade out of lemons. But yeah, if you guys have any ideas for next week, you definitely gotta put it in the comments section. Hey, Gilbert, I have a love guru question. That'd be perfect. And I can answer all your love guru questions, everything you wanted to know about ex-Jehovah's Witness sex, but we're too afraid to ask. Yeah, we definitely will touch that subject. But we'll do it in a PG version. I think, you guys felt comfortable talking about sex and everything here with me, right? Because I kept it PG. Because I have experience, and so those of you, don't try this at home because, you might get a little dirty and we might have to do it, X-rated. YouTube might censor Rick. You don't want to do that. So leave it to the professionals. But
I had the question. What do you think about having phone sex? Is that really dirty, or what do you think, Gilbert?
Well, I will tell you this. I remember in the Elders book, I don't know if we had to write it down or something. I think we had to write it down because it wasn't in it yet. And if a brother called a 1-900 number, like phone sex, and he masturbated to the phone sex, that was porneia. Couldn't believe it. I'm like, really? I'm like, they were like that legalistic. Now, phone sex. I don't ask. I don't tell. I think I would put phone sex in the category of masturbation. That it's at the end of the day, it's harmless. You know what I mean? Like on a scale of 1 to 10. Like I don't think a girl's going to be like, you promised me this, and that, and it was just phone sex. So I don't. So is there anything wrong with it? I don't know. I'm go ahead.
There was a slogan for Coca-Cola years ago. You can't beat the real thing. That's my perspective.
Yeah. But no, but is it wrong? I mean, wrong. I mean, we're not talking about like, are you going to be punished by God and are you going to be struck by lightning? No. I'm just saying, I don't see anything wrong with it. I would make sure that you're doing it with a good source. You definitely need protection because what if the other person is recording the conversation, right? You'll never be able to run for public office. So just make sure that you have safe phone sex and that, the other person's not recording. Yeah. Because that's the last thing you want, right? Is somebody recording.
Or do it over Snapchat. Use Snapchat.
Mm-hmm.
But I
think you can't, if you have to. Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you one thing. If I had a girlfriend and she didn't want to have, and like we were married later, but before we got married, if she didn't want to have phone sex, like if she didn't want to like talk dirty a little bit here and there, I mean, that's going to be like, isn't that indicative that like when you are married, she's going to be cold in that department? If your girlfriend is hot and sexy and melts your phone, and then your iPhone says, iPhone has to be shut down because the temperature has reached a high temperature. It happens. That's the kind of girlfriend hey, that's a good sign. She might be a very good wife because she likes talking dirty. But if she don't like talking dirty when she's your girlfriend, she might be cold in the bedroom. So you know what, Grace, you bring up a good point. You women that are watching that are single, you might want to like practice, by yourself at home, and learn the tricks of the trade for good phone sex. So that way, when you do have a boyfriend, I mean, you get him excited. You want him to work overtime and make extra money so you can go from eating at Jack in the Box to maybe the Cheesecake Factory. Like just kick it. He's taking you on nicer dates. Yeah, because that phone sex is great. There was even a TV show on Seinfeld when Elaine was doing the phone sex operator, and it was just blowing everybody's mind. So, do I think it's healthy? I think so. I don't think sexual relations is a place to have dialogue and deep conversation. Like, honey, are you going to pay the bills? How does, what are our expenses this week while you're having sex? That's not sexy. But I mean, when a woman can talk dirty during sex, I think that's healthy. I think that's good. And practice makes perfect. And phone sex when you're dating, I think is a good indicator of what's to come. I don't know, maybe, if she's cold in the phone, she's going to be cold in the bed.
Don't make me start singing Maroon 5.
You make a good point, Gilbert. And I was thinking about, if you're dating and then you want to save yourself for the marriage, that's a good thing. But also some men, maybe they work, they drive big trucks and they go away for a few nights and you cannot see your husband for a few nights. Then what are you going to do? So it's a good thing also if you're married and you can't do it. I mean,
yes. Now, Steen says if you record yourself and watch it back, it's porneia. But I will tell you this. This would be a great subject. This would be a great
question for tomorrow for Six Screen Sunday, right?
This is a great subject. Every time you have sex with somebody, you get married because the two become one. And when you break up, it's a divorce. So what I'm saying is this. I'm not saying this legalistic. I'm just saying this. If you look at it from a human standpoint, like, Gilbert, that's stupid. But if you look at it from a different standpoint, let's say a spiritual standpoint, every time a man and a woman have sex, they've entered into a marriage relationship. And then when they break up with each other, it's a divorce. So then the words of the Bible, God hates a divorce, carry on a new meaning. Does it mean that what I'm saying is true? No. All I'm saying is think outside the box. So, so would having phone sex be fornication? I don't think so, but I do think that talking dirty with your boyfriend, girlfriend before marriage is indicative of how they're going to perform in the bedroom. I really do. If she's cold on the phone, she's going to be cold in bed. If your girlfriend doesn't go, yeah, she ain't going to do that in bed. So these are the things you need to consider. Mama didn't tell your mama, your Jehovah's Witness mama, and your Jehovah's Witness daddy didn't tell you this thing. I'm the mama and daddy, the elder that you wish you had, telling you these things. Yeah,
I can
I
attest
never
to that.
thought about this. It was very good you brought it up. I never thought about this thing that you could, it's a predictor of the future. Thank you for bringing that up, Gilbert.
Yeah, these are the things that, going through my mind, as as my role as GG for GB, I think about these things. And also I think about when you have sex with a woman, you're married, whether you say you're married or not. By having sex with her, you enter into the act of marriage. And by breaking up with her, you entered into a divorce. Now, I'm not saying that's how it is, but I'm just saying when you think of things in different lights, it helps you get a bigger view, like this, having sex with somebody is not as innocent as you think it is. Breaking up with someone isn't as innocent as you think it is. So, and sex is a very powerful tool. So you should manage that tool
with respect and care. That way you don't hurt anybody. That's all I'm saying. I mean, but I'm not saying this is gospel. No. It's just mental exercises that we were never allowed to have. Yeah.
But Gilbert, I mean, hypothetically, if I would have, I mean, this is just hypothetically, but if I would have phone sex, then am I still a virgin?
Well, Bill Clinton says it depends on what your definition of the word is. It depends on what your definition of the word virgin is. I mean, everybody understands virgin as sexual intercourse. So technically, yes. But I mean, you have to get the engine started before you hit it on drive. So phone sex would be like turning on the engine and letting it get hot, but you haven't put it in drive yet. But the engine is working. You're like, yeah, this is good. I'm going to put it in drive. No, I'll drive it tomorrow. So that would be the answer. If you have phone sex, the engine is running, but you did not put it in drive, you're still a virgin. How's that for an answer? That's a good answer, huh? That's a very good answer. I like it. I impressed myself.
Thank you, Gilbert. Sometimes I just feel happy that you are here. Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes I even impress myself. I'm like, damn. So I get that all the time. Yeah. Nobody does self-deprecating humor like we do here. Yeah, we're good. So, guys, in 5 seconds, it's 6 hours. Aaron, thank you for everything.
Yeah,
Rafe,
got it.
I appreciate it. Rick, Susan. Susan, I hope you're taking notes. It sounds like she was taking notes, huh? Boy, Susan is going to tell Rick about the pyramids, huh? The purple pyramids. Oh man, it's going to blow their mind, and they're going to look at things now differently. Yeah,
I wish I still had.
But I think it's good. Good job.
Yeah.
I wish I still had that video, the purple triangles thing, so I could rewatch it and familiarize myself with it. But I'm sure I could find it online somewhere.
So, okay, guys, we're going to get that GG or JW Sex Guru program. We'll have to iron out the kinks, but I think that'll be a great program. Yeah. And only I can do it, PG style. And look, I answered the question: is phone sex fornication? Right? It's like, no, it's just Yeah.
Now we should see how Jay Hess would answer it.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Me and Jay Hess going at it. Forget that other guy, man. Me and Jay Hess.
If I tune in tomorrow, I'm going to put it in the chat and see what he says.
I should be in the Christian court, but no. I'd give Jay Hess a heart attack with that one. Yeah, but he doesn't, because he doesn't understand my humor and everything. It would take him a while, but I love it. It's one of my favorite shows. I love it on Sunday. Yeah, it really is. He reminds me of how much I don't know. So that's what I love about Jay. Yeah, he reminds me of how much I don't know. So, all right, guys, thank you very much. And remember, don't be afraid of a 1-900 number. Just don't max out your credit card. That's all I'm saying.
I did it once. When I was a kid, I did it. My parents found out, and they were not happy.
So on the next episode,
have a good night, Aaron. Love you guys. Take care.
See ya.
On the next episode, we'll go ahead and discuss this with Aaron and how it's impacted.
No, that was it. I mean, there's really nothing to discuss.
How it's impacted.
I called one of those numbers I saw on the TV late at night, and I thought it was interesting, and my parents found out, and it was maybe like a 1 or 2 minute thing, and then I hung up.
Was it a Chinese woman?
This was like 30 years ago, man. I have no idea.
You would have remembered as a Chinese woman because you have a thing for Chinese girls. Okay, guys, thank you for everything. And we'll see you. You are live. And I think Susan is going to go ahead and close it out.
Take care, everyone.
Right. Good night, everybody. And we'll see you guys in the next one.
Okay, good night. I'll get Rick